Chapter 49-42. Ever since entering the Dao Pagoda, Lin Ling had almost forgotten about the square prison due to the influence of the strange laws here. Let's go. Suppressing his thoughts, Lin Ling wanted to find Yu and the others first. The second level was also incomparably large. It was a vast swamp as far as the eye could see. Lin Ling and the others had been hurrying for 3 days, but they still hadn't reached Yu. On the contrary, Lin Ling encountered the monsters that Jia had mentioned. They were monsters formed from a mass of mud. They were as large as mountains, and some were as large as oceans. They were like elephants galloping on the ground, and their strength was incomparably powerful. They could devour gods. This gave Lin Ling an illusion that these things were very similar to chaos. Lin Ling's chaos also had the same power. It could devour everything and was one of the 4 great evils. However, after becoming a god, chaos gradually became less useful. Jia, you can get treasures by killing those monsters, right? Lin Ling asked Jia. Yes, they have sarcomas in their bodies, which are suitable for the promotion of various divine embryos. Jia nodded. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He now had many treasures for the promotion of realms, but he didn't have any for divine embryos. Therefore, the second level was a good place to promote divine embryos. On the 5th day, Lin Ling and the others finally arrived in another direction. On the ground, they saw 2 women standing there, surrounded by several gods. They were all looking at the 2 women maliciously. The 2 women were Yu and the others. Get lost. Lin Ling threw the coffin lid in his hand and smashed it on the swamp ground in front of him. Boom. When the swamp exploded, the gods were so frightened that they hurriedly fled. Your Excellency, we're just passing by. They shouted as they fled. If it were any other time, Lin Ling would definitely take their lives. But now Lin Ling couldn't care less. Brother Ling. When the 2 women saw Lin Ling, they couldn't help but be delighted and rushed over. Be careful. However, Lin Ling saw that a huge rotten rock had appeared above Yu and the others. It was about 50 meters in size and was rapidly smashing down. Lin Ling rushed over at full speed and hugged his 2 beautiful wives. Then he dodged the rotten rocks falling from the sky. That was close. When Yu and the others saw the rotting rocks that were slowly sinking to the ground, they all felt a lingering fear. Oh no! Save me, save me! All of a sudden, loud screams came from the front. The gods who had fled earlier were all smashed by the rotten rocks. What was extremely strange was that after the rotten rocks smashed into them, it was as if they were sucked into sludge. They couldn't use any of their methods and could only continuously melt. It was extremely disgusting. In the end, before the rotten stones could even disappear into the ground, these gods had already been corroded into nothingness. This rotten rock is really hard to guard against. Lin Ling's brows were tightly knitted together as he witnessed the scene. Brother Ling, hurry up and save Gur and the others. Yu and the others said anxiously. Okay. Lin Ling glanced at the voice transmission jade talisman and hurriedly led everyone on their journey again. Lin Ling, this realm river patriarch, is extremely impressive. It'll probably be very troublesome to rescue them from his hands. However, if we join forces, even if we can't defeat him, we shouldn't be afraid of him. At this moment, Lu Zhe said, his eyes fixed on Lin Ling's coffin lid. He knew that Lin Ling's strongest move was the coffin lid. I want him dead. However, Lin Ling spat out coldly. After entering the second level, he had no time to rest at all, and was forced to search for his family and friends. This also aroused Lin Ling's anger. They all sucked in a cold breath. Killing Great Ancestor Realm River was not a simple matter. Let's go. Lin Ling didn't explain too much. He followed the direction of the voice transmission jade talisman and ran into the distance. Lu Zhe thought that the coffin lid was Lin Ling's strongest move. He didn't know that Lin Ling still had 3 more powerful trump cards. Universe 3 Extreme Destruction, 3 Great Universes to seal all souls. Pengu strike the primordial gambit, transforming into Pengu. There was also the mysterious Pengu's finger. That Realm River Patriarch dared to snatch Lin Ling's people. Lin Ling wanted to see how tough the other party's life was. In fact, ever since Lin Ling obtained the Pengu's finger, he hadn't tried its full power. He hadn't even tried the primordial gambit. Back when he faced the toad, green ox, and yellow ox, although Lin Ling used the panga's finger, the other party fled very quickly. He didn't see any effect at all. This way. Along the way, Lin Ling saw only swamps and swamps. At this moment, in one direction of the swamp, there was a large number of springs. These springs were of different sizes and constantly bubbled, forming a dense mist. In the springs, a large number of people were soaking there, letting out cheerful sounds. These springs were the only places in the swamp that didn't have rotten stones. There were many in the swamp, but most of them were occupied by experts for resting. The one who occupied this area of springs was the Realm River Patriarch. At this moment, several figures were rapidly approaching. When they saw the springs in the distance, they couldn't help but be shocked. That's the hot spring, the only place in the second floor of the Dao Pagoda that doesn't have rotten stones falling. One of them explained, but he ignored it. That lecherous old man is the Realm River Patriarch. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He looked around and saw Xian Yuangu, and the others at the edge of the hot spring. However, looking at them, they were fine now. Chapter 49-43. A moment later, Lin Ling and the others appeared above the hot spring, and looked down at the people below. Lin Ling. At the same time, Xian Yuangu and Bai Shui Su Nu, who were tied to the hot spring, saw Lin Ling. Who are you? Realm River Ancestor raised his head and frowned at Lin Ling. He thought that Lin Ling and the others were just passing by, but he didn't expect them to come here. Hee, quite handsome, but don't you know that this is Realm River Ancestor's territory? Beside Patriarch Realm River, several women were wrapped around his neck and giggling. Lin Ling didn't say anything and still looked down at the people below. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and he suddenly slashed down. An incomparably terrifying sword light, mixed with physical strength and divine power, bombarded the hot springs. Rumble. Several hot springs were destroyed, and the women in the hot springs were killed by Lin Ling. These women were dirty and messy, and probably not good people. Lin Ling didn't have any pity for them. You're courting death. Realm River Ancestor suddenly stood up and flew into a rage. These people came without saying a word, and then directly killed his women. Was this a direct provocation? You're all dead. How dare you kill the Ancestor's women? Beside Realm River Ancestor, several women also pointed at Lin Ling and the others and scolded. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Ling smiled coldly and asked curiously, did you just come to the rotten world? Do you know who Realm River Ancestor is? Those women had followed Realm River Ancestor for many years and knew how terrifying Realm River Ancestor was, so they were not afraid of Lin Ling and the others at all. You're right. We did just come to the second floor of the Dao Tower. Why? Do you have a problem with that? Lin Ling still smiled. You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Ling didn't look like he was reflecting at all, the women gritted their teeth in anger, and were ready to wait for Lin Ling and the others to be torn into pieces. They all felt that this young man was too arrogant to kill people at will. I don't know what death is. You must be Realm River Patriarch's women. Lin Ling stared at the women and slashed down with his sword again. How dare you? The Realm River Patriarch hadn't expected that the youth would still dare to kill him. His body suddenly grew in size as he grasped an enormous black river in his hand, ready to resist Lin Ling's sword. However, Boundary River was secretly astonished. Although this young man appeared to be a mid-stage high god, his sword strike contained over 10 billion units of divine energy. Furthermore, there seemed to be some other power hidden within. It seemed to be the power of the physical body. Crash. The black river seemed soft, but it was incomparably tough. It actually blocked Lin Ling's huge sword light. Pung pung pung. Lin Ling's sword continued to slash, but it just couldn't cross the black river. You're quite capable. My border river can block an attack with 10 billion units of godly power, but your sword only has 10 billion units of godly power, yet it still hasn't dissipated. This means that part of the power isn't godly power, but physical power. Great Ancestor Boundary River said faintly. You're quite perceptive. Lin Ling smiled faintly. After fusing with Panga's finger, his physical strength had reached 30 trillion units. After fusing with his innate talent, his overall strength was naturally not low. You want to save them, but unfortunately, you might not be able to do so. At this moment, Ignore attacked as well. An enormous eyeball appeared behind him, covering the land and freezing time. Moreover, the light beams shot out from the eyeball contained 20 billion units of godly power. As the Yellow Emperor's bodyguard, Ignore wasn't weak to begin with. Previously, he was bullied by the 3 official Great Emperors because he had just been seriously injured. As soon as the light beams shot out from the eyeball, the Black River began to churn, seemingly unable to resist. Kaboom! This caused Lin Ling's sword to cross the Black River and slash at the hot spring, killing all the women in the hot spring. "You're courting death." Great Ancestor Boundary River roared furiously. Attacking his women once was enough, and now it was the second time. Most importantly, he didn't know why these people were here. "All of you will die. I can no longer hold back my anger. No one can withstand my wrath." The enormous Boundary River in Great Ancestor Boundary River's hand suddenly turned into a dazzling golden color. Coupled with Great Ancestor Boundary River's enlarged body, it was as if he was holding a cosmic river. "Lin Ling, be careful. Great Ancestor Boundary River's godly power has reached 30 billion. At this moment, Ignore reminded him. Great Ancestor Boundary River's strength was comparable to Great Emperor Xuanxu of the 5 Great Emperors. If not for Ignore teaming up with Lin Ling, he wouldn't have dared to touch Great Ancestor Boundary River. "Don't worry, I'll stop him." "You do it," Lin Ling said to Ignore. Panda's attack was activated, and the primeval gambit descended. "You think you're the only one who can grow bigger?" Lin Ling grew infinitely taller and turned into a giant. His long hair danced wildly, and there were large amounts of ancient runes on his body. His skin was bronze and extremely domineering. Most importantly, he became as tall as Great Ancestor Boundary River and looked at him coldly. "You bastard." Great Ancestor Boundary River cursed. Was this young man doing it on purpose? Seeing him turn into a giant, he turned into a giant as well. "Hee hee, I'm a little taller than you." Lin Ling's voice was like a cosmic storm. His body grew a little taller again, taller than Great Ancestor Boundary River. "What's the use of being taller? You're strong on the outside but weak on the inside. You must have the corresponding strength." Great Ancestor Boundary River roared angrily. He clenched the golden Boundary River with both hands, and suddenly smashed it at Lin Ling, as if he was holding a giant rod. The moment he attacked, the wind and clouds surged. In the distant swamp, many gods were resting, but they also saw the 2 giants in the distance. "It's Great Ancestor Boundary River." Heavens! Who forced him to reveal his true form? The giant opposite is not much smaller than Great Ancestor Boundary River. They were shocked. Of course, many gods had the ability to transform into a giant, but it was just some camouflage and couldn't increase their strength. Therefore, they were curious whether the other giant had the corresponding strength. "Lin Ling." At this moment, Great Ancestor Boundary River shouted. The eyeballs behind him suddenly changed and turned into 12 eyes. They were like 12 blazing suns hanging in the sky, shooting out endless divine light. These divine lights were full of the power of divinity. They were unstoppable and reached more than 3 million. Great Ancestor Boundary River had also unleashed his full strength. Whoosh! Unfortunately, the Golden Boundary River was as majestic as Juzhou. It swept across and blocked all of the power of divinity. Great Ancestor Boundary River's strength was indeed heaven-defying. Seeing the Boundary River smashing towards Lin Ling, Great Ancestor Boundary River couldn't help but be more worried. His hands moved frequently, urging the divine eyes and forcibly turning the 12 eyeballs into 24. After doing this, he was panting. Obviously, he had exceeded his limit. However, it was obviously too slow to help Lin Ling. "Boy, what's the use of growing bigger? You must have the corresponding defense." At this moment, Great Ancestor Boundary River said arrogantly. The Boundary River smashed towards Lin Ling. It wasn't difficult for this Boundary River to destroy the universe. Rumble. Chapter 49-44. Are you giving me an itch? All of a sudden, a deafening laughter rang out. Lin Ling held the Golden River with one hand, and sneered at Realm River Patriarch. Now that he had transformed into Pangu, the primeval gambit, he could resist even more divine power. And his attacks were undoubtedly twice as strong as before. "You're fine. Realm River Patriarch's expression changed drastically. He couldn't believe it. His golden river had 50 billion divine power. He firmly believed that there were very few among the universe's giant gods who could block it. Not to mention that his opponent was just a superior god. Lin Ling. Realm River Patriarch's eyes trembled as he was startled. When did Lin Ling become so strong? One must know that if he could block Realm River Patriarch's attack, it meant that he could block Xuanxu the Great's attack. Lin Ling was still looking at Realm River Patriarch with a smile. He knew that the primeval gambit's duration was very short, only one incense stick's time. He said faintly, enlarging one's body depends not only on defense but also on attack. Take my punch. He swung the golden river with his right hand and punched out with his left fist. Boom. This punch was incomparably terrifying, causing the air to explode. It was like a huge bomb, and also like a huge universe. There were even rings of smoke exploding around his fist, as if they were grand mist aura. Chi. Realm River Patriarch inhaled sharply. What was this guy's background? Realm River Universe. Realm River Ancestor roared and pulled back the golden river. Moreover, he activated the universe, so that the golden river coiled around his body like a golden dragon protecting him. Looking carefully, there were many figures above the golden river. They were all as tiny as ants, but their strength was not weak. The universe. Realm River Patriarch was also a god with a great universe. Generally speaking, powerful gods all had great universes. Although having a universe didn't mean that they were stronger than other gods, it was certain that every god with a universe was incomparably ancient. Watch me break your universe. Lin Ling took a step forward, causing the hot spring beneath his feet to explode. His fist continued to punch forward. When the fist landed on the golden river, it actually bent the golden river. Countless gods in the universe fell, and the world shattered. Ah! A large number of cries rang out, and the gods in the universe could only see a giant strike out with a fist, breaking the universe and destroying their world. What kind of power is this? Inside the Realm River, Patriarch Realm River was as shocked as a celestial being. He sensed that Lin Ling's fist didn't contain the power of divinity at all. It was pure physical strength. However, this kind of physical strength wasn't ridiculously powerful. Yet it had a kind of power that could destroy everything. However, Boundary River Ancestor's universe was very powerful. Although Lin Ling had destroyed half of it, it was still able to block Lin Ling's punch. Lin Ling, let me help you. It was at this point that the ignore attack arrived. Boundless god eyes shone with the power of 5 million gods. Behind the ignore, 24 eyes bloomed. These eyes had been comprehended by the ignore, and were incomparably powerful. Lin Ling glanced at the ignore, and suddenly thought of a person who had disappeared for many years. This person was the blue-robed youth who had helped Lin Ling when Lin Ling first entered the martial god realm. At that time, Lin Ling had one of the 6 great god eyes of the universe, and that youth seemed to be the same. However, after that incident, Lin Ling was unrivaled in the martial god realm, and swept through the void of the 9 states, but he never saw that youth again. He only remembered that the blue-robed youth's name was Gan Liangping. Ah, you're actually working together? Shameless. Boundary River Ancestor was clearly unable to resist, and let out a loud roar. However, he was also very powerful. Under the joint attack of Lin Ling's Pangu Strike and Ignore, he actually didn't die. This gave Lin Ling a deep understanding of his own strength. At least with his current means, he wasn't enough to fight against 5 emperors. Your Excellency, please show mercy. Just as the two joined forces to suppress Boundary River Ancestor, suddenly, the light of the sun appeared in front of them. Several figures appeared and floated in the air, shrouded by the sun behind them. Extremely mysterious. Solar Divine Race? Ignore's eyes flashed. Your Excellency, Boundary River Ancestor is a close friend of our race. How about giving us some face and letting him go this time? Moreover, Boundary River Ancestor didn't provoke you. Why do you have to kill him? A voice floated over, extremely polite. Those from the Solar Divine Race naturally didn't dare to push Lin Ling too far after seeing the heaven-defying strength of the duo. Help me, help me. Boundary River Ancestor also shouted loudly. Who do you think you are? However, Lin Ling sneered. Not only did he not show mercy, but he also increased the speed of his attacks. 3 extreme universe breaks were activated. 3 extreme universe rays sealed Boundary River Ancestor's soul. Although Lin Ling was in the higher deity realm, he had 8 Danshians as his foundation, so he could cultivate several powerful ancient techniques. It wasn't difficult for him to kill a giant god of the universe. Ah, you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Boundary River Ancestor, who was in the Golden Boundary River, sensed that he couldn't resist anymore. 3 layers of attacks. Penga's punch, the divine eye that ignored everything, and the 3 extreme universe breaks. Ah! Boundary River Ancestor roared, and the huge river around him collapsed, smashing down bit by bit. Rumble! His huge body began to fall, smashing into the ground, and he died with his eyes wide open. He indeed died with his eyes wide open because from the beginning to the end, he didn't understand why Lin Ling wanted to kill him. Sigh! Seeing Boundary River Ancestor die, those from the Solar Divine race sighed softly, but when they looked at Lin Ling's group, they were immediately filled with shock. Such a powerful giant god of the universe died just like that, and the battle ended so quickly that it was beyond their imagination. It must be known that if a god at Boundary River Ancestor's level really died in battle, it would take several years for the battle to end. All of this proved that the strength of those 2 gods was heaven-defying. Your Excellency, why bother? A god with a sun hanging above his head looked at Lin Ling and smiled bitterly. Lin Ling sneered disdainfully. He knew very well that if he wasn't as strong as Boundary River Ancestor today, these Solar Divine race would have helped him long ago, and they wouldn't have been so easy to talk to. After all, when he went to look for Yu, he also encountered the Solar Divine race. At that time, they were also difficult to talk to. He stole my woman. Is that reason enough? Lin Ling's Penga's attack effect disappeared, and he slowly returned to his normal state. Then he went to save Xian Yuanguo and the others. I see. Hearing Lin Ling's words and seeing Lin Ling's actions, those from the Solar Divine race finally understood. If that's the case, then Boundary River Ancestor deserved to die. They all smiled and said. Lin Ling looked indifferent, and his contempt for the Solar Divine race increased. These Solar Divine race had said that Boundary River Ancestor was their close friend, but now they were speaking for Lin Ling, which showed how shameless the Solar Divine race was. What's the matter? If not, then scram. Lin Ling didn't give them any face and continued to speak. Chapter 49-45. I'm not free. Lin Ling didn't even look at them. Instead, he asked Yu, Xian Yuanguo, and the others. Lei Gong and the others had been forced to leave. He had to find the Tao Regression celestial tablets they left behind. Only then could he bring them back. Big brother Lin Ling, we were chased by the rotting realm in that direction. Yu and the others whispered to each other. Let's go. Lin Ling nodded and left with Ignore, Yu and the others. Wait. However, the gods of the sun god race looked at each other and quickly chased after them. Do you want to die? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He had already said that he wasn't interested. Why were these people still bothering him? Fellow Taoist, don't be rash. We really don't have any evil intentions, and we don't intend to deceive you. There is indeed a secret realm with a large number of sarcoma-like monsters. Now that the giant gods of the universe are besieging it, we are lacking some experts. Moreover, we have countless experts in the sun god race. It's just that they are in the 3rd and 4th layers. Only one of the 12 sun goddesses is left here. The gods of the sun god race smiled bitterly. I'm not free. Scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for making a move. Lin Ling wasn't interested in them at all. By the way, are you going to find someone? Can we help? You should know that the rotting realm is extremely big, and there are experts from it. These experts are in the 2nd layer, and they are innately strong. It is said that the 2nd layer is also called the rotting realm, and it is a part of their rotting realm. It was broken during the battle. With our help, you can save a lot of time. If you meet the experts from the rotting realm, you can take care of each other. The experts of the sun god race didn't intend to give up and chased after them. Your perseverance is still there. Lin Ling finally stopped and looked at them with a cold smile. Then he looked at Ignore. Ignore's eyes flashed and he nodded. Let's go with them. After all, with their help, we can find the others faster. Disregard also wanted to go to the Yellow Emperor's side, but the Yellow Emperor and the others were on the second level. However, he could not bear to leave Linling behind. What's more, Lei Gong and the others were also the Yellow Emperor's people. He couldn't just stand by and watch. Okay, I promise you. But let me say this first. You are the one who begged me to join. There is no agreement between us. We can leave at any time. Moreover, when facing a strong enemy, we will look at the situation. If we are not strong enough, we will not attack. Linling said. Don't worry, as long as you're with us. If you encounter a strong enemy that you can't handle, just do as you see fit. But we believe that since we're all in the same camp, you'll help us. After all, there's a lot to be gained from the tumor. You definitely won't miss it. Seeing that Linling had agreed, the gods all laughed. All right. Now, I'm looking for a few friends to come with us. Linling nodded and led the group forward. He was curious. Why were the people of the solar god race so easy to talk to and even took the initiative to help him find people? But after thinking for a while, he realized that they probably wanted to find more helpers. After that, Yu continued to point out directions. After spending a full 3 days, the group arrived at the place where Yu and the others had first come. This is the place. I remember there was a huge rock there. Everyone landed on the ground. Yu pointed at a huge rock in front of them. The huge rock was extremely strange, as if a stone monkey was sitting on the ground. It was very easy to notice. The first to leave are young Master Yao, Sakura, and the others. Yu said. Everyone look around nearby. Linling hurriedly said to everyone. He then asked Disregard. Here, if the Tao Regression Celestial Seat is lost, will it disappear? The Tao Pagoda is different from the Tao Realm. If the Tao Regression Celestial Seat is lost, it won't disappear. Disregard explained. This meant that as long as no one picked up the Tao Regression Celestial Seat, Lei Gong and the others' Tao Regression Celestial Seat would be nearby. I remember you said that we can only leave if we go to a place with rotten stones. This means that some rotten stones fell during the battle. Linling pondered for a moment and suddenly frowned. I'm most afraid that their Tao Regression Celestial Seat disappeared in the swamp. In the current situation, we can only look for it. Disregard said helplessly. Found it, Your Excellency Linling. There's a Tao Regression Celestial Seat here. At this time, a voice came from afar. A few people of the solar god race laughed. Linling looked over and found that there were 6 wings behind these people. It was extremely strange. And the sun above their heads seemed to be able to see through the swamp and see what was under the swamp. No wonder they could find a large number of sarcomatous demons. It turns out that they do have some ability. Linling nodded, flew over, and took the Tao Regression Celestial Seat. Then he punched a few times towards the sky, forming a terrifying energy fluctuation. Rumble. As if absorbed by the divine power, rotten stones strangely appeared in the sky. They were 50 meters in size and smashed down. After Linling dodged, he watched the rotten stones sink into the swamp. He quickly took out the Tao Regression Celestial Seat and disappeared. A moment later, when he reappeared, he was already in the void of the 9 prefectures. As soon as he returned, a feeling of omnipotence was born. In just an instant, Linling noticed Lei Gong and the others. They were all in Lei Gong's main hall. Fortunately, everyone is here. Linling could not help but smile. He took a step and disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was already in Lei Gong's main hall. At this moment, in Lei Gong's main hall, everyone gathered inside. They had been back for a long time, but they could not contact Yu and the others. They could not enter the Tao Pagoda and were extremely worried. Is everyone okay? At this time, Linling's body suddenly appeared. Linling! Lei Gong and the others were overjoyed. They were incomparably happy. Linling, have you entered the 2nd level? Longyang asked hurriedly. I have entered and obtained a Tao Regression Celestial Seat. I don't know who it is. Now, I will try my best to help you find the Tao Regression Celestial Seat. When you come back, pay attention. If you can sense the Tao Regression Celestial Seat, then come in immediately. Linling explained. That's great. By the way, how are Yu and the others? Everyone was overjoyed, but Shengyi asked worriedly. Don't worry, they are fine. Lin Ling nodded with a smile. He glanced at everyone and suddenly felt that something was wrong because one person was missing. Young Lin was there, Xiaoluan was there, and Namwufingyu was there too. Right, the dragon god of the Dragon Valley. Senior Dragon God. Chapter 49-46. Later, we split up and escaped. During the process of escaping, it was the dragon god who turned into a giant dragon and blocked the experts of the rotting world, buying us time. Although we really wanted to help, unfortunately, the dragon god told us that he didn't have long to live, so we shouldn't cause more deaths because of him. In the end, we had no choice but to split up and escape. Then we encountered a falling stone. Inadvertently, we used the Tao regression celestial plane to leave the second floor. After we left, our Tao regression celestial plane fell to the second floor. Lei Gong continued. Lin Ling was stunned on the spot, as if he had been struck by lightning. At this moment, his heart felt like it was splitting open. Back then, when he was still very weak, it was the dragon god who helped him through the Kaiyuan River and reached the Dragon Valley. Later, when he went to the Dragon Valley for the second time, it was the dragon god who allowed him to enter the ancestral dragon tomb in the Dragon Valley, which greatly improved his dragon talent. He, Senior Dragon God, was indebted to him for recognizing his worth. It's me, it's me. If I had followed you into the second floor, he would not have died. Lin Ling gritted his teeth. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he did not feel it. If he had not chased after the ancient coffin, then today's events would not have happened. Lin Ling, you don't have to blame yourself. Seeing Lin Ling's depressed mood, Lei Gong could not help but shout. The sound of a copper bell echoed in Lin Ling's heart. Whether it was the dragon god or us, the moment we stepped into the Tao Pagoda, we were all prepared to die. The Tao Pagoda is cruel, and no god is immortal. When you slaughtered the gods of the Tao Pagoda, their thoughts were the same as yours now. Impossible, only they will die, and we will not die. This world is fair. The most important thing is that the dragon god also had this kind of awareness. Hearing Lei Gong's voice, Lin Ling gradually calmed down. He no longer blamed himself, but his heart was still sad. Lei Gong was right. When everyone stepped into the Tao Tower, everyone was prepared to die, including Lin Ling. However, the growth of the Tao Pagoda was very fast. Lin Ling had benefited, and so had Lei Gong and the others. Therefore, it was relative. Before the dragon god died, he asked you to help him find the dead Dragon Valley and bring it back to his hometown. Lei Gong said again. Yes, I will. Lin Ling clenched his fists into the Dragon Valley. He secretly swore that he would enter the underworld one day and bring the dragons back. Rotting world. Then Lin Ling's eyes were full of killing intent. Lin Ling, when we fought against them, we all knew that they were incredible. They're extremely strong. Don't fight against them unless you're strong enough. You already have a lot of enemies. There's Great Emperor Yao, the 3 great sects of White Mountain, Prince Ming, and so on. It is not suitable to provoke strong enemies. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to move forward in this Tao Tower. Lei Gong suddenly advised. Pay more attention. Soon, you will be able to enter the second floor of the Tao Tower. Lin Ling nodded and did not say much. He took out the Tao Regression Heaven Tablet and left. Looking at Lin Ling's disappearing figure, Lei Gong and the others sighed. They knew that Lin Ling did not take their advice to heart, and still intended to be enemies with the rotting world. Perhaps this was Lin Ling. The most ancient race in the universe has existed since the primordial age. It's just that they haven't formed yet, and have grown up in the universe. In terms of history, they are even more ancient than the Yellow Emperor of the primordial age. Lin Ling, I hope you can calm down. Lei Gong sighed. After Lin Ling returned to the second floor of the Tao Tower, his mood was still low. Yu Yu and the others also noticed it. After asking around, they finally learned the news, and their mood became depressed. Then, with the help of the gods of the Sun God race, they continued to search for the Tao Regression Heaven Tablet. They began to search from the original spot, until they covered an area of thousands of miles. Gradually, the Tao Regression Heaven Tablets were found, and Lei Gong and the others entered the second floor one after another. Lin Ling was still searching for the Tao Regression Heaven Tablet. His mind was filled with thoughts. Now, his strength was very strong, but against those ancient giant gods of the universe, it was still like an egg hitting a rock. Unless he, Lin Ling, could bring Lin Ling's universe into the Tao Tower. However, the universes of other giant gods of the universe could be around, but for some reason, Lin Ling's universe could not. It was as if it was rejected by other universes. Lin Ling, everyone is back. After an unknown amount of time, Yu Yu's voice came. Lin Ling looked like he was searching, but his mood was low. In fact, he could not help much. Everything was done by Yu Yu and the others. Thank you. Lin Ling took a deep breath, adjusted his state of mind, and walked toward the others. Everyone looked at Lin Ling with a smile. They could understand Lin Ling's mood now. Your Excellency Lin Ling, can we go now? The gods of the Sun God race looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Although the strongest gods brought back by Lin Ling were only late-stage high gods, they could sense that these people's strength was not as simple as it seemed. This made them very happy. Let's go. Lin Ling nodded. After the death of Senior Dragon God, Lin Ling wanted to become stronger. The most important thing now was to improve his talent, and then break through to the late-stage high gods. Please follow us. The gods of the Sun God race smiled, and took the lead to fly into the distance. The group followed one after another. Along the way, Nan Wufingyu asked, Lin Ling, can these people be trusted? If they set a trap and catch us all in one fell swoop, it will be troublesome. Lin Ling shook his head inwardly. I am not too sure. But everyone be careful. If something is wrong, leave immediately. The reason why we are following them is that they have found a place to improve one's talent. I hope they are not lying to us. Alright, fortune comes from danger. Let's do it. Yao Young Master, do your best. Indra and Yao Young Master nodded. In the past, they were the top geniuses of the 9 prefectures. But after reaching the Tao realm, their strength was not even comparable to Xiaoluan and Longyang. This made them want to become stronger immediately and not be a burden anymore. After flying for 3 days, a large number of monsters began to appear in front of them. These monsters were as large as elephants. They did not have eyes or mouths, but had 4 limbs and a body. It was extremely strange. But their strength was incomparably strong. Along the way, many gods attacked these monsters. After destroying a large amount of flesh, they found palm-sized sarcomas in the flesh. These sarcomas were precious treasures that could improve one's talent. These things look like Tai Sui. The one who was staring at the fleshy monsters suddenly frowned. Now that you mention it, it does look like it. According to the records, Tai Sui is divided into 9 grades. One of them grows in a corrosive land, but its effects are boundless. Whitewater Pure Maiden pondered and nodded. Chapter 49-47. Ever since he escaped from Dipankara Buddha, Lin Ling hadn't entered the square prison for many years. He didn't know if there were any changes inside. There were countless powerful gods in the square prison, but unfortunately, there was a limit. Only a few gods could be released at once, and the duration was very short. Otherwise, if Lin Ling released the entire prison, he would definitely have a group of powerful experts to help him. After following the Sun God race for a while, everyone stopped and looked carefully. This place was still a swamp, but the swamp seemed to have become incomparably hard. Moreover, there were deep pits and large holes in the ground. The entire ground seemed to have countless valleys. A large number of gods were fighting, and there were many flesh-shaped demons wriggling in the valleys. Moreover, there were many caves beside the valleys, and those flesh-shaped demons seemed to have rushed out from the caves. Everyone stood on the cliff of the valley and looked down. Some of those flesh-shaped demons had 6 legs, while others had 4 legs. Their attacking methods were the same as Hundun's, mainly devouring. Upon closer inspection, it felt as if the swamp was swallowing people. After being attacked by the flesh-shaped demons, some of the weaker gods were sucked into the meat paste and disappeared without a trace. On the surface of the flesh-shaped demon, a human figure quietly appeared. It was the god that had been swallowed earlier. After swallowing a god, the flesh-shaped demon suddenly had 2 more legs. Kill. The most terrifying thing was that these demons weren't afraid of water, fire, or lightning attacks. They could only be killed by the purest power of gods, and a lot of it. These demons are so strange. They look weak, but their defense is very strong. Their attacking methods are monotonous, but they are extremely effective. I wonder how fast they are. Lin Ling and the rest looked on indifferently. Boom. In another valley, another monster rushed out. It seemed to be moving very slowly, but it could turn into a dark cloud and shoot out. It was a lump of meat paste, and its speed was incomparably fast. If the gods were touched by the meat paste, they would not be able to resist at all. Looking at the gods fighting the demons, they had wings behind their backs. Some had 6, some had 4, and all had suns above their heads. They were all gods of the sun god race. The most powerful one could see a god with 8 wings behind his back. Looks like the sun god race's strength is determined by their wings. Lin Ling thought to himself. Rumble. At this time, a huge rotten rock suddenly appeared in the sky and smashed into the valley. It seemed that the battle in the valley had triggered the second level's taboo. Quickly hide in the cave. The gods of the sun god race shouted as they all rushed towards the valley. 2 of them were a step slower, and were smashed by the rotten rocks, melting in the blink of an eye. Even the Taisui fungus was the same. After being hit by the rotten rocks, they melted into the rotten rocks. Your Excellency Lin Ling, can you help now? There's a 12-legged fleshy monster over there. We need your help. The super young divine race at the side did not disturb Lin Ling, because letting Lin Ling and the others see the characteristics of the flesh-like demon would be beneficial for the upcoming battle. All right. Lin Ling nodded, and ignored them as he followed the others. A moment later, a valley that spanned several thousand li appeared in front of them. Within the valley was an enormous creature that was entirely white and had 12 legs. It was none other than the Taisui. Furthermore, this Taisui fungus was the largest one they had seen along the way. A large number of people from the sun god race were attacking him. Attack. Among them, the sun above the head of a woman was the most dazzling. She had 12 wings. Moreover, there were not only the gods of the sun god race here. There were also many unknown gods, and there were hundreds of them. Your Excellency, we've found helpers. Beside Lin Ling, a few sun gods said to the woman. The woman had long golden hair. She glanced at Lin Ling and the others, then smiled politely. Your Excellency, let's attack together. Regardless of whether we can injure that demon or not, the harvest will be split equally. What was strange was that this woman gave off a very good impression. She did not have a domineering aura at all. Don't worry, there are many gods who cooperate with our sun god race. There are more in other places. Our sun god race has the means to find the lairs of these demons, so these gods cooperate with us. Of course, because we have found the lairs, we also have opponents, and they are very powerful. Therefore, we are looking for more people to help. The 12 wings behind the woman flapped slightly as she continued speaking. Don't worry, we follow the rules. As long as we don't do anything that violates our principles, we won't affect everyone's unity. Lin Ling said with a smile. The other party was very polite, so he did not force them. Moreover, he also needed the help of the sun god race to find more flesh-like demons. Everyone, attack together. Then, Lin Ling said to Lei Gong and the others. Then they all erupted with powerful methods to attack the flesh-like demon. Of course, Lin Ling and the others were not stupid. They would not use their full strength at the beginning, just in case. In addition, there were many people around, so they did not need to use their full strength. The huge Taisui was also corroded by the attacks. Its body was full of holes, but it was also quickly recovering. These Taisui were extremely strange. Even though they were attacked miserably, they did not make a sound. It was as if they were moving instinctively. Lin Ling sensed that although the golden-haired woman ignored them, she would occasionally look at them secretly. She was probably evaluating their strength. Lin Ling pondered. He felt that he should hide his absolute strength, but he should not appear too useless. Therefore, he waited for the right time. When the Taisui was at its weakest, he fused his talent and attacked. Moreover, the angle of attack was very good. It happened to be when a big hole was blasted in the Taisui's head. He shot in. What's going on? At this moment, all the gods were shocked and stopped attacking. They saw that someone had actually rushed into the flesh-like demon's body. The golden-haired woman's eyes flashed. She seemed to be polite, but in fact she was not stupid. After all, Those who could survive on the second level were not idiots. Boom. At this moment, the huge Tai Sui's body rumbled. Then it swayed, and countless white flesh shot out. It actually exploded from the middle. At the same time, a figure holding a big sword slowly walked out. Your Excellency, good move. Everyone was full of praise. Although they could also do this, it was a little difficult for them to grasp the opportunity and deliver a fatal blow like Lin Ling. They were praising Lin Ling's grasp of the opportunity, not Lin Ling's strength. After all, many of the people present were not much weaker than Lin Ling and the others. Impressive. You have the strength of a higher god, but the power you unleashed is not much weaker than the giant gods of the universe. The golden-haired woman also clapped and laughed. I was just lucky. Chapter 49-48. All right, the sarcoma has appeared. Everyone collect it. Then the blonde woman looked at everyone and said, the valley was sprinkled with smelly water. In the smelly water, there were things that looked like Ganoderma, but were as white as jade floating in it. These Ganoderma lucidum were extremely strange. They seemed to grow in a dirty swamp, but the things that grew out of their bodies were incomparably clean, and could be used to improve the divine fetus's talent. Soon, someone collected all the Ganoderma lucidum and distributed it to everyone fairly. During this process, the other gods stood in place, appearing extremely orderly. No one hid anything, and no one complained that it was unfair. It could be seen that these gods had been cooperating with each other for a long time, and there were unwritten rules between them. This sun god race is not simple. Lin Ling thought to himself. To be able to make the gods have no objections and wait for the harvest, this required great strength to intimidate the gods. It was just that on the surface, the sun god race was very polite. These are yours. The blonde woman personally delivered the Ganoderma lucidum to Lin Ling and introduced herself. My name is 12-Winged Sun God. Lin Ling. Lin Ling also spoke. Haha. Thank you for your help. You will slowly realize that there are many gods cooperating with our sun god race, beyond your imagination, the blonde woman said with a smile. In fact, Lin Ling could sense it without her reminder. In the following days, Lin Ling and the others followed the sun god race to hunt Ganoderma lucidum, and their harvest was extremely good. Moreover, Lin Ling and the others discovered that there were actually dark divine hounds in this endless valley. However, there were too many gods present, and they were too powerful, so they were not afraid at all. On the first level, if they encountered dark divine hounds, the gods could only be killed. On this day, Lin Ling accompanied everyone to kill another Ganoderma lucidum before resting. Lin Ling winked at Lei Gong and the others, and then Lin Ling quietly entered the square prison. Lin Ling held the Ganoderma lucidum and kept asking the prisoners in the prison, but no one knew it. Even Third Ghost Grandpa did not know it. These prison gods were mostly familiar with the Dao realm, but they had never been to the Dao pagoda. In the end, before Lin Ling arrived at the final 3 cells, he asked Master Guangqing. However, Master Guangqing had never been to the Dao pagoda. Lin Ling originally wanted to ask Monkey King, but in the end, he shook his head. Monkey King probably didn't know about this kind of treasure. After all, why would a big shot like Monkey King enter a place like the Dao pagoda? Hee, this is universe-tainted Tai Sui. However, at this moment a voice suddenly sounded. Among the 3 cells, a person slowly walked out from the last cell. This cell had a blue sky, and the person who walked out was an old man dressed as a Taoist. Yishui Tai Sui? Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. At the same time, he secretly investigated, but he could not find out the origin of this Taoist. If we can find the bloodstained Tai Sui, then we'll have struck gold. The bloodstained Tai Sui has spiritual intelligence and can forcibly raise the divine fetus of a god. This is because the bloodstained Tai Sui is formed from the blood of the great universe. The Taoist laughed. How can I find it? Lin Ling hurriedly asked. I'll teach you a set of searching methods. You can find it by following the smell. However, there are probably a lot of bloodstained Tai Sui. They will escape, so don't let them escape. The Taoist held out one hand, and a ray of light appeared in his palm. Lin Ling quickly took it. After fusing with the light, a variety of mysterious spells suddenly appeared in his mind. Thank you, Your Excellency. Then Lin Ling looked at the Taoist and said, "Hee, Lord Prison Master trusts me very much. I gave you the divine power spell ball, and Lord Prison Master fused with it without looking at it. Aren't you afraid that I will harm you?" The Taoist laughed. "I believe not." Lin Ling shook his head. "With your courage, you are indeed worthy of being our Lord Prison Master. Well, I'm going to sleep." The Taoist laughed and turned to leave, leaving behind a cell under a blue sky. Lin Ling looked deeply at the cell and turned to leave. The reason why he was so confident before was because he knew that Guangqingzi was next to the cell. Guangqingzi would not let anything happen to him. Bloodstained Taisui. After leaving the square prison, Lin Ling's eyes burned with passion. Although he had gained a lot from following the sun god race, it would take a long time to gather enough Lingji to break through to the divine embryo realm. Therefore, Lin Ling went to ask the square prison. Then Lin Ling told Lei Gong and the others about his idea, making them extremely happy. "I guess we have to leave the team and find Taisui alone. However, we have to inform the 12-winged sun god about this. Otherwise, we will break the rules." After Lin Ling pondered, he made a decision. At present, his relationship with the sun god race was still good. Lin Ling did not want to act privately without informing them. This would affect their relationship. We should inform them. After all, this area was found by the sun god race. Next, we will probably search this area. After all, it is their territory. Yu and the others also said. Lin Ling nodded and hurriedly went to find the golden-haired woman. When he saw the latter, Lin Ling also explained the purpose of his visit. "You want to act alone?" The golden-haired woman was a little surprised. "Yes, but don't worry, we will definitely hand over a portion of our harvest to the sun god race." Lin Ling also knew the rules. "That's nothing. It's just that it will be very dangerous for you to act alone. On the other hand, there is no danger when hundreds of people join forces to attack the flesh-like monster. Although the harvest is less, it will accumulate," the golden-haired woman said. "We know that, but we are in a hurry, so we want to act alone." "In that case, alright, but don't worry, there are still many of us underground. If you meet them, as long as you say our names, they will usually help you. After all, we are all allies." The golden-haired woman did not try to persuade them anymore. "Okay, when we have something, we will definitely give you a portion." Lin Ling said goodbye and left. The golden-haired woman looked at Lin Ling with flickering eyes and then ignored him. After Lin Ling said goodbye, he found Lei Gong and the others again. Then he cast a spell and sensed a strange smell. It seemed to be the smell of the blood-stained Taisui. Although the smell was very faint, Lin Ling still sensed that it came from a cave. "Come this way." Lin Ling led everyone into the valley, and then walked along the cave in the valley. This was also the first time they had entered a cave. Generally speaking, the gods did not want to enter a cave because the cave was small, and it was difficult for the gods to join forces. Facing the Taisui with only a dozen people was undoubtedly dangerous. This way. Lin Ling walked forward. Fortunately, he did not encounter any danger. After walking for a full 6 hours, the sound of conversation came from ahead. "Ha ha ha, we killed this flesh-like monster. Good harvest." Chapter 49-49. In the silent cave, only soft voices could be heard. However, Lin Ling and the rest were powerful enough to hear those voices clearly. Lin Ling couldn't help but look back and see Lei Gong, and the rest emitting killing intent. Emperor Yao was the #1 enemy of Lin Ling and the others. He had repeatedly tried to kill Lin Ling and the others. If it wasn't for Emperor Yao and the others, Lin Ling wouldn't have been taken away during the Battle of the Fog Sea. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that Emperor Yao couldn't wait for Lin Ling to die, even at the cost of everything. Therefore, Emperor Yao's people were killed on sight. "Why are they here?" Lin Ling asked in surprise. "Who cares about them? Let's kill them first." Emperor Yao and the Yellow Emperor had reached a point where they couldn't live under the same sky. Lin Ling nodded with a cold smile, and led the rest out. "Who are you?" 2 people appeared in front of Lin Ling. One of them had the strength of a giant cosmic god, and the other was a higher god. In front of them was a 5-meter-long Taisui. It was very weak, so it was killed by them. "So it's an ally." One of the gods glanced at Lin Ling, and the rest. Seeing that none of them had the strength of a giant cosmic god, he relaxed. What's wrong? Is there a problem? The other god was the same. Instead, he became somewhat arrogant as if he had met a junior. Did you meet any flesh-like monsters and get the sarcoma? Let me see. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the rest laughed. What are you laughing at? Don't you want to give it to us? You must know that this is the territory of the sun god race. Our Emperor Yao has an agreement with the 12-winged sun god. Anyone who gets the sarcoma will have a share. That high god frowned. These people were too insensible. Then why didn't you share the sarcoma equally? Xiaoluan was the first to speak after laughing. She also felt that these people were too funny. They were clearly about to die, but they still wanted their Tai Sui Lingji. Impudent. When the deity saw that a young girl dared to mock him, he couldn't help but become angry. He grasped the sword in his hand and almost attacked. Necromancer, don't be rude. However, the giant cosmos god at the side said indifferently. He looked at Lin Ling with contempt. You are very lucky. Because this is the territory of the sun god race, we will forgive your rudeness. But remember, we are Emperor Yao's people. The next time you meet, you better be polite. Let's go. He wanted to leave with the other person. However, that person's face was filled with unwillingness as he cursed angrily. Consider yourselves lucky. Wait. However, at this moment, Longyang also smiled and said, Leave your sarcomas behind, and then. What? Before Longyang could finish her words, the two gods were stunned. They didn't even want these people's loot, but they were the ones who were eyeing them? Superior deity. They only had the advantage in numbers, yet they actually dared to ask for their harvest? And then? And then what? The two of them almost laughed out loud. They wanted to see where the limit of this joke was. Then you will die. Longyang said honestly. Ah. The two gods couldn't hold back anymore. A superior deity wanted to kill them? Moreover, this was the territory of the sun god race. Were these people trying to violate the rules? Attack, attack. Let me see what abilities you have. The strongest is only a late-stage superior deity. What do you have to kill us? The superior deity seemed to be laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. Let me tell you, if you dare to attack, we will dare to kill you. After all, you are courting death. I think the sun god race won't blame us. Attack. As he spoke, this god's clamor became louder. In fact, he was waiting for Lin Ling and the others to attack. Who will attack? Lin Ling looked at everyone. Let me. Longyang nodded and slashed out. Ha, you really attacked. The two gods thought that Lin Ling and the others were joking. Who knew that they would really attack? Were they crazy? However, their smiles gradually froze because the superior deity realized that Longyang's attack was no small matter. It was mixed with incomparably terrifying power. Pooh. Before the superior deity could say anything, his head was chopped off, and his Tao returned to the heavens. Dead. The giant universe god at the side was stunned. He looked at Lin Ling and the others in disbelief. You killed him? His pupils were trembling, and his anger was burning. Don't be angry, because you will be chasing after him next. Lei Gong shrugged and sneered. The ferocious power of the worlds will blast it out, destroying everything. The characteristic of his worlds was destruction. You. The giant universe god sensed a power he had never seen before and instantly knew that this person was extremely powerful. He activated his godly power with all his might and barely blocked Lei Gong's lightning. However, he was forced to retreat continuously. If not for the sturdy underground cave, the nearby area would have been destroyed. Who are you? Why are you so strong? The giant universe god kept retreating, completely panicking. Didn't you say that with our strength, we can't kill you? Lei Gong walked forward slowly. Black lightning appeared in his hand, emitting a soul-crushing pressure. It was this black lightning that carried the will of destruction. Sir, this is the solar god race, and I am also Emperor Yao's subordinate. How about you give me some face? Seeing Lei Gong walk forward, that person's face became even paler. He secretly informed the others. Let me go. At most, I will pretend that I didn't see what happened before. He had even prepared a divine ability, and was ready to escape. We are Lei Gong Hall, And this is Lin Ling. Unfortunately, although Lei Gong seemed to be a late-stage superior deity, his strength was not as simple as it seemed. He had already seen through the other party's thoughts. He flicked his finger, and the black lightning shot out. It seemed to be the size of a palm, but it carried an incomparably terrifying power. Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling. The giant universe god reacted. He was Emperor Yao's subordinate, so he naturally knew his number one enemy, Lin Ling. He never expected that Lin Ling would actually appear here. He wanted to inform Emperor Yao and tell them Lin Ling's whereabouts, but when the black lightning reached the giant universe god, it was hard for him to resist. This time, Lei Gong clearly used his full strength. The black lightning seemed to have infected the giant universe god's body, causing his body to twitch nonstop. He could not use any techniques. His whole body even floated up quietly, twitching nonstop. Lei Gong reached out and found the heavenly Tao return immortal on the giant universe god's body. He smiled at Lin Ling and said, "Let's go." Lin Ling was suddenly very curious because he saw that the giant universe god was not dead, but was still being ravaged by the black lightning. He smiled and nodded. "Lord Lei Gong, your strength is not the same as before." "Ha ha ha, I was just lucky." Everyone left. After a long time, several figures appeared in the cave. When they saw the giant universe god floating in midair, they were all shocked. Chapter 4950. Everyone was in disbelief. "Oh no, run." Suddenly someone roared loudly, because he noticed that the black ball of lightning hadn't vanished, and it was emanating a will of obliteration. This power was not the power of the gods, nor was it the steps of the gods. It was a power that they had never seen before. Boom. However, when they wanted to escape, it was too late. The destructive willpower exploded, causing the nearby caves to collapse. A deafening sound could be heard coming from the caves. Even in the distant valley, many people sensed the fluctuations and were shocked beyond belief. This was because these underground caves were hardened swamps. This swamp was extremely mysterious and could melt rotten stones. Therefore, the hardened swamps were also extremely hard. However, to be able to make the sound and collapse a small area of the caves, this proved its power. At the same time, Lin Ling and the others were also shocked. They looked at Lei Gong in shock. They did not expect Lei Gong's attack to be so powerful. "Haha, it's just a small power." Lei Gong smiled faintly. Everyone was delighted. Lei Gong's strength had become so powerful that he could kill the giant god of the universe. This had greatly improved their overall strength. This way, the group continued to move forward. After a long time, a cave appeared in front of them. Lin Ling pointed to one of the caves. This cave had the smell of the bloodstained Tai Sui. Lin Ling chose one of them. Not long after, Lin Ling and the others immediately encountered the huge Tai Sui. However, the cave was not big, so the Tai Sui was only a few dozen meters wide. Then Lin Ling and the others worked together to kill it. Moreover, there was a dark divine hound in this cave. One had to know that the cave was not dark. The surrounding rock walls were like jade. Therefore, the dark divine hound appeared clearly in everyone's eyes. Of course, the cave was narrow and the dark divine hound was not big. In the end, it was killed by Lin Ling and the others. "Lin Ling, we have quite a lot of Tai Sui Ganoderma now." Yu Yu was in charge of keeping the harvest. After checking, she said happily, "Don't worry. Once we find the bloodstained Tai Sui, our harvest will be the greatest." Lin Ling gave everyone a piece of good news. "Kill." At this moment, a sound suddenly came from the front, followed by a rumbling sound. This caused Lin Ling and the others to increase their speed and madly run along the cave. They were afraid that the bloodstained Tai Sui would be snatched away. However, after rushing out of the cave, they found that there was a huge valley outside. A dozen figures were fighting a Tai Sui, and the battle was extremely fierce. And that Tai Sui was not the bloodstained Tai Sui. Those are Emperor Yao's men. "That's the Copper Earth Saint King," Gu Jun suddenly exclaimed as he recognized one of them. As expected, Emperor Yao's people are all here, cooperating with the Sun God race. "I wonder if Emperor Yao is here." Lin Ling stared at the battle in front of him and said in a low voice, "These people's strength is not ordinary, but if we sneak attack, there is an 80% chance of killing them." The gods of Emperor Yao were fighting Tai Sui, giving Lin Ling and the others the perfect opportunity. Wait patiently. When the Tai Sui dies, we will immediately attack. Lin Ling said. Rumble. The battle in the valley was still fierce, and several gods of Emperor Yao's side were injured. The 8-legged Tai Sui was also blasted with large holes. However, the Tai Sui was a miraculous creature with incomparably strong vitality, and it relied on its instincts to move, so it was still tenaciously resisting. Everyone work harder and kill this Tai Sui. We will go to Emperor Yao's side. Emperor Yao has issued an order for the gods to return. One of the gods shouted, causing Lin Ling and the others who were hiding in the cave to change their expressions. Emperor Yao was indeed here. Bang! Bang! At this time, the Tai Sui finally died. After falling down, an endless amount of stinky blood sprayed out, and within the blood, a large number of sarcomas floated. Haha, success! All the gods laughed as they stared at the sarcomas in the blood. They were all so happy that they forgot themselves. Attack. This was undoubtedly the best time to launch a sneak attack. Lei Gong, Xiaoluan Longniang, Sheng Yi, and the other experts each chose a god to attack. Yu Yu and the others were weaker, so they joined forces. Most importantly, they took advantage of the moment when the gods were at their weakest, and at their proudest to double their combat power. Rumble. As expected, Lin Ling and the others killed several gods in a single exchange. Not good, someone is ambushing us. Someone immediately reacted, but as soon as he spoke, he was also killed. Kill. The remaining gods couldn't care less. They all unleashed their strength to fight back against Lin Ling and the others. Unfortunately, it was clearly too late to resist at this time. Lin Ling alone killed 3 universe giant gods, Ignore killed 2, and Lei Gong and the others killed 2. The remaining gods were obviously no longer a concern. Who are you? Why did you ambush us? The few gods paled, knowing that the situation was hopeless. Lin Ling. Lin Ling sneered and slashed out with his sword. Under the gods' incredulous gazes, he killed all of them. Yu Yu, collect the Tai Sui Ganoderma and leave immediately. Lin Ling knew that this was not a place to stay for long, so he shouted. It wasn't that he was afraid of Emperor Yao's gods, but that he didn't want to expose himself. After a long time, the group continued to advance through a cave in the valley. Along the way, they killed many more gods of Emperor Yao, causing the people in the vicinity to panic. Many gods found it hard to believe because this was the territory of the sun god race. Why would someone kill them? Lin Ling was still searching for the smell, but he gradually sensed that the smell was getting stronger. After a few days, the smell in front of them could be said to be assailing their noses. Even Lei Gong and the others felt that something was wrong. After that, Lin Ling asked them to slow down and secretly used his soul power to investigate. However, at the bottom of the swamp, his soul power seemed to be suppressed, so he couldn't investigate very far. When he got closer, Lin Ling discovered that there was an unprecedentedly huge valley ahead. The valley was thousands of miles wide, and it was filled with Tai Sui, protecting a Tai Sui that was only as tall as a human. This Tai Sui was blood red and was obviously extraordinary. Moreover, it looked around cautiously, indicating that it had intelligence. Above the valley, countless gods gathered. There were actually tens of thousands of them, and they were all universe giant gods. Among them were Emperor Yao, Emperor Shun, Emperor Huang, and an extraordinary great emperor. It was Great Emperor Xuanxiu. Such a grand scene made Lin Ling suck in a breath of cold air. For great emperors gathered. Moreover, they were all here for the blood-tainted Tai Sui. Lin Ling told the news to Lei Gong and the others. Everyone's expression changed greatly, and they were incomparably excited. Lord Emperor Huang is also here. Let's go and help them immediately. Wait. Lin Ling stopped them and said in a low voice. The current situation seems to be that Emperor Huang and Great Emperor Xuanxiu are together, and Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun are together. Their goal is to taint the Tai Sui. If we go out now, it will spoil things. Why don't we wait for the right time to strike? Chapter 49:51. In the valley, Lin Ling and the rest hid their auras, waiting for the right time to attack. Fortunately, there were too many experts present, and their auras were chaotic, so no one noticed Lin Ling and the rest. Above the vast valley, Tens of thousands of gods stood quietly, their expressions cold as if they were gods. They were divided into 4 groups, looking down at the large number of flesh-like monsters below. No one moved, waiting for the right moment. Yellow Emperor, this is the solar god race's territory. Aren't you afraid of offending the solar god race by snatching their treasures here? After waiting for a long time, Emperor Yao finally spoke. He had a smile on his face, as if he was very familiar with the Yellow Emperor. But only he and the Yellow Emperor knew how deep the grudge between them was. Of course, it didn't matter most of the time. But now, the bloodstained Taisui was right in front of him, and the Yellow Emperor's sudden arrival had disrupted his plans. Haha, treasures belong to those who are capable. How can we talk about who owns who? Of course, if you have any objections, you can let the 12-winged young god speak for you. You are not qualified. The Yellow Emperor and Emperor Zhuanshu looked at each other, and the Yellow Emperor suddenly laughed. The bloodstained Taisui was told to him by Emperor Zhuanshu, and Emperor Zhuanshu knew that he couldn't defeat it alone, so he joined forces with the Yellow Emperor. Good move, Yellow Emperor. Emperor Yao nodded coldly, knowing that the Yellow Emperor and the rest wouldn't leave so easily. In fact, he didn't think that the Yellow Emperor and the rest would give up so easily. He was just casually asking. Yellow Emperor, I've lost many people during this period. It must be your doing. Emperor Yao shook his head and suddenly laughed. The Yellow Emperor frowned, not understanding what Emperor Yao meant. He shook his head and laughed. Your people? I really don't know, but it's not bad that many of them died. I should thank the person who helped us in the dark. Yellow Emperor, you can be considered a senior. Since when did you not dare to admit what you did? Emperor Yao clearly didn't believe the Yellow Emperor's words. He guessed that his people must be related to the Yellow Emperor. You can deny it, but if I find out who it is, I won't let you off. After that, Emperor Yao snorted and ignored the Yellow Emperor. Instead, he began to whisper to Emperor Shun. Old brother Yellow Emperor, something's not right. Great Emperor Zhuanshu stared into the distance and said softly. That's right. Given Emperor Yao's temperament, he should be itching for a fight right now, so why is he waiting patiently? Yellow Emperor frowned. He looked down at the valley. He originally wanted to attack Taisui, but he was afraid that Emperor Yao and the others would take advantage of the situation. Could it be that he's waiting? Suddenly, the Yellow Emperor seemed to have guessed something. They are waiting for the people of the Sun God race. Zhuanshu Great Monarch's face also changed. Not good. The 12-winged young god of the Sun God race is very strong. If she comes to help, we might not be able to take the bloodstained Taisui. 12-winged young god. Yellow Emperor's face was solemn. Let's make our move immediately. After all, our 2 sides are evenly matched. It's hard to say who will get the bloodstained Taisui, let alone the solar deity race's help. But if we act rashly, I'm afraid Emperor Yao and the others will reap the benefits. Zhuanshu Great Monarch had his own concerns. If they acted and Emperor Yao and the others waited for them to kill the bloodstained Taisui, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. We can't care so much. Who knows, we might be able to take the bloodstained Taisui in the chaos. Yellow Emperor shook his head and said, Is our escape route ready? Yes. Yes, we've already set up a formation around the valley. As long as we take the bloodstained Taisui, we can leave safely. Yes. Let's not waste time. Attack. Yellow Emperor made a prompt decision and signaled to the gods with his eyes. Everyone gathered their auras and remained motionless. Emperor Yao and the others were still talking, but they also sensed that something was wrong. Emperor Yao frowned. From the looks of it, they seem to know our plan. Probably. Yellow Emperor is a scheming man. He should have guessed that we are waiting for someone. Emperor Shun nodded. Then his face changed. They're making their move. Attack. On the other side of the valley, Yellow Emperor and the others all made their move, gathering their divine power and bombarding the valley indiscriminately. Rumble. Even though the valley was huge and sturdy, it couldn't withstand the attacks of thousands of powerful gods. Dazzling light rose like a blazing sun. All kinds of dazzling methods were used. There were giant palms, divine swords, origin runes, formations, and countless treasures, pagodas, and cauldrons. In addition, A large number of divine soldiers and generals appeared in the valley. These were all summoned by the gods. In just one exchange, countless Tai Sui in the valley were killed. Rumble. But at that moment, a giant Tai Sui crawled out from the ground. It had 24 legs and was thousands of miles long. After it appeared, it immediately protected the blood-colored Tai Sui. More and more Tai Sui crawled out. Second wave of attacks. Yellow Emperor. Yellow Emperor shouted. A new wave of attacks arrived, turning the valley into a purgatory. A large number of sturdy boulders collapsed, and the cave Lin Ling and the others were in was flooded. What a terrifying attack! Lin Ling and the others were shocked. With such a powerful joint attack, let alone King-class universe gods, even higher-class universe gods wouldn't be able to escape death. Lord Lin Ling, what do we do now? Xingyi asked anxiously. It was so chaotic outside that he couldn't see clearly what was happening. Don't worry. Emperor Yao and the others haven't made their move yet. Lin Ling shook his head and stopped the others from acting rashly. Rumble. Deafening booms were still ringing out, and the valley was shaking violently. The power was so strong that even the sound and light alone were enough to obliterate a god, let alone anything else. Go down the valley. At this time, the Yellow Emperor gave an order. Countless gods rushed down the valley to reap the rewards. On the other side of the valley, Emperor Yao and the others had grave expressions and complicated emotions. In the end, Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun looked at each other and came to a decision. Attack. Although they also wanted to reap the benefits, it was too dangerous in such a chaotic battle. The Yellow Emperor and the others could easily take the treasures. Kill Yellow Emperor and the others first. Emperor Shun shouted. They were extremely cunning. They would attack from behind the scenes while the Yellow Emperor and the others killed the Tai Sui. Of course, the Yellow Emperor and the others weren't stupid. In truth, they were already waiting for Emperor Yao and the others to attack. Attack! Attack! Seeing Emperor Yao and the others rushing down the valley, the Yellow Emperor and the others turned around and attacked them. Rumble! The moment the two sides clashed, a terrifying power erupted. Lin Ling, have you made your move? Attack! Sensing the fierce battle outside, Ignore couldn't help but ask. Don't be rash. If you charge out now, you'll only be suppressed by the Yellow Emperor and the others, but you can't get the bloodstained Tai Sui. Attack! Lin Ling reminded him. Ignore could only endure. Rumble! As time passed, the battle in the valley became more and more chaotic, forming a chaotic battle between the two sides. Chapter 49-52. Great Emperor Zhuanxiu, don't let Emperor Yao succeed. The Yellow Emperor shouted anxiously. He transformed into an ancient river and rushed towards the center. They all knew that the goal of this trip was the bloodstained Tai Sui. Hung Long Long. Like four rivers, they shot towards the center. Wherever they passed, the Tai Sui could not stop them. With a loud roar, large amounts of Tai Sui turned into blood water. The bloodstained Tai Sui at the center gradually became anxious. However, it could not stop the four great emperors working together. Hung Long Long. The four great emperors attacked from different directions and completely destroyed the bloodstained Tai Sui. Endless light scattered, and a blood-red sarcoma appeared in the middle of the bloodstained Tai Sui. It was extremely disgusting and looked like a human brain. It was even pulsating. Pa. At the same time, a hand grabbed the sarcoma. She was delighted. She was Emperor Shun. A huge demonic eye appeared behind her, giving her the ability to pass through any universe. But at this moment, a sword came and chopped off Emperor Shun's arm, and the tumor fell to the ground. It was too fast. Few gods present could react in time. It was Great Emperor Zhuanxiu. Ah, my hand. Ah. Emperor Shun let out a shrill voice. His beautiful face turned even more cunning and cunning. Great Emperor Zhuanxiu, over here. Ah. Not far away, Yellow Emperor shouted in delight. He had obtained the bloodstained Tai Sui, and he knew how precious this treasure was. It could greatly increase the innate talent of a godly embryo, and allow ordinary gods to become giant universe gods, allowing them to enter a deeper realm. Retreat! Retreat! Great Emperor Zhuanxiu was also delighted. He shouted anxiously. The Yellow Emperor knew that he could not stay here for long. The longer he stayed, the more casualties there would be. He wanted to leave with his people. Suddenly, he felt that something was amiss. Because he did not notice Emperor Yao. This should not be. Something is wrong. Great Emperor Zhuanxu, look at the blood-stained Taisui in your hand. Ah! Emperor Yellow roared. As for Emperor Zhuanxu, he wanted to retreat, but after being reminded, he suddenly looked at the blood-colored Lingji in his palm. The Lingji was still there, and even exuded a mysterious aura. However, after sensing it carefully, he realized that the blood-colored Lingji did not give off the feeling of a divine fetus. Oh no, this is fake. Great Emperor Zhuanxu reacted. The Yellow Emperor's expression changed drastically. He looked around and saw Emperor Yao's shadow in the southeast corner of the valley. At this moment he was attacking a Taisui. In the end he blasted out endless blood. Emperor Yao dipped his right hand into the blood and flew towards the valley. Not good. The bloodstained Taisui already has intelligence and can distinguish between the real and the fake. The one we killed before was a fake. We've been fooled. The Yellow Emperor reacted and roared at everyone. Fake. It's actually fake. How did Emperor Yao know that it was fake? Great Emperor Zhuanxu stared at the blood-colored Ganoderma in his hand and crushed it. He clenched his teeth and charged at Emperor Yao. Haha, Yellow Emperor, you really are idiots. This is the Sun God race's territory. You want to find the real blood-stained Taisui? Dream on. At this time, Emperor Shun transformed into a giant demonic eye. The most ancient demonic snake appeared, and swept away a large number of gods. With her strength, she naturally couldn't stop the Yellow Emperor and Emperor Zhuanxu. Her goal was to stop them, and that was enough. Damn it, hurry. Being stopped by Emperor Shun, the Yellow Emperor was furious. He ordered the gods in the distance to attack. Unfortunately, those gods couldn't stop Emperor Yao at all. Yellow Emperor, Great Emperor Zhuanxu, farewell. Emperor Yao flew further and further out of the valley. He held the bloodstained Ganoderma in his hand like a victorious general. Rumble. The battle in the valley was still fierce, but everyone could only watch as Emperor Yao left. Their efforts were in vain. The Yellow Emperor and Great Emperor Zhuanxu's eyes were red. They gritted their teeth. So many of their people had died, but the mantis stalked the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. However, at this time, several figures suddenly appeared above the valley. These people attacked one after another, erupting with powerful divine energy. The sudden change undoubtedly caught Emperor Yao off guard. Of course, if these people were ordinary gods, he wouldn't be afraid. However, among these attacks, there were a few that were obviously not weak. The will of the world, it's the people from Lei Gong's palace. After the collision, Emperor Yao's expression changed greatly. He felt the suppression of three wills of the world, forcing him to sink deeper into the valley. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, a large number of eyes appeared in the sky, erupting with endless divine light. It's ignore. Emperor Yao raised his head, resisting with the ruler in his hand. That's right, other than them, there's also me. The entire valley fell silent. All the gods, including the Yellow Emperor, Great Emperor Zhuanxu, and even Emperor Shun, stared at the sky in disbelief. In their eyes, a giant suddenly appeared and stood at the side of the valley, causing the valley to sink down. The giant crouched down and punched down like a meteor. Lin Ling. Everyone roared as they looked at the giant. Emperor Yao was the most surprised. His eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. Why would Lin Ling appear here? One had to know that the Dao Pagoda was vast and boundless. When Emperor Yao entered, he was actually looking for Lin Ling. However, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He thought that it would be difficult to meet Lin Ling in the Dao Pagoda. Lin Ling. Emperor Yao's eyes were bloodshot as he swung his ruler. Rumble. However, when the fist smashed down and collided with Emperor Yao's ruler, Emperor Yao felt an unprecedented pressure. He almost couldn't hold on to his ruler firmly. How is this possible? Emperor Yao roared. When did Lin Ling become so strong? He activated his divine power and swung his ruler, finally allowing Lin Ling's fist to pass by him and smash into the ground. Boom. The entire valley shook, and countless gods were sent flying. Such power. Everyone was shocked. Whether they knew Lin Ling or not, they were all shocked by Lin Ling's giant strength. Emperor Yao, on the other hand, managed to dodge Lin Ling's punch. However, when Lin Ling's punch landed on the ground, the powerful shockwave sent him flying. Come here. At this time, Lin Ling's other palm slapped down from the sky and smashed heavily on Emperor Yao's body. Puff. Emperor Yao spat out a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured. Of course, compared to being injured, he was more shocked by Lin Ling's strength. How could he hurt him? It must be known that before entering the Dao Pagoda, Lin Ling's other domains were not worth mentioning except for the fairy-slaying sword. Bloodstained Taisui is mine. While Monarch Yao was heavily injured, Lin Ling's huge hand slammed onto Monarch Yao's palm and slapped away the bloodstained Taisui. Emperor Yao was already injured, and Lin Ling's palm hit him directly. As expected, the bloodstained Taisui in his hand fell to the ground. At the same time, Lin Ling took a deep breath and a powerful suction force burst out, sucking the bloodstained Taisui that fell from the sky. Lin Ling, damn you! Emperor Yao's expression was ferocious as he fell from the sky. He was so angry that he wanted to chop Lin Ling into pieces. Lin Ling. Above the valley, everyone was overjoyed. They had obtained the bloodstained Taisui. Great! Chapter 49-53. Lin Ling retreat. Retreat. The Yellow Emperor shouted at Lin Ling. Then he notified the gods around the valley to activate the formations and destroy the valley. They had spent a long time setting up these formations, and they were powerful enough to destroy the entire valley. Lin Ling, don't run if you have the ability. Emperor Yao crashed to the ground, his divine essence and blood roiling in his body. He had suffered heavy injuries. He was both anxious and angry. He was anxious because Lin Ling actually had the strength to injure him. Truly, a scholar who had been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. He was angry because the bloodstained Taisui he had obtained with great difficulty had been taken away by Lin Ling, and he was about to leave with a flick of his sleeves. How could he accept this? Lin Ling, retreat. The Yellow Emperor shouted at Lin Ling once more, then led the deities towards the top of the valley. Lin Ling, run. Above the valley, they were all shouting, especially Lei Gong, Yu Yu and the others. They were anxious and worried. Lin Ling was still not leaving at this time. Was he going to wait until Emperor Yao and the others recovered? After all, once Emperor Yao and the others recovered, Lin Ling might not be able to leave even if he wanted to. Big brother Ling, don't be rash. Yi was also reminding him. She knew of the great enmity between Lin Ling and Emperor Yao. She knew that Lin Ling wanted nothing more than to kill Emperor Yao, but Lin Ling couldn't do it at this time. However, Lin Ling was still in his giant form. He didn't move at all. He just looked down at Emperor Yao. He really did want to kill Emperor Yao. The great enmity between him and Emperor Yao was irreconcilable. Either you die, or I die. Ha ha ha, Lin Ling. Do you still remember when you were in the Dao realm? Originally, you wanted to join my territory, but I chose a piece of trash and didn't want you. At that time, you must have been very angry. Also, when you were hiding in the Dao Realm Valley, I was the one who sent people to kill you. Plus, there was the Fog Sea. This battle is too much. Now that I'm seriously injured, this might be your chance. On the ground, Emperor Yao laughed loudly and was immensely pleased with himself. He had sensed Lin Ling's killing intent, but this was also an excellent opportunity for him. Lin Ling might be blinded by hatred, lose his reason, and be killed by him in the end. Although he was heavily injured, Emperor Shun was still present. In addition, this was the territory of the Sun God tribe. If he caused trouble here, he would definitely be wanted by the Sun God tribe. A 12-winged young god, even Emperor Yao had to give him some face. Moreover, although he was seriously injured, it did not mean that he could not kill Lin Ling. To him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, the Dao Pagoda was simply too big. If he missed this opportunity, he might not be able to find Lin Ling again. By the way, you saved your people at the foot of the Dao Realm God Mountain. You're incredible, but you were hunted down by my people for a few years. How does that feel? Haha. Emperor Shun also laughed and shouted, trying to provoke Lin Ling into losing his mind. If I remember correctly, in the meteorite starry sky, one of your friends was killed by us. I think her name was Ning Qingxin or something. What a pity, she was a little beauty. You didn't even get to enjoy the beauty's blessing before she died. Emperor Shun continued and looked at Emperor Yao. By the way, in the Fog Sea, it was us who announced that Lin Ling was the host of the world's will, which led to Lin Ling being taken away by the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Sigh, we really didn't do it on purpose. Haha, yes it was us. But Emperor Shun, don't talk about it anymore. You're making me sound like a sinner. Emperor Yao smiled and nodded, but he was already preparing a powerful killing move. He's the host of the world's will. Countless gods in the valley stared at Lin Ling. They had heard of Lin Ling's name before, but the Tao returning realm was too big. They had only heard of it, but they didn't expect to see it with their own eyes today. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor and the others had already reached the top of the valley, and were about to activate the array. When they saw this scene, they were extremely anxious. Although they knew that Lin Ling and Emperor Yao had a deep grudge, now was not the time. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't have the means to kill Emperor Yao. Lin Ling, don't be fooled, leave quickly. The Yellow Emperor was as anxious as a fire. He kept shouting. In his impression, Lin Ling wasn't this impulsive. Lin Ling, the people of the Solar Divine race are coming. If the 3 of them join forces, we won't be able to stop them. Leave quickly. Even Great Emperor Xuanxu was trying to dissuade him. He had met Lin Ling once in Firmament City. At that time he wanted to subdue Lin Ling. However, from the looks of it, he had been too arrogant. Although Lin Ling was weaker than him, he wasn't that much weaker. Emperor Yao was also heavily injured by Lin Ling's punches. That was enough to prove everything. Lin Ling, let's go. He ignored them and tried to persuade him again. This made Emperor Yao and the others anxious. They were afraid that Lin Ling would really leave. Yellow Emperor, you guys go first. There's something I want to try. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Sigh. The Yellow Emperor sighed softly. Great Emperor Xuanxu stomped his feet angrily. Try what? You were able to hurt Emperor Yao before because he wanted to leave. Now that he's wary, you can't do anything to him. He guessed that Lin Ling had been blinded by his temporary advantage. Ha ha ha, Lin Ling, let's fight. As for Emperor Yao, he was incomparably surprised. Lin Ling was fooled. This was an opportunity. Perhaps he could take back the bloodstained Taisui. It's time to settle the grudge between us. However, I didn't expect you to become so strong that you almost had the strength to kill me. Emperor Yao said calmly. In fact, Lin Ling could only injure him. It wasn't that easy to kill him. He said those words to give Lin Ling a little hope. You're right. Lin Ling was like a god with his head and feet on the ground. Emperor Yao grinned and said, Then come at me. He had secretly informed Emperor Shun to attack at the same time. They had to kill Lin Ling no matter what. He even had a thought. Even if he didn't want to stain the Taisui, he had to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling was worth the price. After all, in such a short time, Lin Ling already had the strength to injure him. If given more time, Lin Ling would definitely surpass him. However, he wasn't surprised by Lin Ling's achievement, because Lin Ling was the will of the world. Emperor Yao, Lin Ling is the host of the will of the world. He is immortal. Be careful. Emperor Shun reminded him secretly. Don't worry. As far as I know, Lin Ling has already offended the Netherworld. If he is killed by me and reincarnated, the Netherworld will definitely not let Lin Ling get what he wants. Once Lin Ling dies, all his strength will be taken away, and he will have to start all over again. He won't be a match for the Netherworld. Emperor Yao said secretly. The 2 of them seemed to be able to kill Lin Ling. At this time, Lin Ling floated up like a giant overlooking the valley. His huge figure seemed to be bigger than the valley. Emperor Yao, our grudge can be traced back thousands of years. Chapter 49-54. Emperor Yao was silent, but he sensed a large number of solar gods rushing over. Among them were the 12-winged solar gods. At this time, he finally relaxed. There was no need to pretend anymore. Yes, that's what I thought too. In fact, when I found out that you killed Emperor Ziwei, and that you're the host body of the world's consciousness, I knew that you were a great threat to me. The Shenong ruler in Emperor Yao's hand emitted powerful divine energy that reached the level of 50 billion. Moreover, his body was protected by divine light. as if he was the most ancient human being, purple chi from the east. No other divine emperor could compare to the light emitted from his body. Do you really think you can defeat me? Emperor Yao snorted coldly. I forgot to tell you that I have the Shinnong ruler. To a certain extent, I'm immortal because the Shinnong ruler has tasted hundreds of ancient herbs. On my body, hundreds of ancient herbs have gathered. Do you know why I said so much to you before? That's because I was afraid that you would run away. Emperor Yao even revealed the reason why he had bewitched Lin Ling. I know. Lin Ling nodded. Many people were shocked, including the Yellow Emperor and the others. They all thought that Lin Ling had been blinded by hatred. I don't even know if I can kill you, Lin Ling said again. Even he himself didn't know how powerful his strongest trump card was. Ha, then why did you stay? Emperor Yao couldn't help but laugh. The Yellow Emperor and the others sighed even more. Lin Ling didn't have 100% confidence, or even 70% confidence. Why bother? Because there's something in my heart that I have to vent. Take this. Lin Ling said coldly, pointing his finger at the valley. Ha, even your fist can't kill me. It can only injure me, let alone your finger. Emperor Yao's eyes turned even colder. He raised the Shinnong ruler in his hand and released endless divine light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This was the sound of ruler light tearing apart the void. It was too sharp, too incisive, unstoppable. The ruler pointed to the sky, illuminating the entire valley. At the edge of the valley, countless gods felt a chill run down their spines. Although they already knew that Emperor Yao was not to be underestimated, only when Emperor Yao unleashed his full strength did they realize how terrifying he was. This was a chilling light that could intimidate the world. Kill. In the valley, Emperor Yao's people were roaring. They didn't move and watched as Emperor Yao killed Lin Ling. Emperor Shun sneered and prepared to make his move. He would not allow Lin Ling to escape this calamity. However, the finger in the sky still didn't stop. At first it was extremely ordinary, like the finger of a giant, but when it descended into the valley, the aura began to change, becoming that ancient, that dazzling. Endless light appeared, and it was even more dazzling than the Shinnong ruler. A finger that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. What? Within the valley, countless deities roared. The pressure increased greatly, and it was as if they were witnessing the collapse of the heavens and the earth. Above the valley, Yellow Emperor and the others were also roaring. What kind of power was this? Even Zhuanshu Great Emperor felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he was witnessing a divine ability from an era even older than them. Everyone's breathing was suppressed to the point of stopping. What kind of divine ability is this? Emperor Yao was still holding the Shinnong ruler, but the ruler was trembling. It was as if he had encountered a natural enemy. His expression changed greatly, and his heart trembled. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Before, he was confident because although Lin Ling's methods were powerful, they could only injure him. He felt that Lin Ling was a little weaker than him, and that little bit was enough for him to turn the tables. However, Lin Ling still had divine abilities. I don't know what divine ability it is, so I wanted to ask for your guidance. A majestic voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. If he knew that this finger could kill Emperor Yao, he wouldn't have hesitated and attacked directly. Ah! Emperor Yao screamed. The Shinnong ruler in his hand not only trembled, but also began to crack. In the sky, the giant finger covered the sun and blocked everything. The gods in the valley were all shocked. They wanted to run, but they found that the world was sealed. There was only one finger. Lin Ling. Emperor Yao watched as the finger suppressed him. It was as if he saw a giant rock slowly crushing him. He was helpless. Ah! He could only scream. He could only helplessly resist. Emperor Shun's face was pale. Not only did he not dare to help, he was also looking for a chance to escape. Rumble. When the giant finger pressed down, the valley collapsed. Dust rose into the sky, and a giant rotten rock fell from the sky, sealing the valley. This rotten rock was also the largest one so far. It was thousands of miles wide, like the end of the world. Rumble. When it was sealed in the valley, countless gods died. Dead. I feel that Emperor Yao's aura has disappeared. Yellow Emperor suddenly said. His voice was very soft, but it was like a strange wind that blew into everyone's heart. One of the 5 emperors had died in the 2nd level of the Dao Pagoda, killed by Lin Ling. No one had expected such an outcome. It was beyond imagination, a big surprise. Besides Emperor Yao, most of the people he had brought were also dead. Emperor Shun's fate was unknown. The power of one finger. Terrifying. Emperor Zhuanqi's body trembled. Fortunately, he had joined the Yellow Emperor's camp. Otherwise, that finger would have been his fate. With the strength to kill Emperor Yao, this Lin Ling was simply an ancient emperor. I am Lin Ling. At this time, Lin Ling recovered his body and floated in the air. He looked coldly at the valley and shouted crazily. He had not expected that finger to be so terrifying. After killing Emperor Yao, there was only endless pleasure in his heart. The knot in his heart was quietly resolved. His fighting spirit surged and swept through the ancient times. This guy. Lei Gong and the others smiled bitterly. They had been worried at first, but now they were relieved. They stared at the young man, their smiles even more excited. After all, they had fought side by side with Lin Ling. They had escaped Emperor Yao's pursuit several times and killed countless of his gods. Now seeing Lin Ling come from the 9 states and finally kill an ancient emperor, they felt proud, honored, and even more proud. This was a legend. Lin Ling, let's go. At this time, the Yellow Emperor shouted to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. He had also sensed that a large number of experts were coming from afar. Most of them were gods of the Solar Divine Tribe. They immediately flew into the distance. Before long, a large number of gods appeared at the side of the valley. They all looked at the valley in shock, while the 12-winged young god looked into the distance with a complicated expression. 12-winged young god. At this time, a dozen figures flew over from the side of the valley, all of them looking extremely wretched. The one in the lead was Emperor Shun. At this moment, she felt a lingering fear. If she had not used all her strength to create a gap, she would have been dead. I know what happened. That Lin Ling is our ally. Chapter 49:55. Quick, chase after them. Chase! Emperor Shun grimaced at the thought of the treasure being stolen, and Emperor Yao's death. The 12-winged young god looked into the distance, and suddenly shook his head. We can't catch up. There's a powerful array around the valley that's blocking us. Array? What array? Emperor Shun frowned. Almost at the same time, a towering power suddenly erupted from the side of the huge valley, destroying the heavens and the earth. The swamp in the entire area seemed to split open, and then collapse with a rumble. At the edge of the valley, everyone's expression changed drastically. It was not difficult for this power to destroy the universe. They all retreated and floated into the distance. When they looked at the ground in front of them again, a colorful aurora had erupted. It went up to the sky and down to the ground, as if it had separated the two worlds. Did they set up this array long ago? Emperor Shun's expression was extremely ugly. Such a terrifying array was definitely not something that could be set up in a day or two. This meant that the Yellow Emperor and the others had already prepared a backup plan. The Yellow Emperor and the others' goal is to stop the solar god race. The 12-winged young god said indifferently. His eyes narrowed, and killing intent filled the air. The Yellow Emperor is scheming and astute. Emperor Shun cursed angrily. They had prepared for a long time for the bloodstained Taisui. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. It's Lin Ling, damn Lin Ling. Then, Emperor Shun seemed to have thought of something and cursed angrily. Originally, they had already obtained the bloodstained Taisui, but Lin Ling had suddenly arrived, snatched the treasure, and killed Emperor Yao. Lin Ling, it's him, right? The 12-winged young god restrained his killing intent, and suddenly sighed softly. Yes, he's Lin Ling. He used to be a tiny god, but he's the host of the world's will. His growth speed is incomparably fast. Now his strength is no weaker than ours. In fact, he's even stronger. Although Emperor Shun hated Lin Ling to death, he had to admit Lin Ling's strength. He violated the rules. The 12-winged young god shook his head. At this moment, Lin Ling was running forward with the Yellow Emperor and the others. When Lin Ling sensed the earth-shattering explosion behind him, his expression changed drastically. He never thought that the Yellow Emperor had actually held back. If it was just Emperor Yao and the others, we wouldn't be afraid, But Emperor Yao and the others are working together with the Sun God clan. So we have to be wary of them. The Yellow Emperor smiled. That. Lin Ling and the others nodded. Suddenly Lin Ling looked back. It was as if he could see a blonde woman through the earth-shattering explosion in front of him. Was the 12-winged young god. Lin Ling could vaguely see that the other party was frowning as he looked at him. There was only resentment in his expression and no murderous intent at all. Lin Ling nodded. The 12-winged young god trusted Lin Ling and the others very much. He treated them as allies and allowed them to roam the nearby area. He was afraid that they would encounter danger, so he offered to help. However, not only did Lin Ling and the others snatch the treasures of Emperor Yao and the others, they even killed him. This was also against the rules of the Sun God race. In fact, if the Sun God race did not treat Lin Ling and the others well, Lin Ling and the others would not feel guilty at all. However, the Sun God race was too good to them. If there's a chance, I'll return the favor. Lin Ling thought to himself. After flying for a long time, a large hot spring appeared in front of them. Many people saw the Yellow Emperor and immediately came out to greet him. It turned out that this was the Yellow Emperor's territory. So many people. The Yellow Emperor can summon so many experts. Lin Ling and Lei Gong looked at each other in shock. It turned out that the gods they met in the Dao Tower were only the tip of the iceberg. Lin Ling, come in. The Yellow Emperor nodded to everyone, and then looked at Lin Ling with a smile. He personally called for Lin Ling to go with him. The gods who came out of the hot spring were all shocked. Who was this young man that the Yellow Emperor would personally welcome him? Only the gods who had wandered outside the Dao Tower knew of Lin Ling's origins. They felt that everything was normal. The hot spring was not affected by the corrosive rocks, so Lin Ling also brought Yu Yu and the others in to rest. Beside the largest hot spring, there was a mansion. Although it was simple, it was one of the rarer residences on the second level. Only the Yellow Emperor and Great Emperor Xuanxiu had the qualifications to live in it. Everyone entered the mansion and immediately, good wine was served. Lin Ling and the others sighed inwardly. As expected of the 5 ancient emperors, others entered the second level carefully, but the Yellow Emperor and the others seemed to be on vacation. Lin Ling, you're amazing. If not for your sudden help, we would have worked for nothing. Emperor Yao is indeed cunning. The Yellow Emperor and the others sat down and smiled at Lin Ling. There was a trace of surprise in their eyes. Lin Ling, you actually killed Emperor Yao. Great Emperor Xuanxiu could not help but exclaim. The junior he had met in Firmament City was now stronger than him. He sighed inwardly. However, when he thought of Lin Ling's origins, he felt that everything was normal. Emperor Yao and I are irreconcilable enemies. I've wanted to kill him for a long time, and he did the same. Lin Ling took a sip of wine and smiled. Great Emperor Xuanxiu felt a chill in his heart. This Lin Ling was indeed terrifying. From a weak god, he had killed his way to the position of ancient emperor. Fortunately, his hatred for Lin Ling was not deep. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Lin Ling. Emperor Yao also wanted to kill you as soon as possible. It was like a race between the two of you to see who could reach the finish line faster. Unfortunately, Emperor Yao lost. The Yellow Emperor sighed. When Emperor Yao was not dead, he wanted to kill him personally. However, after Emperor Yao's death, he felt an inexplicable sense of sorrow. Perhaps it was hard for him to accept the death of one of the 5 emperors of the same generation. Yellow Emperor, this is your blood-stained Taisui. Following which, Lin Ling opened his palm, and a blood-red Lingji appeared. This Lingji gave off a faint fragrance. Even a god could extend their lifespan by a few years just by smelling it. If a mortal smelled it, they would immediately become an immortal and live as long as the heavens and earth. When the blood-stained Taisui appeared, everyone present subconsciously trembled. They all knew how precious this treasure was. Who knew how many people had died in order to obtain this treasure? After all, the blood-stained Taisui was more precious than any tumor. Lin Ling, this is yours. How can we take it? The Yellow Emperor stared at the blood-stained Taisui and said with a bitter smile. Great Emperor Xuanxiu licked his lips. He was envious, but did not dare to say anything. Chapter 49-56. This. Yellow Emperor and Great Emperor Xuanxiu exchanged glances. Finally, Yellow Emperor stood up. Originally, you were the one who obtained this bloodstained Tai Sui, so you should be the one to deal with it. But for this bloodstained Tai Sui, everyone put in a lot of effort. But don't worry, Lin Ling. This bloodstained Tai Sui can increase the power of the divine embryo. And not just one person can use it. Everyone can use it as long as they burn it with their divine essence. Oh, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Although he knew how to find the bloodstained Tai Sui, he had never studied how to use it. How about this? 3 days later, we'll enjoy this bloodstained Tai Sui together, Yellow Emperor suggested. I agree. Great Emperor Xuanqiu nodded. Lin Ling also nodded. Seeing everyone agree, Yellow Emperor smiled. It was best if no one had any objections to this method of dealing with the bloodstained Tai Sui. Soon after, Great Emperor Xuanqiu and the others left. Lei Gong and the others also left. Only Yellow Emperor and Lin Ling were left in the mansion. Lin Ling, I didn't expect your strength to increase by leaps and bounds after entering the Dao Pagoda. Now you're strong enough to become one of the 5 emperors. The Yellow Emperor sighed. He had a feeling that it wouldn't be long before Lin Ling's strength surpassed his. If not for old brother Yellow Emperor's help, I wouldn't have had the time to become strong. Lin Ling bowed to Yellow Emperor. Outside the Dao Pagoda, it was Yellow Emperor who helped Lin Ling block Emperor Yao and the 3 gates of White Mountain, so that Lin Ling could enter the Dao Pagoda. How could Lin Ling forget this favor? It was just a small matter. Yellow Emperor waved his hand and laughed. He suddenly sighed. In the Dao realm, we 5 emperors dominated the era, but not in the Dao Pagoda. There are too many ancient races of the universe here. And in the higher levels of the Dao Pagoda, there are powerful giant gods at the saint level. They are too ancient. Saint level? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Now he had seen countless powerful king-level giant gods of the universe. And these giant gods were all heaven-defying. It was hard to imagine what a saint-level giant god would be like. Yes, saint-level masters are extremely rare, and they only appear at the pinnacle of the universe. Even if we were to encounter one, we would have to bow our heads to them. It can be said that they are all half-step universe masters. The Yellow Emperor explained. Their divine abilities are omnipotent. With the universe in their bodies, they are almost invincible. The big universe? Lin Ling pursed his lips. He also had the Lin Ling universe, but for some reason he couldn't bring it with him. It was a pity. Alright, we're only on the 2nd level now. We'll talk about the future in the future. The Yellow Emperor waved his hand with a smile, and continued drinking with Lin Ling. For the next 3 days, Lin Ling cultivated in the hot spring and stabilized his realm. However, the signs of a breakthrough still did not appear. This was because his foundation was not strong enough. Other than the eternal killing world, which was a higher god, his other divine embryos were all middle gods. They were not even worth mentioning. If not for the fact that he had 8 dantians, his chances of becoming a mid-stage higher god were very slim. Bloodstained Tai Sui, I hope it can greatly improve my divine embryos. Lin Ling was looking forward to what would happen in the next 3 days. During these 3 days, Lin Ling also refined the ordinary Tai Sui Lingji, allowing his divine embryos to improve. However, the improvement was very weak. After all, Lin Ling's 7 divine embryos had already reached their limits. It was the same for Lin Ling, and even more so for Indra and the rest. The 3rd day came quietly. On this day, the Yellow Emperor gathered everyone. First, he distributed a large number of sarcomas, and all the higher gods received them as rewards. And the giant gods of the universe were given the opportunity to cultivate the blood-stained Tai Sui. Of course, although Yu and the rest were not giant gods of the universe, because they had contributed to the fight for the blood-stained Tai Sui, everyone had a chance. In the largest hot spring, the Yellow Emperor floated there, holding the blood-stained Tai Sui in his palm. And this hot spring was surrounded by enchantments, sealing all leakage of energy. Outside this hot spring, countless higher gods were watching, their eyes red with envy, but they were not jealous. This was because they knew that the Yellow Emperor had always been fair. It was already good enough for them to receive the sarcomas. It has begun. At this moment, in the largest hot spring, the Yellow Emperor looked at everyone and said, And there were many giant gods of the universe around the hot spring, more than 1,000 of them. Everyone looked at the Yellow Emperor and nodded. The Yellow Emperor immediately activated his god energy and burned the bloodstained Tai Sui. At first, the bloodstained Tai Sui did not move at all, but the Yellow Emperor's forehead was covered in cold sweat. It was obvious that burning the bloodstained Tai Sui was very, very difficult. But after some time, a spark gradually appeared on the bloodstained Tai Sui. Next, a blood-red smoke floated out. This smoke was about the size of a finger, and after it floated out, it actually started to disperse. The whole area around the hot spring quietly turned blood-red, and an indescribable energy quietly spread throughout the bodies of the gods. Everyone felt as though they had been reborn. They could feel the godly embryos in their bodies becoming restless, as though they were undergoing a metamorphosis and evolving to the universe level. Most of the gods present were higher god embryos, but they had all reached the 8th or 9th stage. If they used this opportunity to cultivate, it would not be difficult for them to reach the universe level. Pung pung pung. Everyone hurriedly sat down cross-legged. Lin Ling and Yu Yu exchanged glances, and also sat down cross-legged. The red light spread throughout the hot spring. There was no such thing as who obtained more or less. Furthermore, using the red light to transform one's godly embryos also depended on one's ability. Therefore, the gods were all comprehending and cultivating, entering a state of selflessness. The Yellow Emperor also floated away from the hot spring, allowing the bloodstained Tai Sui to float in midair and slowly burn. However, this burning speed was very, very slow, so slow that it could not be seen with the naked eye. The transformation of the gods this time will probably increase the strength of many of them. Among the King Stage Universe gods, they will be able to dominate. I wonder if there will be anyone who can step into the Saint Stage. The strongest god here is the Yellow Emperor. He has hopes of stepping into the Saint Stage. Lin Ling and the rest are also here. It's a pity that their godly embryos are very ordinary, so they probably won't improve much. Outside the hot spring, the gods were discussing spiritedly. Lin Ling and the rest were comprehending together. Among them, the one who reacted the fastest was actually Saint Yi. His bloodline continued to transform, and the power of the Donghuang Bell also increased by a notch. Yu Yu and the rest had ordinary godly embryos, but under the tempering of the red light, their godly embryos were actually transforming. As for Lin Ling, his 7 godly embryos were also transforming crazily. Wraith Jellyfish, Double Dragon Innate Skill, Luai's True Body, Vajra Bodhi, Wraith Hell Body, Human King's Flame, Eternal Killing World. Among them, the Eternal Killing World had the biggest change, increasing by 2 stages. Next was the Vajra Bodhi, which was transforming toward the godly embryos. The Primal Chaos Deity formula can actually refine the red light, and the speed has increased by 8 times. Lin Ling was shocked. At first he was just imitating the others, but the progress was slow. Later, he tested the Primal Chaos Deity formula, and immediately discovered a shocking change. Chapter 4957. Apart from the power of the world's will, all of my strength is evolving toward a higher level. This bloodstained Tai Sui is too powerful. No wonder it attracted so many gods to fight over it. Lin Ling was shocked. Then he was overjoyed. With this, it should not be difficult for him to break through. Time quietly passed. A full year had passed, and the hot spring was still filled with red light. The gods around the hot spring had gone in and out countless times. They stared at the red-hot spring sky with envy in their eyes. More gods appeared on the 2nd floor of the Dao Pagoda. They were searching for flesh-like monsters. At this moment on the other side, there was a huge swamp. A huge sludge sat there. It was at least 1,000 miles in size. White bubbles constantly emerged from it. Sometimes, white bones and flesh would float up and down. It was extremely disgusting. Around the sludge, a large number of gods in black robes stood there. They were incomparably smelly, and a large number of flies were flying around their bodies. They were motionless like statues, indifferently staring at the huge sludge. Bang bang bang. After an unknown amount of time, a fishy smell suddenly floated over. Then a few figures in black robes arrived. After floating over, they threw a large number of gods into the sludge. Ah no! The gods were all shouting loudly. However, those black-robed gods did not move at all. They were cold and emotionless. After those gods sank into the sludge, their voices became softer and softer. Their flesh was melting, and their bones gradually floated up. This caused more bones to appear in the sludge. But among them, there was one skeleton that was the largest, because it was the skeleton of a dragon god. If Lin Ling was here, he would definitely recognize that this dragon skeleton was the dragon god of the Dragon Valley. Unfortunately, he was dead, and his body was used as nourishment. In the second floor of the rotten world, who else is worth it? After an unknown amount of time, a person spoke. Most of them are ordinary gods. Melting them will not help the rotten god much. Another person said calmly. As he spoke, worms kept falling out of his mouth. It was extremely disgusting. In that case, how is Emperor Yao? The god who spoke first suddenly asked. After 365 days, the power of decay has fused into his body. He should be revived now. Emperor Yao was one of the 5 most ancient emperors. It's a pity that he died. After bringing him back, I'll make him a member of the rotting world. When you brought Emperor Yao back, were you discovered by the sun god race? No, the super young divine race is our mortal enemy, so we naturally won't let them discover us. That's good. Right now, the corrosive god is fighting against the sun god at an even higher level. I heard that the sun god was corroded, but he still passed down his legacy to the child of light. Many gods died in that battle, including many ancient giant gods of the universe. Pagoda-bearing heavenly King Li Jing, Tai-Bai Jinxing, and other gods from the age of Pantheon couldn't even withstand a single blow. These gods kept talking in low voices, and when they spoke, the stench was enough to kill a god. The ancient races of the universe have existed since the birth of the universe. They used to look down on the growth of the gods like the great universe. They thought that they stood at the peak of the era, but they didn't know that there were many ancient races above them that were born from the power of the great universe. Cosmos gods, only the ancient races of the universe are the noblest, such as the Sun God race, the One Fong race, the Underworld Deity tribe, the Divine Ox race, and others. Alright, Emperor Yao has revived. At this moment, all the gods looked towards the sludge, only to see a head floating up. The eyes of a skeleton appeared above the sludge, and more of them appeared. Gradually, the entire skull appeared. Furthermore, there were stinky bugs crawling on the skeleton, gradually turning it into flesh and blood. It's just that the flesh and blood were very smelly, causing the skull to turn into a human head. It was a gruesome sight to behold. And the skeleton walked up step by step, the flesh and blood on its body condensing, increasing in number. Finally, it completely transformed into a human, but just like its head, the flesh and blood were disgusting, and there were even bugs crawling on it. And this person was Emperor Yao. How am I still alive? So dirty. What are these bugs? Scram. Emperor Yao looked at his body and shouted out in alarm. He flung away the bugs around him, but just as he did so, his body suddenly trembled, and a large number of bugs fell down. No, these bugs can't leave. Why can't I get rid of them? Emperor Yao held his head and shouted. It was as if he was possessed, unable to believe everything in front of him. And at the side of the huge sludge pond, the god stood there indifferently, calmly looking at Emperor Yao. After a long time, Emperor Yao seemed to come to his senses. He looked at the gods in black robes and shouted, "Who are you people?" The gods didn't speak. After a moment of silence, they all took off their cloaks. Their flesh and blood were all rotten. The moment they took off their cloaks, a large number of stinky bugs fell down, flew away, and then flew back. Rotten race, you are from the rotten race? Emperor Yao roared. As the ancient emperor, he naturally knew of the mysterious race of the universe, the rotten race. In fact, before the calamity of the worlds will arrived, he had heard of this ancient race of the universe. It was just that he had heard of it, but had never seen it. However, when the calamity of the worlds will arrived, the universe was destroyed, including the various ancient races of the universe. That was why he could see so many ancient races of the universe in the Tao Pagoda. In order to punish you, bug, come back. One of the rotten race gods said indifferently as he stretched out his palm. A large number of bugs flew back from Emperor Yao's body, turning into a stinky black cloud that covered the god's back. Oh no no! Emperor Yao immediately felt as if his body was being bitten by 10,000 bugs. Even his soul power was in pain. From this moment on, you are already a member of the rotten race. You have no right to look down on us, nor do you have the right to say that we are dirty. Without the rotten race, there would be no you. The god in black robes said indifferently. Emperor Yao lay in midair, his body twitching in pain. His originally rotten body was gradually melting, revealing white bones in many places. It was a ghastly sight. I was wrong, I was wrong. I am also a member of the rotten race. Emperor Yao finally shouted, completely recognizing the reality. He, one of the 5 emperors, was also a dirty member of the rotten race. Every day he had to work with stinky bugs, eat mud, and eat dirty flesh as food. Even if his heart was incomparably resistant, for the sake of survival, he had to grit his teeth and endure. At least you know your place. The god nodded indifferently. With a wave of his right hand, a large number of bugs flew towards Emperor Yao, allowing him to gradually recover. Remember, from this moment on, you are no longer the noble ancient emperor, but a dog of the rotten god. Even if you meet your old friends, they will despise you and kill you. This is the truth. The god said again. Chapter 49:58. If it wasn't for the rotten god seeing that you had some ability, he wouldn't have resurrected you. We wouldn't have risked our lives to go to the sun god race's territory to steal your broken bone. Remember, the sun god race is our natural nemesis. Never go there again. I understand, my lord. Oh right, do you know who else is suitable to join the rotten race? I know. Lin Ling. The world will Lin Ling. Emperor Yao hurriedly shouted. His eyes were as red as blood. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling. World will Lin Ling? I've heard of him, but he's an enemy of the rotten god. The eyes of the black-robed gods flashed. You know, we should make a move on Lin Ling first because the 3 divine gates of White Mountain have been looking for Lin Ling. As far as I know, they've spent a lot of effort to get powerful gods to enter the Dao realm. Many of them should have entered the Dao Tower by now. If they find Lin Ling first, they'll definitely capture Lin Ling alive. By the way, you may not know this, but the gods behind the 3 divine gates of White Mountain are also hosts of the world's will. The hosts of their world's wills want to devour each other. Lin Ling is the target of the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Emperor Yao told him everything he knew. After all, outside of the Dao Pagoda, he had fought against the Yellow Emperor with the gods of the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, so he knew the purpose of the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Dipankara Buddha? The decaying god's eyes flashed. You are now one of us. I'm not afraid to tell you that we decaying gods are one of the 9 great universe stars. We specialize in dealing with world will hosts. However, your information is very useful, especially regarding White Mountain's 3 divine gates. 9 stars of the universe? Emperor Yao frowned. This was the first time he heard of this. However, Patriarch Subhuti also sent his gods. If the 3 divine gates want to capture Lin Ling, it won't be easy. Patriarch Subhuti's disciples will definitely help, so we can find Lin Ling first. Emperor Yao, if you can help us capture Lin Ling, the rotten god will reward you, said the decaying god coldly. I'll help. I'll definitely help. Emperor Yao hurriedly nodded. As long as he could kill Lin Ling, he was willing to do anything. In the depths of his heart, Lin Ling was the reason why he had become neither a human nor a ghost. Remember, the rotten god represents the purification of everything in the universe. The entire universe is too dirty, and the universe will be purified. At that time, the universe will belong to our rotten realm. The voice continued to float out and gradually disappeared. At this moment, at the hot spring, the red light gradually dissipated, turning into a wisp of green smoke and disappearing. A bloodstained Tai Sui was completely burned up, and the effect was incomparably terrifying. It actually made the thousands of divine embryos of the universe giant gods greatly improve. The region around the hot spring remained silent, but powerful auras permeated the air. Every single universe giant god was making use of this opportunity to increase their strength. They had long accumulated countless treasures in the first level. Just like Lin Ling and the others, they had been waiting for the divine embryo to advance, to surpass its limits and stimulate its potential. However, the first to level up was the Yellow Emperor. His terrifying divine power surged out from him, causing the entire swamp to tremble. Sir Yellow Emperor is finally breaking through. It's been countless years. Sir Yellow Emperor has been waiting for countless years. Everyone below the Yellow Emperor's tomb was extremely excited. The Yellow Emperor was their leader. Only by becoming stronger could they be safer and lead them to glory. Old brother Yellow Emperor will probably reach the level of a Saint Universe giant god after this breakthrough. Great Emperor Xuanxu opened his eyes and looked at the Yellow Emperor in shock. His lips curled into a smile. Although he was somewhat jealous, he was now in the same camp as the Yellow Emperor. Naturally, he wanted the Yellow Emperor to become stronger. Old brother Yellow Emperor has broken through. Lin Ling and the others opened their eyes as well. They then saw the Yellow Emperor disappear in midair, just as if he had disappeared from the Dao Pagoda. What's going on? Lei Gong and the others were shocked. The Dao Pagoda had a powerful law of the universe. If one wanted to leave, they had to borrow the power of the Dao Pagoda. Thus, this was the first time they saw someone who could leave the Dao Pagoda without using the ancient Dao Heavenly Realm. It's the Great Universe. At this time, Great Emperor Xuanxu looked at Lei Gong and the others and laughed. If it was in the past, he would have disdained to pay attention to Lei Gong and the others. But now he knew that Lei Gong and the others were Lin Ling's people. He had to give face to Lin Ling. Thus he patiently explained. Powerful gods have universes on them, but not every god can bring their great universe with them. Even I don't know what conditions are required for this. Some people can bring their great universe with them when they are still higher gods. Some people, even with the power of a giant god, still can't bring their great universe with them. It seems that the stronger the great universe, the more difficult it is to bring it with you. This is because this will cause the greatest universe, the Dao Pagoda, to reject it. As for old brother Yellow Emperor, he has always been unable to bring his great universe with him. But now he seems to have succeeded. Just wait. When he returns, he will definitely be able to break the restraints of the Dao Pagoda's great universe and bring his great universe with him. Enter. When Lin Ling and the others heard this, they were all enlightened. Lin Ling also thought of his Lin Ling universe. He didn't know when he would be able to bring his great universe with him. This was because if he brought his great universe with him, his grandfather and the others would also be bringing it with them. Old brother Yellow Emperor has also broken through. Everyone work hard. Use the power of the divine embryos to increase your realm. Then Lin Ling said to the crowd. Yu Yu Sakura, and Yuer and even Xian Yuan Gu are nodded. After experiencing the tempering of the bloodstained Tai Sui, they had benefited greatly. The divine embryos had all transformed, and this was also their opportunity. One had to know that they were only higher gods. How could they have the fortune to enjoy the bloodstained Tai Sui? All of this was because of Lin Ling. Now they didn't want to let Lin Ling down. Lin Ling smiled, and also entered a state of cultivation. He had obtained a large number of treasures on the first level. He didn't lack the resources needed to break through at all. Unfortunately, the treasures needed to open the 9th Dantian were getting harder and harder. A large number of treasures appeared around Lin Ling, forming a colorful mist that floated above the hot spring. Then Lin Ling began to refine them. Now all 8 of his Dantians had reached the level of a higher god, and the eternal killing world had reached the level of a higher god. Breaking through wasn't a problem at all. Originally, many of Lin Ling's talents had reached the limit, but the bloodstained Tai Sui had the power to transform the divine embryos again. Only then did he step into the level of a higher god. Of course, Lin Ling wasn't the only one in the hot spring area who was borrowing treasures to cultivate. Everyone was doing so. It could be said that the gods who could reach the 2nd level didn't lack the treasures they needed in the short term at all. This also formed the hot spring area. Endless mist rose into the sky. Even in the vicinity of the hot spring, one's cultivation would improve just by smelling the spiritual energy. Chapter 49-59. Time passed quietly, and unknowingly, another 3 years had passed. In these 3 years, there were gods whose strength increased greatly, stepping into higher realms. And the center of the hot spring had fewer and fewer people. After Yu Yu and the rest had all increased their realms, They left as well. In the end, there were only 4 people left. They were Linling, Lei Gong Longnyang, Namwufingyu Treasure God, and Shengyi. These 4 were without a doubt the ones with the greatest progress. Not long after, Namwufingyu Treasure God's body emitted a powerful divine energy of over 10 billion units. He had finally stepped into the ranks of the giant gods. Ha ha ha, this is great, this is great. I never thought that I would be able to step into the ranks of the giant gods in this lifetime. Namwufingyu Treasure God sighed, and stood there quietly for a long time. His eyes suddenly looked at Linling, who was sitting cross-legged. He knew that if not for this youth, he would definitely be stuck in the 9 prefectures void. It was Linling who had brought him to a higher world, to the peak of the universe. I never thought that the youth that Xiaoyu saved back then would be of such great help to me today. Namwufingyu Treasure God sighed, and left the hot spring to guard Linling and the rest. The second to break through was Shengyi. He had the bloodline of the Donghuang clan, which was also an ancient race of the universe. Coupled with the Donghuang bell, his bloodline had transformed and reached the pinnacle of the higher gods. And with the power of his bloodline, he also smoothly stepped into the ranks of the giant gods, his divine energy reaching the millions. Next was Longnyang and Lei Gong. They all stepped into the ranks of the giant gods. After standing up, they looked at Linling and said curiously, "Linling is the strongest among us, but his realm didn't increase much. How strange. This is normal. Linling's strength is more than 10 times stronger than ours. After this breakthrough, his strength will probably increase by leaps and bounds. If he becomes a giant god of the universe in the future, he will probably become an ancient great emperor. Although he's big, his strength is definitely not the same as before." Lei Gong laughed. It was all because of Linling that they were able to grow so smoothly and become so strong. Linling had determined their upper limit. Without Linling, they wouldn't have dared to venture to the top of the universe because Linling was like a flag that protected everyone. Go out and wait. Lei Gong left with a few people. As for Linling, he was still breaking through. The 8 dantians in his body were spinning crazily. Not only were they absorbing spiritual energy, they were also spinning like 8 stars. This was the first time Linling had seen such a wonderful scene. I'm about to break through. No heavenly tribulation is coming. Could it be that the Tao Pagoda can block the heavenly tribulation? Linling thought to himself, huh? My power of the world is increasing, and it's increasing by a huge margin. What happened? Linling's power of the world's will was very strong, but he had always been unable to control it. He relied on the faith of others to increase his power. All along, the power of the world's will had been constantly increasing, but at this moment, it had increased by the largest margin. This made Linling feel very strange. Probably, if it's not Lei Gong and the others, it's the people of the Linling universe, or the gods on the Yellow Emperor's side. Linling thought to himself. In fact, it was all 3. Now the Linling universe was changing as Linling became stronger, forming more experts. And they all knew that the only god in this universe was Linling. Therefore, their faith was increasing. Lei Gong and the others had all broken through and were grateful to Linling. Their faith was also increasing. In addition, after the gods on the Yellow Emperor's side learned that Linling had killed Emperor Yao, they worshipped Linling even more and their faith increased. I wonder if I can control the power of the world's will this time. Linling's greatest wish was to control the power of the world's will, this trump card. Hong. At this moment, the 8 dantians in his body rotated even faster. An endless spiritual energy was absorbed by the vortex. 90% of the treasures Linling had accumulated on the first level had been consumed. Hong. The sound of the dantians breaking through rang continuously. Finally, all 8 dantians had entered the late-stage high god level. And when one dantian's power increased, Linling's strength would increase greatly. But now, all 8 dantians had increased at the same time, and his strength had increased by more than 8 times. My fleshly body strength has reached 4 billion, my godly power has reached 3 billion, and my speed has reached 150 million worlds. Linling took in a breath of cold air. Even in terms of basic strength, he already had 7 billion, which was close to the foundation of a giant god. After all, the foundation of a giant god king was 10 billion godly power, and his speed was 150 million. If he used Panga's true body and Kwafu sun-chasing boots, it could reach 300 million. His strength had increased in all aspects. One had to know that Lin Ling had yet to fuse with his innate talent. Otherwise, his strength could still increase. I didn't expect my fleshly body's strength to be even stronger than godly power. Lin Ling sighed. He stretched out his finger and looked at it. He knew that the reason his fleshly body's strength could increase was all because of this Panga's finger. And a finger was already so powerful. It was hard to imagine how much his fleshly body strength would increase if he used the other parts. It's too difficult for a giant god king to enter the saint level, so most giant gods are accumulating their foundation. And I heard that after entering the saint level, even the weakest godly power will double. This means that a giant god king with 5 billion godly power will have 10 billion godly power, 10 billion points of power of divinity, and it's doubled after breaking through. TSK, what level is this? And some even have 3 or 4 times increase. It's hard to imagine. But it's very difficult to break through to the saint level. Even old brother Yellow Emperor only did it by chance. Lin Ling sighed. He stood up, feeling as though he had an inexhaustible amount of strength. Now Lin Ling couldn't defeat all the king-level universe giant gods, but he was confident that he could kill at least 70% of them. Old brother Yellow Emperor is still breaking through. After that, Lin Ling looked at the center of the hot spring. There, the Yellow Emperor's figure still hadn't appeared. He was probably undergoing his tribulation. The difficulty of entering the saint level from the king level was needless to say. After walking out of the hot spring, Lin Ling immediately saw Lei Gong and the others. Big brother Ling. Lin Ling. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and smiled happily. Lin Ling's gaze swept across everyone. Seeing that everyone's strength had increased substantially, Lin Ling was also very happy. After that, he took out the coffin lid from the first level and handed it to everyone. Take a look. Whoever can activate this coffin lid will get this treasure. Although this coffin lid could help Lin Ling, it wasn't very big. Moreover, Lin Ling had tyrannical song and wasn't used to using other weapons. What kind of deity weapon is this? Everyone blinked their eyes in surprise. Yu and Yuer and the other girls immediately gave up. It was strange to let them carry the coffin lid to fight. I don't need it either. Chapter 4960. Haha, let me try. Nan Wufingyu was the first to try. However, he could not lift the coffin lid with all his might. This coffin lid is strange. It looks ordinary, but I can't lift it at all. Nan Wufingyu gave up after a few tries. Let me try. Young Beast Lord was the second to try, but he also failed. Next was Young Qilin, but he also failed. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seems that only those with Panga's bloodline can activate the coffin lid. Second brother, let me try. At this moment, Sakura laughed out loud and suddenly lifted the coffin lid. This time, everyone was in disbelief, including Lin Ling. He secretly guessed that after his big brother's divine fetus metamorphosed, it seemed to have a trace of connection with the Panga clan. Haha, this coffin lid is so domineering. Sakura held the coffin lid with one hand. He looked at Lin Ling and said, Second brother, are you giving this treasure to me? He could see that the coffin lid was extraordinary, so he was a little embarrassed to take it. Take it. Lin Ling laughed and was happy for Sakura. This coffin lid has an extraordinary origin. It's big brother's fortune to be fated with it. Then I'll be thick-skinned and accept it. Sakura was excited. Alright, everyone take a rest. Let's go look for treasures. Lin Ling said to everyone. Everyone nodded. They had just broken through and wanted to test their strength. Plus, they had been in seclusion for a few years. They wanted to go out and explore. After Lin Ling tasted the benefits of the blood-stained Taisui fungus, he naturally wanted a second one. However, just as Lin Ling and the others were about to leave, someone suddenly ran over. Lord Lin Ling, Great Emperor Jun has sent a plea for help to the Yellow Emperor. Everyone is now discussing and asking for Lord Lin Ling's opinion. Lord Emperor Jun. Lin Ling frowned. If he remembered correctly, this was one of the 5 emperors. Moreover, he seemed to have an ordinary relationship with the Yellow Emperor. What did Emperor Zhuanxu say? Lin Ling asked. The person immediately replied. Emperor Zhuanxu wants to help. I heard that it was Emperor Shun who attacked Emperor Zhuanxu. Now that Emperor Yao is dead, Emperor Shun can't do anything alone. Emperor Zhuanxu wants to kill Emperor Shun. Emperor Shun attacked Emperor Jun? Lin Ling was shocked. Yes. That god nodded. Great Emperor Zhuanxu agreed to go, while Yan Wading and the others also had the same idea. However, since the Yellow Emperor isn't around, they can't make the decision. Hence, they sent me to invite Lord Lin Ling over. Ignore them. Let them make their own decisions. However, Lin Ling shook his head. He did not want to get involved in this matter. He wanted to find the bloodstained Tai Sui. Emperor Zhuanxu. Zhuanxu Emperor Zhuanxu is the head. Kambi, say something. The Thunder God suggested after pondering for a moment. The Yellow Emperor had taught them how to control the mystiques of the world's will. They were all grateful to him. Yes, Zhuanxu and the others can't make the decision. You killed Emperor Yao, and your reputation is comparable to the ancient emperors. You have the right to speak. Longyang added. Xiaowen looked at Lin Ling, but her meaning was the same. All right. Lin Ling could only nod. He led Lei Gong and the others in the hall. Before long, Lin Ling and the others saw a large number of gods gathered before them. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Even the giant gods of the universe numbered in the tens of thousands. They were all silent as they listened to the expert speak. Look, Lin Ling is here. At this time, Zhuanxu saw Lin Ling and couldn't help but smile. Countless gazes looked at Lin Ling, and the gods all revealed looks of respect. This made Lin Ling feel that the power of faith was increasing. It seemed like these gods all knew that Lin Ling had killed Emperor Yao. After killing Emperor Yao, Lin Ling was now an ancient emperor in the hearts of many. Lin Ling is here. Zhuanxu Great Emperor also stood up and personally welcomed Lin Ling. He knew very well that if they really fought, Lin Ling was not much weaker than him. And this was after his strength had increased greatly. If not for the bloodstained Tai Sui's cultivation, he was confident that he would not be Lin Ling's match. Lin Ling's opponent. It's like this. Zhuanxu Great Emperor also personally welcomed Lin Ling, and then told him the whole story. Lin Ling listened quietly, and then asked, although Emperor Jun and the Yellow Emperor are not mortal enemies, they have always been on opposite sides. I'm afraid it's not good to help him so rashly. Lin Ling, you're right. However, although Emperor Jun and the Yellow Emperor don't get along, it's just a small conflict. Helping him this time can pull him into the alliance to fight against the ancient races of the universe God Tower. A powerful deity of the Dao Pagoda. I know that as well. Lin Ling nodded. But why did Emperor Shun attack Emperor Jun? Do you know? This. Everyone shook their heads. I only received Emperor Jun's request for help, and it's the same for the Yellow Emperor. As for why Emperor Shun attacked him, we really don't know. Zhuanxu Great Emperor frowned. I'm most afraid that this is a trap. Lin Ling said intuitively. Everyone's expression changed dramatically, and they guessed. Lord Lin Ling, do you mean that Emperor Shun and Emperor Jun have joined forces to attack us? If that's the case, then it's a bit troublesome. After all, it's not a big deal for the two great emperors to join forces. I'm most afraid that Emperor Shun will also pull the Sun God clan to help. After all, we broke the rules of the Sun God clan. They probably won't let us go. Emperor Shun shook his head. You don't have to worry about the Sun God clan. I have a feeling that they won't interfere in this matter, and won't leave their territory. Lin Ling pondered. Although he was not familiar with the 12-winged Sun God, he had an intuition. I'm afraid of the others. Lin Ling voiced out his concerns. As for the others, Emperor Shun just came to the second floor of the Dao Tower not long ago. How can he know them? However, Lord Lin Ling is right. There was a lot of discussion, and they were in a difficult position. Lin Ling looked at the crowd indifferently. He knew that everyone wanted to help and pull Emperor Jun into their camp. After all, this was an opportunity. If the Yellow Emperor was present, he would probably help out, given his righteousness. How about this? We'll go and help, but we have to be careful. If we feel that something is wrong, we'll retreat immediately. Lin Ling finally made up his mind. At these words, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief, especially Emperor Zhuanxu, who smiled. In truth, he had not intended to ask for Linling's opinion at all. Instead, he wanted Linling to come and help. After all, the Yellow Emperor was not around, and he did not have the confidence to bring two gods to help. With Linling's help, it was equivalent to having two ancient emperors. And Ji Wading and the others had the same idea. If Linling did not help, they would not dare to move. When do we set off? Linling asked. How about tomorrow? Chapter 4961. As they traveled along the marshland, the area ahead of them was still as quiet as ever. Along the way, Linling and the others also encountered a few waves of attacks from deities. However, Linling didn't need to do anything. Sakura and the rest could handle them. With their current strength, it wouldn't be difficult for them to fight against ordinary giant gods of the universe. After a day, Linling and the rest finally arrived at the area where Emperor Dijun had asked for help. This area was full of hard rocks, formed by the hardening of the swamp. Wait, Linling didn't advance recklessly. He said to Lei Gong and the rest. Let's split up and see if there's anything strange nearby. If there's anything strange, retreat immediately and inform me. Okay. Everyone immediately dispersed. Linling also looked around. However, he didn't find anything strange after searching for a long time. This was still the swamp. Linling, there's no change on my side. Same here. After a long time, everyone returned and shook their heads. Let's continue. Linling frowned. This was too strange. There was no ambush. Could it be that his intuition was wrong? The group continued forward for a full 6 hours. Finally, a great battle appeared in front of them. Terrifying light soared into the sky. The battle was incomparably fierce. Speed up. Lei Gong was anxious and shouted to Linling. Linling nodded. He was also afraid that something would happen to ignore Wading and the rest. However, he kept looking at the sky. He still felt that something was wrong. This was a swamp. However, the battle ahead was so fierce that it didn't attract any rotten rocks. This was somewhat illogical. After all, in the second level, only the hot spring area wouldn't have rotten rocks falling. However, the surrounding area was hard swamp land. Of course, it was just a thought. Linling couldn't leave Ignore Wading and the rest behind. As they ran, a huge valley appeared in front of them. This valley was actually twice as big as the one where they had obtained the bloodstained Tai Sui. In the valley, countless gods were clashing. All kinds of martial arts, divine energy, and other techniques soared into the sky. This was nothing more than a battle between gods. There was a giant steel ship as huge as a mountain. Wherever it passed, gods would be killed. There were ghost soldiers summoned from the underworld, and they were majestic. There were also gigantic heavenly pagodas, divine swords, and other items. The sky of the entire valley seemed to have transformed into the great cosmos, forming a collision between the cosmos. The battle was divided into two camps. One of them was led by Great Emperor Xuanxiu, while the other was led by Emperor Shun. Dijun, you lied to us. It let out a loud roar. Sure enough, it was all a trap. In order to lure out Great Emperor Xuanxiu and the others, Great Emperor Jun had deliberately asked for help. In fact, he had already cooperated with Emperor Shun. Alas, I can't help it either. Emperor Jun smiled wryly, looking extremely helpless. Bullshit. We came all the way here to help you, but you lied to us. Damn it. Great Emperor Xuanxu roared. Great Emperor Jun knew that he was in the wrong, so he did not say anything. He turned into a huge monster monarch and fought against the gods on Great Emperor Xuanxu's side. Dijun was a monster monarch. He could control thousands of monsters. His chest opened and countless ancient monsters rushed out. There were dragons, Kuan, Qilin, and other monsters. Their auras were extremely terrifying, and they could be called divine beasts. Hee, where's your yellow emperor? Did he run away? Emperor Shun sat on the huge eyeless grassland serpent and laughed sinisterly. A huge monster eye appeared behind her, as if summoning a large number of monsters from the depths of the universe. These monsters were extremely ferocious and terrifying. Not only were they huge, but they were also hairless and had no eyes. They were the monsters of the underground. Jian, you ruined my plans last time. This time, I'll kill you first. Emperor Shun pounced on Ji Yan while Emperor Jun was suppressing Great Emperor Xuanxiu. That day in the valley, it was Lin Ling who had led Ji Yan to steal their treasures. Therefore, Emperor Shun hated Ji Yan to the core. Stop him! Many gods on the Yellow Emperor's side shouted when they saw Emperor Shun swimming over on the huge serpent. Scram! However, Emperor Shun was too strong. With a sweep of the huge serpent's tail, the sky collapsed and the army was annihilated. Divine Eye! Ji Yan's strength was not as strong as Emperor Shun's, but he was not ridiculously weak either. He activated 49 eyes and released endless divine light. This was a powerful divine energy. For a moment, he was able to stop Emperor Shun. Damn it, your strength has increased. You're definitely the bloodstained Tai Sui. Seeing this, Emperor Shun was so angry that his whole body trembled. Ji Yan, I'll help you. At this time, Wu Ting also came to help. He activated a powerful mystique, and his divine energy reached the level of 50 billion. He formed a sonic attack that destroyed everything in front of him. A large number of sounds were heard. Strangely, there was the sound of the wind, the sound of the earth, and even the sound of the sun. It was as if all the sounds in the world had gathered. However, there was no sound at all. With this move, many gods on Emperor Shun's side exploded. They couldn't be more dead. You two pieces of trash? Humph, the might of the ancient emperor is not something you can offend. Emperor Shun screamed. His beautiful face began to change into the face of a fox. His mouth cracked open like a flower petal, but he had a large number of sharp teeth. They grew bigger and bigger, and he suddenly swallowed the demon snake under him. The huge demon snake was swallowed by him, and his entire body began to turn into ashes. What's going on? Countless people's expressions changed drastically, and they felt uneasy. However, at this time, the demon eye was still hanging where Emperor Shun had been standing. Suddenly, a huge figure walked out. It was a huge creature with 9 heads and the body of a snake. She had the face of a fox, and there was no doubt that it was Emperor Shun. Die! She roared and activated 80 billion divine energy, killing a large number of gods on the Yellow Emperor's side. The 9 huge snake heads pounced on Emperor Shun and Emperor Shun. Their expressions changed drastically, and they used their strongest moves to resist. However, after clashing, they realized that the 9 snake heads dared to swallow the entire universe into their stomachs. Emperor Shun, I'll help you. However, at this time Lei Gong, Longnyang, and Xiaoluan arrived to help. They activated their powerful will of the world, and together with Emperor Shun and Emperor Shun, they formed a powerful shockwave that sent Emperor Shun flying. How dare you ruin my plans? Emperor Shun's huge body tumbled, and after smashing a large number of gods to death, she stood up and shouted, Emperor Shun, don't be rash. Those are Lei Gong. This means that Lin Ling is here too. At this time, the huge Emperor Shun also let out a loud roar. At the same time, a sword slashed down from the sky. It was the tyrannical Song Sword, and it contained an incomparably terrifying divine energy. It also contained an endless amount of divine energy, and it affected a large number of people's combat strength. Whoosh! After a fierce slash, one of Emperor Shun's arms was cut off, and green blood spurted out. Chapter 4962. Lin Ling did not use his trump card because he sensed that something was amiss. Lin Ling, you're here. Great Emperor Xuanqiu was overjoyed. He looked at Lin Ling happily and said, let's work together and eliminate them. However, Lin Ling did not say anything. Instead, he looked coldly at Great Emperor Jun. From the latter's eyes, he could sense a sense of fear and helplessness. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Everyone, retreat immediately. Leave the valley. Lin Ling couldn't care less anymore as he roared. All the gods were stunned, and they frowned. Great Monarch Xuanqiu's expression changed drastically. Now that Lin Ling was here, they had taken the initiative. It was possible that they could kill Emperor Shun and Great Emperor Jun. Why should they retreat? This was an excellent opportunity that he had missed. Lin Ling. In the distance, Great Emperor Xuanqiu looked at Lin Ling. Even Lei Gong and the rest did not understand Lin Ling's intention. Retreat. Lin Ling was getting more and more uneasy. He shouted anxiously. If he was alone, he would have left by now. Unfortunately, Lei Gong and the rest were here. He could not escape alone. Ha ha ha, as expected of Lin Ling. His sense of danger is much better than Great Emperor Zhuanxu's. Suddenly, Emperor Shun laughed loudly. She floated in the sky with her hands on her hips and laughed excitedly. That's right. You've been tricked. Emperor Shun finished laughing and looked coldly at the crowd. Finally, her gaze fell on Great Emperor Jun. Great Emperor Jun, you tell them. Great Emperor Jun looked troubled and sighed. Sigh, I was forced to do this. There are only two reasons why I tricked you here. One is Lin Ling and the other is the Yellow Emperor. However, it was not me or Emperor Shun who attacked you. It was the rotten race. People. Rotten race? Great Emperor Zhuanxu's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, and a murderous aura spread out. The rotten race was the murderer of the Dragon Valley's Lord Dragon God. They actually wanted to attack him and the Yellow Emperor? Lin Ling, there's someone looking for you. It's someone you can't imagine. Emperor Shun said again. Her eyes were cold and full of expectation. Go. Lin Ling was not interested in knowing who it was. He was not worried about himself, but he was worried about Yu and everyone else. Too slow. But at this moment, a cold voice came from afar. Then a figure appeared in the sky. He was wearing a black cloak and looked extremely mysterious. When Lin Ling and the others looked over, he slowly took off his cloak, revealing a face full of rotten flesh. There were worms crawling on his face. It was incomparably disgusting. Emperor Yao. After seeing that person, everyone was shocked. Even Lin Ling was shocked. That was because he had clearly sensed that Emperor Yao was dead. Why did he appear again? Moreover, he looked neither like a human nor a ghost. Haha, Lin Ling, are you surprised? You didn't expect me to still be alive. Emperor Yao touched his face and laughed sinisterly. It's you who caused me to become like this. But you don't have to be afraid because you will also become like this very soon. Hearing this, Lin Ling guessed. Could it be that the rotten race had resurrected Emperor Yao? But why would the rotten race target him? He did not believe that Emperor Yao alone could persuade the rotten race. The rotten race would not make such a big move for Emperor Yao. Rumble. Pop. Pop. At this moment, a deafening sound finally rang out. The valley shook, and a large amount of black mud suddenly appeared on the ground. Moreover, outside the valley, the originally hard rocks had also turned into mud. Not good. We are not on ordinary mud. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with shock as he shouted to everyone. He finally knew why there were no rotten rocks falling down. It turned out that they were on a hot spring. This is the rotten race's swamp. Great Emperor Zhuanxu and the others stared at their feet and all of them panicked. They had heard of the rotten race's swamp before. It was said that it could corrupt any god. Any god that fell into the swamp would turn into a part of the swamp and become nourishment for the rotten race. All these years, the rotten race had been killing people on the second level for this very reason. Quick run! They rushed into the sky, but were immediately bounced back. Upon closer inspection, they saw that the sky above the valley had an additional layer of gray film. It looked thin but was extremely tough. Attack! Great Emperor Zhuanxu took the lead and attacked the sky above. Rumble. However, the film was like a bubble. It immediately reflected everyone's attacks, and many of them even died because of it. It's useless. This is the swamp's smelly bubble. It connects the entire swamp. Unless the swamp is destroyed, the bubble will not burst. Emperor Shun gloated when he saw Great Emperor Zhuanxu and the others panicking. Lin Ling looked outside through the bubble and saw many people wearing black cloaks beside Emperor Yao. They were looking at the valley coldly. Not bad. We can't break this bubble, but how can you get out? Lin Ling looked coldly at Emperor Shun and the others. Emperor Shun and the others were gloating when they heard this. Their expressions changed drastically. Yes, they were also trapped in the swamp. Great Emperor Jun was the most panicked. He looked at Emperor Yao in the distance and shouted, Emperor Yao, let us out. We are on your side. However, Emperor Yao did not move. He stood there like a statue. Emperor Yao. Emperor Shun gradually realized that something was wrong. He shouted crazily and panicked. Haha, idiot. Do you think Emperor Yao has a say in this matter? Emperor Yao is just a dog of the rotten race. The rotten race is using Emperor Yao to capture us all. You, us, and all of us will die. Lin Ling laughed when he saw Emperor Shun's reaction. Emperor Shun and Emperor Jun's faces turned ashen. They obviously thought that Lin Ling was right. Emperor Yao, you lied to me. You said that you would let me go if I tricked the Yellow Emperor and the others. Emperor Jun shouted crazily. No wonder he looked so helpless from the beginning. He was forced to do so. Emperor Yao, we have worked together for so many years. Please let me go. Your enemies are only Lin Ling and the Yellow Emperor. Emperor Shun was still trying his best to persuade Emperor Yao to stay. However, it was useless. They were left with the cold eyes of Emperor Yao and the others. Stop shouting. Now that you have cooperated with us, there is still a chance of survival. Lin Ling interrupted them with a cold smile. Of course, if you want to fight, we will accompany you. After all, we will all die together in the end. Lin Ling, I will cooperate. I will cooperate. Emperor Jun said quickly. He had betrayed the Yellow Emperor because he was threatened. Now that his life was in danger, he did not care about anything else. Moreover, he had heard of Lin Ling's name. He was so powerful that even Emperor Yao was killed by him. If he followed Lin Ling, he might be able to escape. Emperor Shun, what about you? Chapter 4963. Seeing that Emperor Shun was silent and his face was ashen, Lin Ling ignored him. I agree. However, just as Lin Ling was about to turn around, the Emperor Shun finally spoke. There was a crazed look on her face, as if she didn't believe in her own choice. Her feud with Lin Ling happened on the Divine Mountain of the Dao Realm. At that time, Lin Ling had killed a large number of her immortals. She chased after him but failed. Instead, Lin Ling killed many more of her immortals. This was the greatest humiliation in her life. She couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling. However, before she knew it, Lin Ling had already grown to her current height. She needed to rely on Lin Ling to survive. Up to you. Lin Ling looked at the Emperor Shun indifferently. He knew that the latter was unwilling to give up. Lin Ling, don't believe the Emperor Shun's words. She ignored the Emperor Shun and whispered to Lin Ling, I don't believe her either. However, I don't plan to attack her either. Lin Ling shook his head and said, Now our lives are on the line. Escaping is the most important thing. Lin Ling, do you have any ideas? Emperor Jun looked at Lin Ling expectantly. The others stared at their feet, and realized that the smelly swamp was rising higher and higher. It was about to drown them. The time left for them was estimated to be only about an hour or so. Lin Ling's face was solemn. He kept investigating and found that the swamp was extremely strange. It seemed to be floating on the ground, but the power seemed to be coming from another side. Everyone, use whatever means you know and see if you can break it. Then, Lin Ling said to the crowd. Everyone nodded. After a moment of silence, they used all kinds of magical means. An old man took out a gourd and said solemnly, My universe water gourd can absorb any water in the universe. I wonder if it can absorb this swamp. As his words fell, he poured divine essence into the water gourd. The water gourd produced a powerful suction force, aiming at the pitch-black swamp. However, after the powerful suction force was born, the swamp mud below did not move at all. It kept rolling and bubbling, and there were even many white bones that appeared and sank in from time to time. It's useless. The old man's expression changed slightly. Let me. A middle-aged man floated out with 18 silk banners in his hand and threw them down. My 9x9 heaven-overturning God's formation can teleport to other universes. I wonder if it can teleport these swamps to other places. However, when the banner fluttered into the swamp, it gradually corroded, losing all of its divine force. It began to melt, disappearing into the swamp's mud. It was ineffective again. The pressure on everyone increased greatly. The swamp is water. Try using my divine fire. A god with a 9th stage divine embryo opened his mouth and spat out a torrent of flames. What was shocking was that these flames were transparent and seemed to be formed from mist, but they had the form of flames. And this kind of flame was incomparably powerful, capable of burning everything. However, after falling into the swamp, everything disappeared. Even the flames were swallowed by the swamp. Too powerful. Everyone's face turned pale. Emperor Jun was even more anxious. He opened his chest and released a large number of demons, intending to fill the swamp with demons. However, When the demons entered the swamp, they instantly turned into white bones. In the end, Emperor Jun released an incomparably huge Koran that was even bigger than the valley. However, when it touched the swamp, it immediately turned into white bones and rolled along with the swamp. Lin Ling frowned at this scene. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. In the rolling swamp, he saw a familiar skeleton. It was a dragon skeleton. At this moment, his eyes narrowed and his hands clenched tightly. He knew that it was the skeleton of the dragon god from the Dragon Valley. Rotten race. For the first time, Lin Ling had the thought of exterminating this race. He wanted to exterminate this dirty ancient race in the universe. It's useless. The only way is to rely on divine force. Suddenly, Emperor Shun, who had been silent all this time, said. Everyone immediately looked at Emperor Shun. Emperor Shun explained, "Attack the swamp with the most basic attack. When the swamp's energy reaches the maximum level, the swamp will disappear. After all, the swamp actually came from the rotten god's body. It's a treasure that can corrode everything in the world and enhance one's cultivation. However, there must be a limit to the amount of energy the swamp can carry. There are so many of us here. If we all use our full strength and expend all our divine origin, we might be able to fill the swamp. Emperor Shun, what if we fail? If our divine origin is exhausted, won't we be waiting for death?" Hearing this, Emperor Jun immediately frowned and retorted. The others' expressions changed. Emperor Jun was right. In such a place, if all their energy was exhausted, they would die even faster. This is my understanding of the swamp. Believe it or not. Emperor Shun snorted. She already knew that no one would believe her. We believe you. Why wouldn't we believe you? But since you're the one who suggested it, I think you and your people should release all your energy first. Guan Wading suddenly said. Emperor Shun's expression changed and she fell silent. Hee, you're just trying to trick us into wasting our energy. In the end, you'll catch all of us in one fell swoop. I now suspect that you're still Emperor Yao's man and a mole. Emperor Zhuanxiu also said. That's right. Hearing this, everyone quietly took a step away from Emperor Shun. After all, if Emperor Shun was lying to them, when their strength was exhausted and Emperor Shun attacked them, wouldn't he be able to take their heads in exchange for his own survival? Moreover, although Emperor Shun seemed to be trapped here, she could probably leave at any time. Her purpose was to deceive everyone. I won't be the first to test it. If my energy is exhausted, I won't be able to fight back if you want to kill me. Emperor Shun gritted her teeth and said, like hell we'll believe you. Don't force us to kill you. We're going to die anyway. You might as well be the first to die. That's right. Guan Wading said one after another, her eyes full of murderous intent. Wait. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Lin Ling interrupted everyone and looked at Emperor Shun. He said calmly, I believe her. Lord Lin Ling. Everyone was shocked. Emperor Shun looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Because among everyone present, she had the biggest grudge with Lin Ling. However, when others didn't believe her, Lin Ling was the first to believe her? Why? She really couldn't understand. She felt very conflicted for a moment. Now we've tested all the methods that we can, but none of them worked. Therefore I believe her. Lin Ling looked at everyone and said, moreover, I don't think she's a mole. Because this is too dangerous. I can kill Emperor Shun before Emperor Yao kills us. Therefore, Emperor Shun isn't that stupid to help Emperor Yao at this time. Chapter 49-64. AI. Emperor Shun sighed inwardly. He did not expect Lin Ling's words to be so authoritative. With just a few words, he had dispelled everyone's doubts. Now, our only hope is the Yellow Emperor. Lin Ling continued. The Yellow Emperor has broken through for a long time. If we can hold on until he arrives, he might be able to save us. But before that, we have to hold on. The Yellow Emperor. Great Emperor Zhuanxiu and the others' eyes lit up. If the Yellow Emperor succeeded in breaking through and arrived here, he might really be able to save them. After all, the Yellow Emperor was one of the strongest among the king-level universe gods. After breaking through to the saint level, his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Lin Ling, even if what she said is correct, Who will be the first to make a move? Disregarded Heartless suddenly said. Although he believed in Emperor Shun, he was still cautious. Yes. Why don't we let Emperor Shun make the first move? The others also looked at Emperor Shun. Emperor Shun's eyes flashed. She did not trust Great Emperor Xuanxiu and the others. After all, what if these people made a move on her when she was exhausted? How could she block them? Let me do it. But at this moment, Lin Ling was the first to step forward. Everyone was shocked and in disbelief. Lin Ling, no. Disregarded Heartless said immediately. You are our backbone now. If you release all your strength, what will happen if others attack you? That's right, that's right. Without you we will lack confidence. Great Emperor Xuanxiu also spoke. Of course his words were not sincere. Obviously for self-preservation, he wanted Lin Ling to test first. Sir Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Lei Gong, Saint Guyi, and the others did not agree with Lin Ling's choice. It's fine. In any case, if I fail, I won't be able to escape death. At a time like this, it's useless to think too much. However, Lin Ling smiled casually and glanced at the Emperor Shun. The Emperor Shun lowered her head and her eyes flickered. No one knew what she was thinking. I'm making my move. Lin Ling no longer paid any attention to the other party. He shot downwards and activated talent fusion. Tyrannical song slashed towards the swamp. Rumble. With this slash, the motionless swamp began to ripple, absorbing a massive amount of Lin Ling's power of divinity and bodily strength. What a powerful swamp! Lin Ling was shocked. After all, if his previous slash had been placed in the void of the 9 prefectures, it would have easily shattered the void of the 9 prefectures. However, this insignificant swamp was actually safe and sound. Again, Lin Ling released all of his divine power and slashed out crazily. Lin Ling is obviously just a higher god, but when he uses his techniques, he's actually comparable to a giant god of the universe. Everyone stared at Lin Ling's full power, and was shocked beyond words. Many people were secretly in awe of Lin Ling. After all, to display one's full power in front of others was no different from revealing one's secret. How could an ordinary person do this? Universe 3 Extreme Destruction. At the same time that Lin Ling activated his godly power, his soul power transformed into 3 universes and shot out. Rumble. The swamp mud soared into the sky and splashed onto the air bubble in the sky, withstanding the powerful attack. However, it also absorbed all of Lin Ling's attack. Outside the air bubble, Emperor Yao witnessed Lin Ling's explosive power. His expression changed slightly as he was shocked by Lin Ling's strength. This Lin Ling is quite capable. He actually discovered the secret of the swamp decay pond. Unfortunately, with his strength, it's impossible for him to complete the swamp decay pond. The cloaked figures at the side said indifferently. It's indeed effective. At this moment, after Lin Ling released his soul power, he felt exhausted. However, he clearly sensed that the swamp mud did not submerge him. Although it did not sink, it meant that Emperor Shun was right. Look! The others also made discoveries one after another, and they were all overjoyed. Unfortunately, it's only submerged. This means that Lin Ling's explosive power is very weak. Emperor Xuanxiu shook his head. Lord Lin Ling, come back. It's our turn. At this moment, Saint Guyi was worried about Lin Ling and suddenly shouted. However, Lin Ling did not retreat. He transformed into a giant and stepped on the swamp mud with his fists smashing down. Rumble. The entire swamp was overturned as mud splattered everywhere, and a huge whirlpool appeared. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This included Emperor Yao and the others. Because they sensed that after Lin Ling transformed into a giant, his strength was extremely terrifying. Damn it, he is stronger than before. It must be the effect of the bloodstained Tai Sui. Emperor Yao was so angry that his body trembled. Now that he had to fight with Lin Ling, he did not even have 10% confidence. However, he quickly relaxed. Although Lin Ling had become stronger, he was still not a match for the rotten race. Rumble. Lin Ling continued to release his fists, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The swamp mud below began to sink and absorbed a large amount of Lin Ling's strength. A portion of the swamp rushed towards the rotten race. After an incense stick's time, Lin Ling began to weaken. Lin Ling, come back. Lei Gong and the others looked down and shouted anxiously. They could clearly sense that Lin Ling's strength was not as strong as before. Emperor Yao's eyes began to flicker with killing intent. However, she hesitated. She knew that this was the best time to kill Lin Ling. However, there was a voice in her heart that stopped her. Perhaps it was because if she killed Lin Ling, she might not be able to live. Or perhaps it was because Lin Ling trusted her, so she wanted to make peace with Lin Ling. Finally, she sighed and shook her head. It seems that I have lost. I have to admit that Lin Ling is a god more powerful than me. I can only submit to him. As soon as these words fell, Lin Ling, who was above the swamp mud, felt that the world will in his body was crazily increasing. This made him a little astonished. Of course, he did not think too much about it. In fact, he did not know that because he was the first to sacrifice himself and believed in the Emperor Yao, it caused the Emperor Yao and her people to have more faith and worship in Lin Ling. Panga's finger. Lin Ling used his final trump card and fiercely pointed at the ground. A huge finger appeared, covering the sky and blocking the sun, as if it was sealing off the entire swamp. What method is this? At this moment, the expressions of the rotten race people in the distance changed greatly. Even if they were far away, they could still feel the terror of this killing move. At this moment, they rejoiced that they knew that attacking Lin Ling was the right choice. Emperor Yao's body trembled as if he had encountered a nightmare. This was because it was this finger that had erased his former self. Emperor Yao, you don't have to worry. Lin Ling will soon belong to us. Beside him, a rotten race god comforted him. Rumble. The huge finger erased the swamp, and the entire swamp seemed to explode. Chapter 4965. Rumble. The gigantic finger brought with it an ancient wind, as if it could pierce through mountains and rivers, as it smashed down towards the ground. It did not seem fast, but those facing it knew that no one could escape once they were locked on by the huge finger. Lin Ling is so much stronger than I expected. Among us ancient emperors, perhaps only old brother Yellow Emperor would be able to withstand that. Zhuanxu Great Emperor laughed bitterly. He had thought that he would be able to fight Lin Ling to a draw, but now he knew that he had been overthinking. Rumble. The huge finger sealed the ground, and the huge valley continued to tremble, as though it was about to collapse. And the swamp beneath the ground was churning with waves. It was as though the swamp had turned into a demon, and knew how terrifying the huge finger was. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. But everyone held their breaths. They stared at the swamp as though it was a cosmic explosion. Pung pung pung. It wasn't until his fingers touched the swamp that the swamp finally exploded. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out. The swamp water not only did not float up, but actually started to sink. Everyone's spirits were shaken. They were shocked by the power of that finger. Rumble. Time passed quietly. After the huge finger sealed the swamp water dwindled, and one could even see the immortal bones in the swamp. At this moment, Emperor Yao and the others were extremely nervous. However, the power of Lin Ling's Panga's finger was weakening. Lin Ling sighed softly. This swamp was too powerful. It was definitely connected to the rotten immortal's body. Rumble. The shockwaves gradually dissipated, and the terrifying power swept in all directions. A pity that the valley was still not broken. Instead, Lin Ling fell weakly from the sky. Lin Ling. Sir. Everyone shouted. If Lin Ling was allowed to fall, he would fall into the swamp. Although there was very little water left in the swamp, no one could guarantee that nothing would happen after they fell into the swamp. Zhuanxu and Lei Gong rushed towards Lin Ling. However, there was a figure that was even faster. In an instant, he passed by Thunder God and the others and flew towards Lin Ling. Emperor Shun, you dare? Zhuanxi's expression changed when he saw who it was. Lin Ling and the Emperor Shun had a grudge, and Lin Ling was the first to sacrifice himself for everyone. Emperor Shun actually wanted to kill him. Given Lin Ling's current strength, he could not withstand Emperor Shun's attack. Do you all take me for a fool? Even if I have a grudge against Lin Ling, I will not attack him, because I don't want to die. However, Emperor Shun said coldly. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed Lin Ling's hand. Although Lin Ling was weak, he was not unconscious. Seeing that the Emperor Shun had helped him, he could not help but smile. You go and rest. I will be the second to attack. Emperor Shun looked deeply at Lin Ling. With a pull of his arm, Lin Ling floated towards Xuanxiu and the others. His actions shocked everyone. After Lei Gong caught Lin Ling, he looked deeply at Emperor Shun and smiled. Looks like another person who has been defeated by Lin Ling. At this moment, Emperor Shun transformed into a demon snake and attacked the swamp crazily. Under Lin Ling's attack, the swamp had sunk to the bottom of the valley. However, after Lin Ling left, it began to rise again, but at a much slower speed. At this speed, it would take 3 incense sticks worth of time to submerge everyone. This undoubtedly bought a lot of time for everyone. Rumble. After Emperor Shun attacked, he did not hold back. He used all kinds of powerful techniques. Behind him, a large number of underground demons rushed out and fearlessly rushed towards the swamp to resist the power of the decaying deity. With Emperor Shun's help, the swamp stopped rising and began to sink again. After 5 minutes, Emperor Shun's strength was exhausted. He did not even have the strength to fly and fell from the sky. However, at this moment, a figure appeared and saved him. It was Longyang. You go and rest. We'll do it. Longyang coldly said to Emperor Shun. After throwing Emperor Shun far away, Shi Lei Gong, Xiaoluan, and the rest erupted with the power of the world's will and attacked the swamp. The swamp sank again. Outside the valley, the cloaked people of the decaying race were shocked. They could see that Longyang and the rest were using the power of the world's will. They were all overjoyed. They did not expect to capture so many worlds will hosts this time. After a while, Longyang and the rest retreated from the valley. Next, it was Emperor Xuanxiu and the rest's turn. They held on for another 5 minutes. Emperor Jun and the rest followed suit. Everyone did not hold back at all. Perhaps because Lin Ling was the first to sacrifice himself, they all trusted each other at this moment. Moreover, they knew that if they held back or attacked others at this time, they would incur the wrath of the masses. Rumble. Everyone took turns to attack, constantly suppressing the swamp. The swamp continued to sink. Unfortunately, even if everyone used up all their strength, the swamp still did not reach its maximum. Let me. Lin Ling attacked again. Although he had only recovered a portion of his strength, he still used all his strength. The swamp was once again held by him for a certain amount of time. Next, those who had recovered their strength took turns to attack. Unknowingly, they had managed to hold on for an hour. Clap. 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 Outside the valley, the cloaked people of the decaying race could not help but clap. He said, "This is the first time I've seen someone able to hold on for an hour under the decaying God's great universe. It's really praiseworthy. Indeed, it has opened my eyes. Moreover, this is the first time I've seen them so united. They have abandoned their selfishness." Emperor Yao also smiled and nodded as if he was watching a good show. Unfortunately, it's useless. They will still die in the end. The cloaked people beside him shook their heads. Looking back at the valley, everyone was weak and powerless. They could not use any moves. They supported each other and relied on their divine energy to prevent themselves from falling into the swamp. The swamp had already reached the bottom of the valley, but after no one attacked, it floated up again. Sigh, we still can't win in the end? Emperor Xuanxiu sighed. His eyes were filled with decadence. Perhaps this is fate. Emperor Shun shook his head and said. After resisting again and again, they still could not stop the swamp. Their willpower was gradually being destroyed. Some of the weaker gods had completely given up. They believed that the universe wanted to destroy them. They could not stop the great universe's laws. It's getting closer. Lei Gong and the rest supported each other and smiled bitterly. Everyone, do you still have strength? Chapter 4966. Who would have thought that after reincarnating, I didn't die in the hands of the world's consciousness, nor in the hands of the enemy, but in such a filthy place? Sigh. An old man let out a long sigh and simply closed his eyes, waiting for his death to come. Yellow Emperor. They prayed nonstop, hoping that the Yellow Emperor would arrive at the last moment and save them all. Unfortunately, this sort of hope had come to nothing in the end, because the swamp was only a step away from them. All of them had climbed to the highest point, their heads almost touching the air bubbles, but it was still useless. That feeling was like seeing water slowly creeping up, and they could drown at any time. Master Lei Gong, let me down. But just as everyone thought that they were going to die, suddenly, a cold voice floated over. It was Lin Ling. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in shock. One must know, this time, Lin Ling had done the most to stop the swamp, and he was also the one who bought the most time for everyone. He was already tired, everyone saw that. Now what else did Lin Ling want to do? Lin Ling. Lei Gong frowned. Let me down. Lin Ling said firmly. You don't even have the strength to fly now. If I let you down, won't you die even faster? Lei Gong shook his head. Quick or we'll all die. Lin Ling didn't explain because he didn't have the strength to explain. He never thought that, after breaking through, this would be the first time he encountered such an exhausting situation. He hadn't experienced this kind of feeling for many years. All right. Lei Gong knew Lin Ling's stubbornness, so he let go of Lin Ling, allowing Lin Ling to sink into the swamp. Lei Gong. They immediately shouted anxiously, if they let Lin Ling go now, wouldn't that be killing Lin Ling? However, Lei Gong laughed bitterly. He had no choice. In reality, Lin Ling really did want to die because he had a feeling that at the moment of death, he would be able to use a powerful force. Sure enough, when he fell into the swamp, a powerful corrosive force surged over, wanting to corrode him completely. However, at this moment, the originally empty Dantian gave birth to a powerful force out of nowhere. This force actually came from the soul. So strong. The originally weak Lin Ling's eyes suddenly brightened. A sword suddenly appeared in his hand, a sword that flickered with white light. Back off. Lin Ling held the sword with both hands and suddenly chopped down. Rumble. The power of this sword was actually not much weaker than Pangda's finger. In fact, it even showed signs of being slightly stronger. At this moment, above the swamp, everyone was sighing. They had personally witnessed Lin Ling being submerged by the swamp. He was probably already dead. However, they did not go to save Lin Ling, nor did they shout. Perhaps in their opinion, it was their turn next. Death was the final outcome. However, at this moment, the swamp exploded and sank crazily. Gradually, the figure of the young man was revealed. He floated weakly in midair, holding a white sword in his hand. He was like a giant who came from the heavens and earth. The power of the world's will. Lei Gong and the rest gasped. That's right. Lin Ling's final force was the power of faith. Now Lin Ling's power of faith was several times stronger than before. In addition to the previous life and death calamity, he could finally control the power of the world's will. This is the first time I've seen Lin Ling use the power of the world's will. Great Emperor Xuanxiu, Great Emperor Jun, and the rest were shocked. It was an eye-opener. As for Emperor Shun, this was not the first time they had seen him ignore everything. They had seen it during the Battle of the Misty Sea. At that time, Lin Ling had killed 2 giant gods of the universe with a single sword. Of course, in their opinion, this sword was 100 times stronger than before. What kind of power is Lin Ling's world's will? Even Emperor Yao, who was outside the valley, had a solemn expression. The dozen or so rotten race members frowned and remained silent. They were even more eager to capture Lin Ling. My lord! At this moment, Saint Guyi rushed over and supported Lin Ling before flying back to everyone. Everyone, I've done my best. Lin Ling looked weakly at everyone. Lin Ling, you've repelled the swamp several times. This time, you've bought us 3 incense sticks worth of time. Emperor Shun said apologetically. Now, the grudge between her and Lin Ling had finally dissipated. Yes, if it weren't for you, we would have died long ago. Moreover, we've given up previously. We didn't expect you to still be fighting. This makes us feel ashamed. Emperor Xuanxiu and Saint Guyi were also apologetic. Now that Lin Ling's sword had slashed the swamp to the bottom of the valley, it would take at least 3 incense sticks worth of time to reach the bottom. Although it was a short time, it was still the hope of survival for everyone. The last 3 incense sticks worth of time. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Time passed quietly and the swamp was once again reaching the top. This time, no one could stop it. However, no one was dispirited anymore. They were still filled with fighting spirit. Even if they were to die, they would die standing. The Yellow Emperor is here. At this moment, a loud roar came from afar, shocking everyone. Tears welled up in Emperor Shun's eyes. They had been constantly informing the Yellow Emperor. Although they didn't know if the Yellow Emperor could hear them, they were still fighting. And now, the Yellow Emperor was finally here. They fought with all their might and didn't give up at all. In the end, they managed to hold on until the Yellow Emperor arrived. The Yellow Emperor. At the same time, Emperor Yao's expression changed drastically. The cloaked figure snorted. "You've come at the right time. What's the use of regretting it?" Rumble. In the sky, a surging river suddenly appeared and rushed towards the valley. With a boom, the bubble in the valley instantly burst open, and the people trapped inside were all released. What? The previously confident decaying god's expression changed drastically. Impossible. With the Yellow Emperor's strength, how could he break through the swamp? The Yellow Emperor. Lin Ling and the others rushed out of the valley, feeling as if they had just survived a disaster. At this moment, they all felt that the air outside was so light, so comfortable, and there was no stench at all. Moreover, they had lived for tens of millions of years, but the short 2 hours felt like tens of thousands of years to them. "Sorry, Lin Ling, I'm late." On the rolling river, an old man arrived majestically. "It's better to be late than never." Lin Ling looked up at the old man and smiled. "Haha. Thank you for leading them to hold on for so long. Leave the rest to this old man." The Yellow Emperor laughed loudly. With a frown, the river beneath his feet rushed into the valley, smashing the valley into pieces. Without a doubt, the Yellow Emperor's strength had greatly increased. A Saint Universe God. So powerful. The Yellow Emperor is no longer the same as before. Retreat. The eyes of those from the decaying race flashed as they planned to leave. Chapter 4967. My people almost died in your hands, and now you want to leave? Yellow Emperor's voice was like the wrath of the heavens. Yellow Emperor, do you know who we are? Do you know that compared to us in your era, you are like an ant? You dare attack the rotten race? Seeing Yellow Emperor's killing intent, the rotten race people shouted angrily. The rotten race was the most ancient race of the universe. They had witnessed the great changes of the universe, the great era. In their eyes, only the ancient race of the universe was noble. The rest were not worth mentioning. Yellow Emperor was like a slave they kept in captivity, a wild horse. Cut the crap. Yellow Emperor roared. Powerful godly power erupted, turning into a surging river that surrounded the rotten race people. However, the rotten race people were not afraid. They stood with their hands behind their back. You really decided to do this? One of the gods took off his cloak, revealing a face full of rotten flesh and bugs. Die. Yellow Emperor was furious. The terrifying river water seemed to wash away all the filth in the world as it rushed towards that god. Yellow Emperor, remember your choice. Rumble. That god was smashed to pieces, but he still looked incomparably calm. My people have followed me since the ancient era. What qualifications do you ancient races have to touch them? Yellow Emperor controlled the river and swept away the remaining rotten race gods. Several more were killed by Yellow Emperor. Now, Yellow Emperor's strength had increased by several times. He was incomparably powerful. The remaining few rotten gods stood in the center of the river. They looked at the Yellow Emperor and the others coldly. Emperor Yao, you didn't expect that after reviving, you would still lose. At this time, a weak voice floated over. Lin Ling was being supported by Saint Guyi as he looked indifferently at Emperor Yao. Emperor Yao did not move, but bugs kept jumping off his face. It was obvious that he was furious, because he did not expect things to turn out like this. As far as he was concerned, Lin Ling would definitely die today. However, Lin Ling was lucky and survived. At the crucial moment, Yellow Emperor had successfully broken through. No one had died. Instead, their strength had increased tremendously. Emperor Yao, on the other hand, had become neither human nor ghost. Lin Ling, I won't let you off. The thousands of words in Emperor Yao's heart finally turned into this one sentence. Do people like you only have these words to say before you die? Lin Ling sneered and said with a sarcastic expression. At this time, one of the rotten gods coldly said, You guys are really a bunch of ants. You think you can win everything with a momentary victory. You don't know that you are already dead. Let me tell you something. We will not die. Run. God has sent people here. With that, Yellow Emperor's eyes flashed. He suddenly turned around and saw 3 bubbles floating out of the destroyed valley. The bubbles were filled with a foul stench. Then they slowly melted and 3 figures slowly walked out. The 3 of them were dressed in long black robes, and their bodies reeked of a foul stench. The moment they appeared, the entire world seemed to have become stinky, and their strength was even more unfathomable. It was as if their strength could corrode the entire universe. The most terrifying thing was that they were clearly from the Dao Tower, but they were able to pass through the Dao Tower. Clearly, this was the doing of the rotten gods. Rumble. At the same time, a 1,000-mile large rotten rock appeared above their heads and smashed down. Because the valley had been destroyed, the hot spring area was no longer formed, so the rotten rock appeared. And a 1,000-mile large rotten rock meant that the person who came was too strong. The rotten rock formed was incomparably terrifying. However, the person standing in the middle stretched out his hand. An ink-colored universe spat out from his palm, as if it was sprinkling ink, and enveloped the sky. In the blink of an eye, the rotten rock falling from the sky became incomparably black. Although it continued to fall, it turned into nothingness when it landed on the 3 people's heads. Only a large lump of foul ink was left rolling. Chi. Emperor Zhuanxiu and the others all sucked in a cold breath. This person had actually broken through the rotten rock. One had to know that ever since they came to the 2nd level, they had never seen a deity who could only face the rotten rock head-on. Yellow Emperor's eyes narrowed, and he whispered, "One of these 3 is a Saint Universe giant god, and the other 2 are kings. They are very strong. Everyone be careful." The pressure on them immediately increased. Previously, they had exhausted too much of their strength, and now they had not recovered. It would be hard for them to stop these 3. Yellow Emperor, you killed a member of the rotten race. At this time, the deity standing in the middle slowly removed his cloak. What was shocking was that there was no foul flesh on his face, nor were there any bugs. Instead, it was a gray color. This was an old man with a face full of wrinkles. You rotten race people are killing people everywhere. Why don't you say that only you are allowed to kill, and others are not allowed to kill you? Yellow Emperor said indifferently, trying to buy time for Lin Ling and the others. We kill people because they are too weak, the old man said indifferently. Leaving them alive is a waste of the universe's resources. Since that is the case, we might as well help others and leave behind stronger deities. I know you are stalling for time, but what's the use? Even if they recover their strength, they are still not our match. Ha! Hearing this, Yellow Emperor laughed loudly. Waste the universe's resources. The Solar God race, the One Fong race, the Desolate Ancient Dragon Alliance, the Underworld Deity Tribe, the Godly Ox race, the #1 Toad race in the universe, and so on. You rotten race people, why don't you attack them? Yellow Emperor, I saw that your strength had increased greatly. I originally wanted to give you a chance to meet the rotten god, but you didn't want it. The old man said with narrowed eyes. Why waste time talking with them? Just kill them all. I heard that there are several world will hosts here. Leave them alive and kill the others. The 2 standing beside him shook their heads. They were king-level universe gods, but they were much more powerful than ordinary universe gods. Lin Ling sensed a total of 100 billion units of godly energy from them. The rotten race was indeed terrifying. Fine. The old man nodded and looked at Emperor Yao and the others. Wait a moment. We will save you. After saying this, he transformed into a huge pool of ink and charged at Yellow Emperor. His godly energy was even more terrifying, reaching 200 billion units. The difference between king level and saint level was that saint level deities had double, triple, or quadruple the godly energy. King-level deities had a base of 10 billion units of godly energy, but they could still increase it, albeit at a very slow rate. It was not comparable to saint-level deities. As for the other 2, they also had 100 billion units of godly energy. From this, one could see how powerful they were. On Lin Ling's side, most of them only had 20 to 30 billion units of godly energy. The strongest, Emperor Zhuanxiu, only had 80 billion units. The 3 joined forces to attack Yellow Emperor. As they saw it, Yellow Emperor was a formidable opponent. The others were just chickens and pottery dogs. Chapter 4968. This meant that after the Yellow Emperor broke through, his godly power had doubled. Moreover, this was because he had just broken through. If he was given more time, his godly power would increase even more. As expected of the Yellow Emperor, the old man's expression changed slightly. He had broken through several 100 million years ago, yet he only had 200 billion. However, the Yellow Emperor had caught up to him right after breaking through. This showed the difference between the two sides. Black Desolate Old Ancestor will help you. The two universe gods beside him shouted, forming 400 billion godly power to drown out the Yellow Emperor. They cultivated the same power at the same time. And when they fused together, they were much stronger than other gods working together. Yellow Emperor. Everyone was anxious. They knew that if the Yellow Emperor was defeated, all of them would die. The ancient races of the universe are blessed by the heavens. They are much stronger than us gods. Yes, we came from the desolate era, the ancient era, and the era of gods. They came from the primordial era, when the universe was first formed. Stop talking nonsense, quickly recover your strength. After a moment of anxiety, everyone entered seclusion, using their treasures to quickly recover their strength. Warring states open desolate river. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor shouted. His godly power clashed with the three gods, and he was instantly at a disadvantage. However, at the crucial moment, he activated his own great universe. His great universe was incomparably powerful, forming a majestic land in the sky. The mother river churned, nourishing all life under the heavens. Countless primitive people were farming, but after seeing the battle, they all raised their weapons to help. Two realms great universe. Seeing the arrival of the great universe, the strongest of the rotten race elders' expression changed as he sensed the might of the Yellow Emperor's great universe. A great universe could change the laws, creating heaven and earth from nothing. Generally speaking, the stronger the universe, the more help it would provide. For example, the Yellow Emperor's two realms great universe could resist some Tao realm great universes. By changing the laws of Tao realm great universes, the Yellow Emperor's 200 billion godly power doubled, or even more. According to legend, the Nine Realms Great Universe could resist 70% of Tao realm great universes. There was nothing in the Tao realm that couldn't be done. Two Realms Great Universe. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He had seen many gods with great universes, but most of them were unformed ones. Lin Ling felt that the Yellow Emperor's great universe was more powerful than his Lin Ling universe. Hung Long Long. The rotten world seemed to crumble. At the same time, large amounts of rotten rocks in the sky. In the distance, a large number of gods were also watching the battle. All of them were pale with fright. This was the first time they had seen so many rotten rocks falling down. That's the head of the five emperors, Yellow Emperor. They whispered to each other. It was hard for them to imagine if there were still gods who could only live in the world ahead. Of course, he still chose to avoid most of the rotten rocks. Alright. Among the three, the weakest cosmic god split up and shot toward Lin Ling's group. Lin Ling's side had tens of thousands of gods, but they were all in a weakened state. To the cosmic god, they were like sheep. Of course, even if these gods were at their peak, they would not be a threat to him. This person is very strong. Lin Ling, try your best to recover. Emperor Zhuanxiu, Emperor Jun, Emperor Shun, let's do it. Seeing the other party shooting toward them, Guan Wading and the others shouted. They had not recovered their strength, but they recovered faster than the others. If they worked together, they might be able to block one or two attacks. I'll help you too. Lei Gong stood up. Seeing them frown, he explained. My world's will has recovered more than half. It's recovering faster than my primordial energy. I'll help too. Xiaoluan and Longyang also stood up. Damn it. My Donghuang bell needs the power of a god. Otherwise, I would be able to help too. Saint Guyi said unwillingly. I'll help too. My coffin doesn't need too much power of a god. Indra also flew out, and the few of them fought against the cosmic god. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he hastened his recovery. The gods beside him also took out treasures that they had kept for many years to help Lin Ling recover his primordial energy. Now that everyone was on the brink of death, no one would hide anything. They all knew that Lin Ling was the strongest among them. If Lin Ling recovered to his peak, there was a high chance he could defeat the cosmic god. Ha ha ha, it's just a last-ditch struggle. The cosmic gods are also divided into strong and weak. However, that senior Chuing alone is much stronger than the 5 emperors of the past. Emperor Yao and the others were still surrounded by the river, but they were not worried at all. They crossed their arms and laughed. Emperor Yao felt lucky that he had joined the rotten race. Otherwise he would not be able to fight against Lin Ling and the Yellow Emperor. With just you lot? At this moment, the cosmic god stopped and looked at Emperor Yao and the others with disdain. Just a bunch of defeated soldiers. He opened his cloak, revealing his rotting flesh. A large number of insects flew out. These insects were all powerful with the power of a god, and could corrode the opponent's methods. He was helpless against the Yellow Emperor's universe, but he did not care about the others. Fight! They ignored him and activated all their strength to fight against the insects. Unfortunately, they had recovered too little strength. They could only hold on for 3 breaths of time before the insects crawled all over their bodies and corroded them. On the other hand, Lei Gong and the others were stronger. They erupted with the world will and blocked the insect army. Although the insects' corrosive power was strong, they could do nothing to the world will. Of course, Lei Gong and the others could only hold on for a short while. After all, they had not recovered much of the world will, as expected of the world will. That god called Chu Ying narrowed his eyes. He felt that he was about to catch Lei Gong and the others. Of course, he could also see that the world will was very weak and could not compare to the others he had encountered. Let me. At this moment Indra roared. He held the coffin lid and swept through the army, shattering the dome of heaven. Bang bang bang. A large number of insects were blown apart, and could not get close to Indra. What? At this moment, everyone was astonished. Especially young Yao, treasure god Nanwu Fingyu, and the others. They laughed excitedly. All along, Indra's strength was below average. To put it bluntly, he was cannon fodder. But now Indra had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. Hee hee, big brother. Lin Ling took a look and secretly rejoiced at his choice. This coffin lid was indeed suitable for Big Brother. Ha ha ha, awesome. Chapter 4969. This coffin is quite impressive, it's actually impervious to all evil. Sigh. Primeval Cherry Goddess frowned, and after investigating for a moment, she suddenly sneered. Unfortunately, your realm is too low. Sigh. After saying that, she took the initiative to grab Sakura, suppressing him with her enormous divine power. Come at me. Sakura roared. Holding the coffin with both hands, he unleashed the most ancient gale. Rumble. The void trembled, causing huge rotten stones to appear in the sky. However, Sakura's aura had already reached the peak. Not only did he not care about the rotten stones, he still swept past them. As for Primeval Cherry Goddess, she also ignored the rotten stones. Her palm turned into a dark cloud formed by countless insects, grabbing at the coffin. Bang bang bang. The two sides collided, forming an incomparably terrifying aura. It was as if heaven and earth were collapsing. Then they separated again, avoiding the falling rotten stones in the sky. Sakura actually blocked Primeval Cherry Goddess's grab, causing countless people to be shocked. You are quite capable. You are the first high-level deity to be able to block one of my attacks. However, I am even more curious about your coffin. Primeval Cherry Goddess's eyes flashed, and she attacked crazily. Her divine power seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn seas, drowning Sakura like a violent storm. Sakura, you can do it. Lei Gong and the others were all shouting, incomparably excited. Because of this belief, Sakura became fiercer and fiercer as he fought, blocking Primeval Cherry Goddess's moves again. However, he was still a high god. Even if his coffin was heaven-defying, his foundation was still too weak. He wasn't Lin Ling, he didn't have 8 dantians. Therefore, as time passed, he began to fall into a disadvantage, and gradually he was surrounded by danger several times. Sakura, I'll help you. When Lei Gong and the others saw the situation, they all urged the world's will to assist Sakura. However, Primeval Cherry Goddess was indeed powerful. She didn't care about Lei Gong and the others' attacks at all, focusing on attacking Sakura. She was very clear that although Lei Gong and the others' world's will was powerful, Lei Gong and the others hadn't recovered at all. Let's go too. Great Emperor Xuanxiu, Emperor Shun, and Great Emperor Jun also made their moves. However, Chu Yingshan only wasted a bit of time. His hand turned into a blade, and with a slash, all of the attacks were disintegrated. Get over here. He pounced towards Sakura, and seemed to be getting serious. The big hand reached out and actually grabbed Sakura's coffin lid. With a sudden tug, the coffin lid fell out of his hand. What? However, just as he grabbed the coffin lid, God felt that something was wrong. The coffin lid was very heavy as 1,000 caddies. He couldn't lift it at all, let alone use it to fight. What was going on? Why was this weak superior god able to control it, but he who came from an ancient race of the universe could not? Bang! The coffin lid fell to the ground from the sky. Chuchu Sakura goddess ignored it for now. She would kill these people first and then study the coffin lid. You bunch of ants. It's time to admit your deaths. Ha ha ha. Don't think that you can stop the noble rotten race. Chuchwang God sneered. Her gaze locked onto Sakura, and she turned into a dark cloud and rushed over. She was a god filled with bugs that could corrode everything. Sakura. At this moment, Yellow Emperor was fighting two gods. Originally, he had the upper hand, but Sakura's side was in danger, causing him to be distracted. In an instant, the two rotten race gods had reversed the situation. However, Yellow Emperor was powerful, and he wasn't worried about himself. Instead, he was worried about Sakura and the rest. Damn it! Sakura cursed. Death was near, but he wasn't afraid. His heart was filled with unwillingness. His realm was too low. If he reached the level of a universe giant god, this Chuchwang god would be nothing. A coffin lid would be enough to kill him. Universe 3 Extreme Destruction, Jieyuan Destruction. But at this moment, a voice drifted over. Following that, a terrifying soul ray shot out even faster than the sound. 3 great cosmoses were coming at him, formless, colorless, and terrifying. Not good. Chuchwang God's expression changed greatly. Sensing a life and death crisis, she suddenly disappeared. Shwa shwa shwa. Sounds like beans being fried resounded. The dark clouds around Sakura fell to the ground like rain. All the bugs were killed by the soul ray. Sakura, however, was safe and sound. Instead, he looked behind him excitedly. He saw Lin Ling, who was protected by countless gods, still sitting cross-legged in midair. His expression was serene, like a sitting rock, like an ancient god that had just woken up from a deep slumber. It's you. Chuchwang God's eyes narrowed as she stared at Lin Ling. This was her first time here. And this was the first time she saw Lin Ling. Thus, she didn't know how strong Lin Ling was. What was that technique from before? So formidable, it actually gave me a sense of danger. He is only a higher god, yet he can make me, a universe giant god, feel apprehensive. He is very strong. However, he is still recovering. This is the final chance to kill him. Chuchwang God's eyes flickered. She took a light step forward and walked towards Lin Ling. Her pace wasn't fast, mainly because she felt that Lin Ling was somewhat mysterious. She couldn't see through him. The moment she left, Lei Gong and the rest immediately blocked in front of Lin Ling. Let him come over. But at this moment, a calm voice transmitted to everyone's ears. It was Lin Ling's voice. Hearing this, Lei Gong and the rest immediately stepped aside. Instead, it was Chuchwang God who stopped. She frowned. This youth was too mysterious. Senior, don't be fooled. He doesn't have the strength to fight against you. He is deliberately mystifying you. You must immediately kill him. At this moment, Emperor Yao's roar sounded. He knew that Lin Ling had always been cunning. Now that he was pretending to be mysterious, he was definitely stalling for time. That's true. Chuchwang God nodded and walked towards Lin Ling again. But at this moment, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. His eyes were calm, like an ancient well without ripples. Pung. For some reason, just a gaze caused Chuchwang God's heart to violently beat. You still have 3 breaths to escape. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly spoke. He was clearly saying that he still had 3 breaths to recover. Why didn't she escape? At this moment, Great Emperor Zhuanxu and the rest were overjoyed and inexplicably excited. How domineering. Let's see if the rotten race god dared to escape within 3 breaths. One had to know that the nobility of the rotten race was something that even the Yellow Emperor didn't put in their eyes. You dare to humiliate me. Chuchuang God's expression changed drastically. Generally speaking, how could she be afraid of a superior god? However, she was also a god who had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years. She had innate intuition and could see through the universe. That was why she was afraid of Lin Ling. 1. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly counted. Chapter 4970. A mere nameless god dares to act mysterious. Chuchuing deity reacted and roared. She was finally going to attack. 3. At the same time, Lin Ling finally stood up. An ancient gale surged out of his body, pushing away all the gods around him as he struck out with his palm. Rumble. When this palm collided with Chuchuing deity, the latter was actually forced to retreat. Her expression changed greatly. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's figure grew infinitely. He was like a giant, his head touching the sky and his feet stepping on the ground. Chuchuing deity's pupils trembled fiercely. What kind of technique was this? He was clearly a superior god, but he could turn into a giant, giving her a feeling that he was unrivaled. Your Excellency, what are you doing? Chuchuing deity said in a low voice. What am I doing? Lin Ling was still growing. His long hair danced wildly, and a large number of complicated patterns appeared on his body. He was majestic and domineering, causing countless people to look up at him. Lin Ling's voice was also as deep as thunder. You want to kill me, right in front of me, and now you ask me what I am doing. Senior Chuchuing, he is Lin Ling, one of the hosts of the world will, that the rotten deity wants to capture. At the same time, Emperor Yao anxiously shouted. He was deeply afraid that Chuchuing deity would be afraid of Lin Ling and run away. You are Lin Ling. Chuchuing deity's pupils constricted, and she suddenly relaxed. I thought it was someone from some ancient universe race, but it turned out to be you, Lin Ling. You really gave me a fright. However, you can be considered the second person among the superior gods that I am somewhat apprehensive of. Yes, the first was that guy holding the coffin lid. Unfortunately, he is still not my match. Lin Ling, right? The rotten deity has named you, and I am the one to capture you. That is your honor. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed loudly. His laughter shook the sky. He looked down at the tiny Chuchuing deity and shook his head. Is your rotten race also arrogant? Showing off the aura of a king. How dare you? In the beginning, Chuing God was only afraid of Lin Ling because she couldn't see through Lin Ling's origins. Now, how could she put Lin Ling in her eyes? What an arrogant brat. On the other side, the two gods who were engaged in a fierce battle were enraged even though they were constantly at a disadvantage. Get over here. After being enraged, the primeval cherry god no longer held back. All of her divine power exploded out, and 100 billion divine power turned into a meteor that bombarded Lin Ling. You overestimate yourself. Lin Ling also knew how powerful God Chuiying was, so he had transformed into Pangu from the start. This was because he was no match for the latter with his own strength. He threw out a punch. It seemed slow, but it was enough to split the heavens and earth. Rumble. This punch was even larger than a meteor, and it actually shattered all of Primeval Cherry Goddess's divine power. The Primeval Cherry God's entire body shook, and she was sent flying. Her expression changed greatly. Only after facing it head-on did she realize how terrifying this giant was. One had to know that she was already one of the strongest among the king-level giant cosmos gods. There were probably no more than 1,000 people stronger than her. And yet, a high god was actually able to fight against her? Just what is the background of this Lin Ling? Why is he the host of the world's will? Why is he so much stronger than the others? The primeval cherry god's heart was heavy. Her eyes flashed, and a huge rotten rock appeared in the sky and smashed towards the two. However, the Lin Ling giant was taller, and was the first to receive the attack. However, Lin Ling threw a punch towards the sky, and the rotten rock was blown to pieces. Ah! This punch shocked the swamp. So far, other than the Yellow Emperor and that rotting race expert, this was the third person who could destroy the rotten rock. The most terrifying thing was that this third person was only a high god. Linling, your strength has exceeded my expectations. But I don't believe you can really fight against a king-level giant cosmos god. The primeval cherry god was also shocked by Linling's methods. But she suddenly shouted, and her entire body exploded, disappearing from where she stood. Rolling dark clouds appeared in the sky. They were even bigger than Linling, and they enveloped Linling. Looking carefully, they were actually insects that wanted to corrode Linling. This time you must die. The primeval cherry god was close to going crazy. Not good, that rotting race god has disappeared. The Emperor Shun and the others hurriedly checked, but even they couldn't see where the primeval cherry god was. Linling's eyes flashed as he stared at the endless dark clouds. But he couldn't see the primeval cherry god either. His soul force couldn't find her either. The rotting race was indeed quite capable, but since he couldn't find her, he would just destroy them all. Linling sneered. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the largest dark cloud, then fiercely pointed. Panga's finger. The incomparably huge finger blasted forward, as if it could destroy any multiverse. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor and the others stopped fighting. They were all shocked by this finger. What kind of method is this? Why do I feel like no multiverse can stop this finger? This finger is specialized in subduing multiverses. Not only the Yellow Emperor, but even the expression of the strongest rotting race elder changed drastically. Not good. You actually still have a method. A voice came from the rolling dark clouds, full of shock and disbelief. He had transformed into a dark cloud, but in fact he had entered space and hidden in the multiverse. He was confident that this youth's fist couldn't kill him at all. But who would have thought that the youth would turn his fist into a finger? And it was even more powerful, as if it could split heaven and earth and tear space apart. Could it be that this is the hidden Panga's finger in the ancient coffin on the first level? Impossible. How could this young man obtain that finger? When the enormous finger got closer and closer, Primus Cherry Deity finally saw something clearly. His soul trembled. He wanted to escape, but he discovered that there was nowhere to run. The next moment, he discovered that the world had become bright, and everything disappeared. Then he couldn't remember anything. His memories, his bloodline, and his entire life seemed to have disappeared along with the finger. And in front of everyone's eyes, Linling pointed forward. The dark clouds melted like snow, and then all the negative effects disappeared. It was as if time had stopped. The two rotting race deities' pupils were trembling, and they didn't speak for a long time. They knew that Primus Cherry Deity was dead. He was killed by a junior of a higher deity. That finger was so terrifying that they probably wouldn't be able to erase it. World will host Linling. They shouted one after another. The Yellow Emperor also looked at Linling in shock. This was the first time he saw Linling use this move, but he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Come back. However, at this time, a figure suddenly appeared in the valley from before. The figure was illusory and looked at everyone indifferently. What was surprising was that this person was a pale-faced scholar. He wore a white robe and looked very clean, giving off a pure and straightforward feeling. Rotting deity. The two deities bowed and quickly flew back to the valley. The Yellow Emperor didn't stop them. Instead, he looked at the pale-faced scholar seriously. This was the legendary #1 ancient race of the universe, the rotting deity? Linling's growth is indeed fast. Chapter 4971. So powerful. Could he be one of the 9 universe stars? Yes. Linling was still in his giant form, and his eyes were flickering. He had already seen 3 universe stars, and as the host body of the world's will, he had the feeling that he was an innate being. Similarly, Lei Gong and the others felt the same. They felt uncomfortable all over. The Tao child they met on the first level had the same feeling, but it wasn't very strong. For a moment, the world was silent. All the gods were silent, but they felt as if they had just survived a disaster. Thinking back to everything that had happened, they sighed. In the beginning, Emperor Jun and Emperor Shun had tricked them into coming here. Then they were trapped in the swamp and almost died. With the cooperation of all the gods, they finally survived the disaster. But who would have thought that more powerful beings from the rotten race would come? And in the end, they even sent the rotten god. If it weren't for the Yellow Emperor and Lin Ling, we would have died. Everyone was muttering to themselves. Lin Ling. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor flew back with Lin Ling and appeared in front of Emperor Yao and the others, looking at them indifferently. Everyone took a step forward and arrived in front of Emperor Yao, looking at him coldly. Emperor Yao gritted his teeth, his face incomparably cold. His heart was filled with unwillingness. Almost, just a little bit more. Why was the heavens playing with him? Every time, he almost saw Lin Ling die. He could wash away the blood feud, but every time, something unexpected happened. Lin Ling would escape the calamity and turn the situation around in the end. Emperor Yao, what else do you have to say? Seeing that no one was speaking, Lin Ling was the first to speak. Emperor Yao immediately looked at Lin Ling, his eyes flickering. Humph, a mere lowly god dares to fight against the rotten race? Emperor Yao didn't speak, but a rotten race god beside him immediately shouted coldly. This guy really didn't shed tears until he saw the coffin. He didn't see the rotten god appear, but he still left helplessly? Did he really think that this was the rotten race's home? Die. The Yellow Emperor coldly spat out. With a flick of his finger, a powerful divine energy pierced through the deity's forehead. Then something strange happened. Starting from the head, the god was like sand and water. He was constantly battered and gradually disappeared from the second level. Who dares to speak? The Yellow Emperor stared at the remaining decaying gods. Yellow Emperor, you have offended the rotten god. You can't go any further in the Tao Pagoda, you can only leave forever. Another rotten race god spoke, but his tone was not as arrogant as before. Perhaps it was because he no longer dared to be arrogant. What are you trying to say? The Yellow Emperor looked at him with interest. Let us go. Perhaps there will still be a chance to turn things around. That god said. Die. As soon as the Yellow Emperor finished speaking, he flicked his finger and drowned the god with the river water again. Ah. The remaining three gods finally shuddered at this moment. Are you idiots? Since I have offended the rotten god, do you think the rotten god will let me go if I don't kill you? Also, you think too highly of yourselves. If I let you go, do you think the rotten god will let us go for your sake? The Yellow Emperor said with disdain. With another flick of his finger, he killed several more rotten race gods. Spare me, spare me. The last remaining rotten race god knelt down in midair. Ha! Seeing this scene, everyone laughed out loud. These ancient races were so arrogant that even in death, they had never lowered their noble heads. This led everyone to think that these ancient races were born so arrogant that they did not fear death. But now, it seemed that every ancient race had someone who was afraid of death. You. The kneeling deity had an ugly expression, but he gritted his teeth and continued to beg for mercy. He naturally knew that these people were laughing at him, but his life was more important. Begging for mercy? I thought you would always have a strong backbone. The Yellow Emperor shook his head. Unfortunately, you still have to die. With a flick of his finger, the last rotten race god died. You are all dead. That deity was continuously washed away by the river and gradually disappeared, but he still roared before he died. Unfortunately, no one took this threat to heart. Emperor Yao, you are the only one left. The Yellow Emperor looked at the last deity. Emperor Shun witnessed the death of a rotten race god with his own eyes, but he seemed to be unfazed by death, indifferent to it. Perhaps he knew that it was useless to beg for mercy now that it had come to this. Yellow Emperor, I didn't lose to you. I lost to Lin Ling. If not for him, you would have lost to me long ago, and I would be the strongest of the 5 emperors. Emperor Yao was silent for a long time before he finally spoke. The Yellow Emperor's eyes flashed, and he nodded. Indeed. However, from what I know, it's not that you didn't have the chance to recruit Lin Ling, but that you missed it. He was very clear that if not for Lin Ling's sudden appearance in the battle for the bloodstained Tai Sui in the valley, the Yellow Emperor would have won. The final winner might have been Emperor Yao. Emperor Yao would have been able to use the bloodstained Tai Sui to become a Saint Universe god. The eyes of the others flashed, and they agreed with Emperor Yao. Especially Emperor Yao. She was also present at that time, so she naturally had the most right to speak. Yes, I missed it. Emperor Yao nodded and looked at Lin Ling. Truthfully, it was a lie that he didn't regret it. He regretted it more than anyone else. Back then, because he chose the White Tiger God and helped his disciple, the White Tiger God's supervisor monarch, he missed out on Lin Ling. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling was actually the host body of the world will with boundless potential. Emperor Yao, you are luckier than me. You can still turn back. We have known each other for many years, and now that you have fallen to such a state, honestly, I am very sad. Previously, I had no choice but to make a move against you. Emperor Yao looked at Emperor Yao and said. At this moment, no one disturbed Emperor Yao. Although many hated Emperor Yao to death, it was undeniable that Emperor Yao was also a big figure, a famous figure, and one of the oldest godly emperors of humanity. The merit he left for humanity couldn't be erased. I can understand. Emperor Yao looked at Emperor Yao indifferently. When Emperor Yao killed her, she also hated Emperor Yao. She thought that Emperor Yao was too heartless. They had known each other for hundreds of millions of years. However, now that she was about to die, the hatred in her heart dissipated with the wind. It's best that you can understand. Emperor Yao nodded. He was also a man, and before he died, he apologized to Emperor Yao. And he had said what he needed to say. Finally, he looked at Lin Ling. This was a person he didn't care about at first, but gradually became a big problem. A person who was ultimately his enemy. Lin Ling, I didn't lose to you. I lost to the host body of the world will. Emperor Yao said calmly. Even now, his battle intent against Lin Ling hadn't decreased. If there was a chance, he would still fight with him until the sky fell and the earth cracked. Maybe. Chapter 49-72. Everyone thought that he was strong because he was the host of the world's consciousness. Only he knew that his host of the world's consciousness had not been of much help. What truly helped him the most was the primal chaos divine formula that helped him grow from weak to strong. He also knew that he was not an ordinary host of the world's consciousness. Perhaps he was the other half of the Creator God. If there's a chance, I'll fight again. Yellow Emperor, make your move. Emperor Yao roared. He was ready to die. The Yellow Emperor sighed. At a time like this, he would not show mercy. He knew that Emperor Yao would not want him to either. This was a humiliation to Emperor Yao, and also meant that Emperor Yao had admitted defeat. However, Emperor Yao did not think that he had lost. He still wanted to fight. Therefore, the Yellow Emperor wanted to kill Emperor Yao with his own hands. Rumble. The incomparably terrifying river rushed towards Emperor Yao, drowning him, gradually turning him into nothingness, gradually turning him into dust. Countless people sighed when they saw this scene. The ancient emperor of a generation had fallen here, and at the hands of 4 ancient emperors. Everyone stood in the air for a long time, silent and conflicted. After some time, the Emperor Yao looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, it's time to settle our grudges. I know you want to kill me. Come. Lin Ling looked at the Emperor Yao and shook his head with a smile. Our grudges have dissipated with the wind in the valley. Now we are together. Although the Emperor Yao had already felt it, hearing Lin Ling say it with her own ears still moved her. Now that she was weak, it would be easy for Lin Ling to kill her. However, Lin Ling did not. All right, let everything dissipate with the wind. The Emperor Yao nodded. At this moment, she finally felt like she was walking together with the Yellow Emperor and the others. This was also a sense of belonging. Of course, although she seemed to be following the Yellow Emperor, she was actually following Lin Ling. She had a feeling that Lin Ling would be even more terrifying than the Yellow Emperor in the future. In the end, she and the Yellow Emperor were just allies. Lin Ling, we harmed you before. You can do whatever you want. Emperor Jun looked at Lin Ling and said, You too. There's no more grudges between us. At that time, you were forced. Lin Ling naturally would not bicker with Emperor Jun. Thank you. Emperor Jun nodded gratefully. In fact, we are now one body. After all, we are already enemies of the ancient universe's race. If we don't unite, we won't be able to defeat them all. Lin Ling looked at the crowd and said, And it's not just us. This includes all the gods from the primitive era, the ancient era, and the age of Pantheon. This is because the ancient races of the universe only value each other, and don't care about the gods from other eras. Ancient emperors like us. Emperor Jun Emperor. Yellow Emperor nodded. Let's form an alliance and fight against the ancient races. Emperor. Everyone nodded. They didn't want to die, so they had to unite. More and more gods will enter the Tao Pagoda. Everyone, please rally them and unite. The Yellow Emperor shouted again. Now, other than the gods of the primal chaos realm, the gods of the Tao realm should be with us. Then we will create a great cause. As for the world consciousness, the Yellow Emperor suddenly looked at Linling, Lei Gong, and the others. He knew that many gods were still worried about the world consciousness. They are now our people. In the future, they will definitely help us. Moreover, it's hard to say whether we can stop the ancient universe, ancient race, right? Hearing this, the gods nodded. After Linling risked his life to save them, they had already acknowledged Linling in their hearts. They knew that in the future, as long as Linling still had his consciousness, he would not kill them. Linling felt that the world consciousness's power was constantly increasing, and its faith was growing stronger. It seemed that after the incident in the valley, everyone had acknowledged him. He couldn't help but sigh. He used to be a rat on the street, hated by everyone, but now he was one of the 5 emperors, respected by everyone. Then Linling looked at the Yellow Emperor gratefully. He knew that the Yellow Emperor had spoken up for him and dispelled everyone's worries. Let's go back. The Yellow Emperor waved his hand and left with the majestic gods. Along the way, many gods spread out and told the other gods about their goals. This caused many gods to join in as well. These gods had relatives and friends killed by the rotten race, so they hated them to the bone. It was just that in the past, no one dared to fight against the ancient universe, ancient race. Gradually, the number of people in the 5 emperors' tomb increased. Linling, you will become one of the 5 emperors. You will be called the Lei Gong Hall. What do you think? The Yellow Emperor flew side by side with Linling. He smiled and said to Linling, okay. Linling smiled and nodded. The Yellow Emperor's greatest understanding of Lei Gong was the Lei Gong Hall, which was why he said that. However, one of the 5 emperors, the Lei Gong Hall, this sounded pretty good. I agree. I agree too. The Emperor Shun and the others nodded and raised their hands in agreement. Linling had saved them, and he was stronger than them. They naturally recognized Linling's position. He, Lei Gong, and the others smiled excitedly. Unknowingly, they were also part of the 5 emperors and had established their own sects. Hee Lei Gong, you guys are strong enough to establish your own sections. This isn't strange at all. He ignored Wu Ting, Sui Lei Gong, and the others and laughed. They glanced at Lei Gong and the other 2 and knew that they were 3 powerful world will hosts. Then they looked at Sakura. They still remembered Sakura's tyrannical coffin. Then it was Saint Yi. This was the bloodline of the Donghuang clan, which was also an ancient race of the universe. It could be said that there were countless capable people under Linling's tomb. After a long time, everyone reached the hot spring and went to rest. After going through 2 life and death crises, everyone wanted to relax and cultivate properly to increase their strength. Linling and the others sat beside a hot spring and soaked in it, enjoying themselves. They talked and laughed, saying whatever they wanted to say. Perhaps after going through such a life and death crisis, they cherished their current days even more. After everything stabilizes, we will go find the bloodstained Taisui and enter the 3rd level with the Yellow Emperor and the others. Linling said to everyone as he soaked in the hot spring and felt his strength slowly increasing. Everyone saw the effect of the bloodstained Taisui and naturally didn't want to miss it. Brother Ling, the 2nd level already has such a treasure. If it's the 3rd and 4th level, wouldn't it be even more exaggerated? Yu wiped Linling's back and said expectantly, I think so. Otherwise, those strong people wouldn't have gone to the 3rd level. However, after the 2nd level, the danger will probably be greater. Linling said helplessly. Chapter 49-73. After bidding farewell to the Yellow Emperor and the others, Linling and the others set off on their journey. Although the Yellow Emperor and the others were worried about the safety of Linling and the others, when they thought of the strength of Linling and the others, they finally relaxed. After all, if Linling and the others couldn't solve the problem, then other than the Yellow Emperor, no one else would be able to. Linling will stay on the 2nd level for now. When we're stronger, we'll go to the 3rd level. After all, There are probably a lot of great beings on the third level. The Yellow Emperor said to Linling before Linling left. Linling agreed. Right now they only had one Saint Giant Universe God. How could they fight against the great beings on the third level? After that, Linling also knew that the Yellow Emperor had mobilized everyone to search for Tai Sui, so he didn't plan to help and left with Lei Gong and the others. According to the instructions of the mysterious Taoist in the square prison, Linling continued to search for bloodstained Tai Sui. They headed north. Although they were very powerful, the Dao Tower was mysterious, so they were still very careful. Sure enough, after 3 days of continuous travel, a corrosive stone rain suddenly appeared in front of them. It crashed down mightily for a full 2 hours. Although Linling transformed into Pangu and could destroy one corrosive stone rain, it was only one corrosive stone rain. Even Linling could only be killed when faced with a large area of corrosive stone rain. Thank goodness Little Luan warned us. Linling and the others felt lucky and then looked at Little Luan. It was Little Luan who had warned them. Little Luan's world was a chant with the power of creation. They didn't expect that she would be able to detect the corrosive stone rain. Little Luan, you'll be the one to guide us now. Little Luan head north. Linling pointed out the general direction and said to Xiaoluan. Little Luan nodded shyly, but she was very happy. She was very proud to be able to help Linling and everyone else. Let's go this way. Xiaoluan led the group in a different direction, and after spending 2 hours, they walked across a vast expanse of land. Along the way, Xiaoluan was able to sense danger ahead of time. Sometimes, Xiaoluan would choose to take a detour even if it was just a small mountain. Although it would take more time, they would be able to sense danger once they passed it. In the next moment, several pieces of rotten rocks fell from the mountain peak. Little Luan, you're amazing. Everyone was full of praises for Xiaoluan, making him even happier. Linling was also happy for her. Now everyone's strength had increased greatly. This was good for everyone. My lord, a huge swamp has appeared in front of us. After another day, Xiaoluan said as he looked ahead. In front of him was a pitch-black land. Its surface was very hard, and it didn't look like an ocean at all. However, everyone believed in Xiaoluan, so they stopped in their tracks. Everyone waited for 3 incense sticks of time. Sure enough, the boundless black earth in front of them began to move. The sturdy earth merged together, and sludge appeared. It was just like the rotten deity's methods. It was extremely similar. At this moment, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If they had continued to move forward, they would be in the middle of the swamp now. The danger had greatly increased. Linling, look. Suddenly, Indra pointed to the front. A large number of bubbles appeared on the ground of the swamp. Some of them were even as large as islands. When the bubbles burst, bugs flew out. These bugs circled around in the air, and then flew towards Linling and the others. Everyone be careful. Linling warned and slashed forward. However, he discovered that the power of God didn't have much effect on these maggots. When the maggots encountered the power of God, they would turn into nothingness. After avoiding it, they would fly over again. How is this possible? Everyone's expression changed. These winged maggots were too terrifying. They kept urging their methods, but the effect was still not great. Lei Gong and the rest urged the world will's power. The effect was not bad. However, there were too many maggots. Their world will's power was not enough. Retreat. Linling urged Universe 3 Extreme Break. The effect was very significant. It killed a large number of maggots and bought time for everyone to retreat. However, Linling's expression was solemn. Only Universe 3 Extreme Break was effective. However, his Universe 3 Extreme Break was only released once. However, the swamp in front covered a large area. It was impossible to fly over. They could only take a detour. However, who knew how long the detour would take? It was estimated that it would take a year, or even a few years. Get out of my way. Everyone had retreated. Only Sakura was still holding the coffin lid in his hand, and kept sweeping at the maggots. His strength had increased greatly. He was no longer as afraid of death as before. But because of this, everyone was cursing. Was this guy looking for death? However, something unexpected happened. The maggots seemed to be afraid of the coffin lid, and actually avoided it. The maggots that were swept by the coffin lid all exploded and fell to the ground. They flowed out stinky black blood and stopped moving after a few moves. The coffin lid can restrain them. Lin Ling was very surprised. This meant that Panga's true body might also be effective. However, Panga's true body only had an incense stick's worth of time. If he couldn't bring everyone across the sea in an incense stick's worth of time, then he would die without a doubt. This was not as convenient as the coffin lid. Thinking of this, Lin Ling shouted, "Big brother, come back quickly." Sakura went crazy. He didn't listen to anyone except for Lin Ling. He scolded a large number of maggots. "Count yourselves lucky." Only then did he rush to Lin Ling's side with the coffin lid. When he put the coffin lid on the ground, all the maggots didn't dare to approach. They flew in the distance, a dark mass. It was a ghastly sight. Furthermore, a stinky smell hit them in the face. Everyone used divine essence to block the stench. Then they looked at the coffin lid in surprise. Lei Gong smiled and said, "I didn't expect that this coffin lid is actually effective. However, how are we going to cross the sea?" Shengyi frowned. They came for the blood-stained Tai Sui. How could they give up so easily? After all, they had witnessed the effect of the blood-stained Tai Sui with their own eyes. Lin Ling frowned and pondered. If they wanted to cross the sea, perhaps they could rely on the coffin lid. He immediately set his idea, using the coffin lid to cross the sea. However, the coffin lid could only carry a few people. This might take a lot of time. However, this was also the safest method. "Lin Ling, your suggestion is not bad." Lei Gong immediately agreed. The others also nodded. "How about this? I'll carry the coffin lid. We can carry 5 people at a time," Lin Ling suggested. He was the strongest and was in charge of bringing people back and forth across the sea. Everyone agreed unanimously. Then Lin Ling brought everyone back, avoiding a large number of maggots, and went in another direction. After a long time, they stood in the distance of the swamp sea. There were no maggots here. Lin Ling carried the coffin lid and brought Yu, Lei Gong, and Yuer, Xian Yuanguer and Young Demon Master across the sea. The coffin lid was placed on the swamp sea. Everyone sat there while Lin Ling stood at the bow of the ship and activated his divine essence. Rumble. Chapter 4974. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The coffin board continued to move forward, and after an unknown amount of time, a huge mountain appeared in front of them. It looked like a crocodile. Furthermore, this crocodile noticed Lin Ling and the rest and slowly swam over. At this moment, Lin Ling and the rest's expression instantly turned grave. Fortunately, the swamp under their feet suddenly shook and hardened again, causing the crocodile to sink into the ocean. After the ocean hardened, all the maggots also flew back into the ocean, and everything in front of them became clear. "Let's go." Lin Ling lifted the coffin board and burst out with his full speed, bringing the 5 of them to fly far away. After the ocean hardened, everything became safe. After spending a full 2 hours, everyone finally reached the other side of the ocean. Stepping on the hard ground, everyone let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "This ocean is really F***king scary." Lei Gong scolded with a smile. "Brother Ling, the ocean is still in a hard state. You should hurry over so that you won't encounter any trouble later." Yu looked ahead and said. Lin Ling hurriedly nodded, and instructed Lei Gong to take care of Yu and the rest. He lifted the coffin board and flew across the land. The swamp ocean also changed very quickly. Lin Ling only flew a third of the way before the land turned back into the ocean. With no other choice, Lin Ling could only continue to sit on the coffin board. However, their luck this time was not bad as they did not encounter the mysterious crocodile. After Lin Ling returned to the other side of the ocean, he brought Sakura, Whitewater Pure Girl, and Treasure God Nanwufingyu across the ocean, leaving behind Xiaoluan, Longyang, Shengyi, and the rest. After all, the coffin board could only carry 5 people at a time. Longyang and the rest were stronger, so it was safer to stay on the other side of the ocean. Their luck this time was still not bad as they did not encounter the mysterious crocodile. Finally, everyone successfully disembarked and met up with Lei Gong and the rest. Lin Ling left without stopping and crossed the ocean to pick up Shengyi and the rest. When they returned this time, the ocean had hardened again, saving them a lot of time. After a long time, Lin Ling left with Saint Guy and the others. At first, they flew, but halfway through, the ground turned into an ocean again. Lin Ling and the others could only sit on coffins. But this time, Lin Ling and the others were not so lucky. The earth had just turned into an ocean when they immediately encountered a mysterious crocodile. Lin Ling and the others didn't know how big this crocodile was. As it slowly swam over, huge waves rose up from the swamp. The situation instantly became incomparably troublesome. Saint Guy attacked now. Don't let the crocodiles get close. Lin Ling shouted anxiously. He knew that if the coffin lid was overturned, things would become troublesome. After all, maggots were everywhere in the swamps and oceans. How could they fight against the maggots other than the coffins? All right. Saint Guy activated the Donghuang bell and smashed it at the mysterious crocodile. The crocodile sank to the bottom of the sea and bought them some time. Lord Lin Ling, the crocodile has caught up again. It's at the bottom of the sea. However, after running for a short while, Xiaoluan said anxiously, "Attack." Lin Ling wanted to control the coffin lid and prevent it from overturning, so he shouted at Longyang and the others. They immediately activated the world's will and attacked the bottom of the sea crazily, causing a huge whirlpool to appear on the surface of the sea. Being on the coffin lid, everyone was almost overturned. If not for Lin Ling suppressing it, everyone would have fallen into the sea. And when Xiaoluan and the others' attacks landed on the crocodile, a fishy smell of blood rushed out of the sea. The mysterious crocodile seemed to be injured. This also bought Lin Ling and the others precious time. A moment later, the coast began to appear in front of them. They could even vaguely see Lei Gong and the others. However, they were all crazily shouting for Lin Ling to speed up. Behind them, the mysterious crocodile had appeared again. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at them from behind. When the crocodile appeared, everyone knew how big it was. It was as big as the universe. Lin Ling and the others couldn't even compare to the crocodile's teeth. Quick! Lin Ling was anxious. Sheng Yi, Xiaoluan, and the others also attacked, but the effect was not great this time. The crocodile was incomparably smart. When it saw Sheng Yi and the others' attacks coming, it closed its huge mouth and crushed all the attacks. Only Dragon Mother's World Will's power managed to cut off one of its teeth. You guys control it. Seeing the situation getting more and more troublesome, Lin Ling let Sheng Yi control the boat. He rushed behind the coffin lid and activated Universe 3 Extremes Break. Rumble. However, the mysterious crocodile's soul power was incomparably terrifying. It actually blocked Lin Ling's Universe 3 Extremes Break. So perverted. This was the first time Lin Ling saw the Universe 3 Extremes Break ineffective. Now he could only turn into Pangu to resist. He jumped up and turned into a giant. His feet stepped on the sea, and he crazily punched the crocodile hundreds of times. Rumble. The sea rolled and the waves were turbulent. From afar, it looked like the crocodile and the giant were fighting as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The most frightening thing was that the crocodile was not much weaker than Lin Ling's Panguril body. The battle was evenly matched. However, Lin Ling's Panguril body had a time limit. Not good. After Lin Ling punched the crocodile suddenly disappeared. Looking back, it actually appeared behind the coffin lid and swallowed the coffin lid. You're courting death. Lin Ling was furious. His eyes were red. He took a big step forward, stirring up countless swamps and mud. Panga's finger attacked. Now his Panguril body was getting closer and closer to the end. He had to use a fatal attack. Rumble. The huge finger attack fell, and the swamps exploded. The mysterious crocodile's body was penetrated, and it finally fled. Shengyi Longyang Xiaoluan. Lin Ling did not care about anything else and shouted anxiously. What gave him a headache was that the sea was starting to harden. If Shengyi and the rest did not rush out of the sea, they would be sealed in the sea and bitten to death by the maggots. My lord. Lin Ling. At this time, two voices came from the rolling sea. Longyang and Xiaoluan were holding a corner of the coffin lid and shouting anxiously. Wait for me. Lin Ling took a big step, picked up the coffin lid, and threw it into the sky. Lin Ling, Shengyi is over there. Longyang, who was on the coffin lid, shouted to Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked around and saw that Shengyi was covered in maggots. Moreover, the Donghuang bell was protecting him. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Shengyi's bloodline was not fully activated. Otherwise, with the Donghuang bell, the sea would not be able to stop him. My lord! Shengyi floated up from the sea and was about to sink at any time. Moreover, the hardening sea was about to arrive. Time was of the essence. Lin Ling took a step forward and reached Shengyi. He grabbed Shengyi with his hand and threw him into the sky. After doing this, Lin Ling's Pangu strike disappeared, and he began to recover his original appearance. Bang! Fortunately, this time, the ground was no longer an ocean. Bang bang bang! Chapter 4975. On the coast, Lei Gong and the others looked at Lin Ling, and the others who were rushing towards them along the hard ground. All of them were incomparably happy. They had all witnessed the fierce battle from before. At that time, their hearts were hanging in the air. If not for the fear of too many people getting in the way, they would have already gone to help. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Lin Ling showed his might and saved Shengyi and the others. It was hard to imagine that if the person in charge of receiving the ship was someone else, perhaps Shengyi and the others would have already died. Brother Ling. Lin Ling. When Lin Ling and the others rushed to the coast, Lei Gong and the others ran over. Damn, I almost died. Shengyi sat on the ground powerlessly, gasping for breath. Lin Ling and the others were the same. After sitting down, they continued to recover. Thinking back to the previous scene, they still felt as if they had survived a disaster. They did not expect that the second floor of the Dao Pagoda would be so terrifying. A random sea and a mysterious crocodile almost took their lives. They thought that as long as they avoided the rotten stones on the second floor of the Dao Pagoda, all the dangers were not worth mentioning. After a long time, Lin Ling and the others opened their eyes, sighing and shaking their heads. So scary. What was that before? He can actually fight Lin Ling who has grown up. That's too awesome. Lei Gong looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling shook his head and said with a wry smile. I guess that was a Dao crocodile, the kind of monster we encountered when we first came to the Dao realm. It's just that in the Dao Pagoda, this kind of monster is even more terrifying. Dao crocodile. Everyone's face changed slightly. They naturally knew about that kind of terrifying thing. Well, I've finally crossed the coast. Everyone, let's move on. Lin Ling stood up and said to everyone. After the previous incident, everyone was even more cautious. However, after crossing the coast, the ground was no longer a swamp. It had become incomparably hard. There were huge black rocks all around, as if a divine beast was sitting on the ground. It's nearby. Lin Ling searched for the scent of the bloodstained Taisui fungus with a secret technique. However, to his surprise, he did not see any flesh-like demons in the vicinity. Lin Ling, these are rocks formed from the condensation of lava. However, this volcano is very terrifying. It is a divine volcano, and its lava can kill any god. Lei Gong, on the other hand, was inspecting the rocks one by one. No matter what he did, he couldn't cut off a single piece of rock. Each and every one of these magma rocks was a precious treasure. It was a pity that they could only be seen but not harvested. These rocks are extraordinary. They contain the powerful great laws of the universe. Moreover, these rocks are located on the ground and can conceal the aura of the surroundings. Everyone must be even more careful. After all, no one knows what lies ahead. Lin Ling said to the crowd after checking it out. Everyone nodded and used all kinds of methods to investigate. They found that these rocks were able to absorb all kinds of prying methods. They were extremely mysterious. This meant that even if there was a huge Dao crocodile ahead, they would not be able to detect it. They could only see it with their naked eyes. However, by the time they could see it with their naked eyes, they would have entered the Dao crocodile's line of sight. It was extremely dangerous. Soul power can barely detect it, but the area has been greatly reduced. Everyone, use your soul power. Lin Ling said to everyone again. After becoming a high-level deity, everyone had more or less developed soul power. It was just that some people were stronger, and some were weaker. The one with the strongest soul power was Lin Ling. It surpassed everyone else by 100 or even 1,000 times. Everyone moved forward cautiously. After walking for a full 6 hours, a huge volcano began to appear in front of them. The volcano was so magnificent that it was actually bigger than any of the 9 prefectures. It could be seen clearly from afar. It was hard to imagine how close it would be. After that, how magnificent would this volcano be? It's there. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and sniffed the air. Although the surrounding magma could not block the smell of the bloodstained Taisui fungus, it had blocked half of it. This greatly increased the difficulty of Lin Ling's search. Thus, Lin Ling could only roughly determine that it was in the region of the volcano. It can't be inside the volcano, can it? Lei Gong suddenly said. If that's the case, then it's a bit troublesome. That volcano is so big that it will definitely take a lot of time to find the bloodstained Taisui fungus. Moreover, I discovered that the area around the volcano seems to be filled with monsters. At this moment, Lin Ling said with a wry smile. Everyone moved forward cautiously, then hid under a huge rock and looked ahead. Only now did they discover that the volcano in front of them was filled with enormous gray-skinned lizards. These lizards were the same color as the volcanic rocks and looked incomparably powerful. Most importantly, there were too many of them. They were either rolling around, fighting, or sleeping under the volcano. If they wanted to reach the bottom of the volcano, they had to go down through the mouth of the volcano. This would inevitably alarm those lizards. Lin Ling, what should we do? After investigating, Yu and the others looked at Lin Ling and asked. Lin Ling frowned and pondered, but there was nothing he could do, unless he took the risk and charged up the volcano. Second brother, look, there's a lone lizard over there. Suddenly, Indra pointed to the distance. In the endless volcanic rocks in the distance, a huge lizard was moving forward in boredom. Let's catch that lizard and see. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Now he could only take one step at a time. Everyone hurriedly followed Lin Ling. Under the cover of the volcanic rocks, they moved forward cautiously. Gradually, they got closer and closer to the lizard. Fortunately, the volcanic rocks blocked Lin Ling and the others' spying methods, but they also blocked the lizard's spying methods. Even though Lin Ling and the others were very close, the lizard still did not respond. Lin Ling, do you want to make a move? Lei Gong checked for a moment and saw that there was only a lone lizard around. He whispered. Lin Ling looked at the volcano in the distance and finally shook his head. Let's wait until this lizard has gone further. Remember, don't kill it. I'll seize its soul and see if I can find out something. Hearing this, everyone nodded secretly and continued to follow the lizard. After a full 2 hours, the lizard walked further and further away. When they looked back, they could only vaguely see the top of the volcano. Let's go. At the same time, Lin Ling shouted. Everyone unleashed their powerful methods to suppress the lizard. Rumble. The lizard looked huge, but it was also extremely powerful. Its black skin was as hard as volcanic rock. Even though Lin Ling and the rest had launched a sneak attack and joined forces, they still could not kill it. They only managed to slightly injure it. Eastern Emperor Bell. Coffin Plate. Devour. Shengyi, Indra, Lei Gong, and the others all unleashed their strongest methods. Anyway, this lizard's skin was thick and could not be killed in a short time. Naturally, they did not hide their methods anymore. Rumble. This time, the lizard finally turned upside down, and a large amount of black blood flowed out. But what was terrifying was that this fellow was still alive. Chapter 4976. Not good, this beast is intelligent, it's going to run away. Lei Gong shouted anxiously. But at this time, Lin Ling's attack finally arrived. The tyrant's song sword fell from the sky, and a powerful force and divine force came down at the same time. This sword ruthlessly stabbed the lizard's stomach and finally penetrated the lizard, nailing it to the ground. The lizard was still not dead. Its 4 limbs danced, as if it was stirring up the world. Soul suppression. Lin Ling erupted his soul force, poured it into his palm, and slammed it down on the lizard's head. Rumble. Lin Ling's current soul force was as vast as the universe as he attacked the lizard's soul. However, what shocked Lin Ling was that the lizard's soul was also incomparably terrifying. For a short while he actually failed to stun the lizard. This made Lin Ling secretly sigh. The dark divine hound on the first floor was as weak as a puppy compared to this volcano lizard. Search for me. However, Lin Ling's soul force was too strong, and he continued to suppress it. Not only did he search the lizard's memory, but he also planted a slave soul seal in the depths of its soul. Only Lin Ling, if it was someone else, they would definitely not be able to do it. Gradually, the struggling lizard calmed down, its eyes constantly flickering, revealing a light of reverence towards Lin Ling. After Lin Ling learned everything about the lizard's soul, he continued to digest it, and knew that there was only one way to enter the volcano, and that was through the volcano's mouth. Not good. Then Lin Ling shouted in a low voice, because the lizard's soul let Lin Ling know that a large number of lizards were rushing over. Quick, everyone get on. Lin Ling shouted to everyone, and then let everyone land on the lizard, and then rode it in another direction. Although it was difficult for the lizard to detect Lin Ling, it could use special methods to detect other lizards. Lin Ling told the lizard to avoid it, and went straight to the volcano from another direction. After a full 6 hours, Lin Ling and the rest finally arrived at the mouth of the volcano while riding on the lizards, making many twists and turns. Standing at the edge of the volcano, Lin Ling and the others all had solemn expressions. It was too big. How was this still the crater of a volcano? It was simply an entire universe. Looking inside, it was pitch black, and any darkness could be devoured. It looked incomparably dangerous. Lin Ling, are we going down? Lei Gong frowned. He had a bad feeling about the bottom of the volcano. Lin Ling nodded. We've already come this far. We can't give up halfway. Moreover, the lizard's soul knows that the monsters at the bottom of the volcano are even more terrifying. Some of them only eat lizards. We have to be even more careful. Hee, second brother is right. It's rare for us to come here. How can we give up halfway? As for whatever demon, I have a coffin lid here. What's there to be afraid of? Sakura laughed and said, Second brother, let's jump down. As soon as he finished speaking, he wanted to jump. But Lin Ling immediately pulled him back and scolded laughingly. This volcano is so deep and full of monsters. Jumping down will definitely attract attention. We're dead for sure. Then what to do? Sakura scratched the back of his head and said, Isn't there this fellow? Let it bring us down. Lin Ling looked at the lizard under him and smiled. And that lizard had a spirit. After knowing Lin Ling and the rest's decision, its entire body started trembling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's powerful soul force suppressed it, forcing the lizard to bring everyone down the volcano. Climbing along the volcano's wall was undoubtedly much safer than jumping down. Everyone did not dare to breathe loudly. The moment they entered the crater, they all had a feeling as if they had entered another world. The surroundings were full of darkness. Even if they were face to face, everyone could not see each other clearly unless they used divine essence to illuminate. Of course, using divine essence, this was undoubtedly very dangerous. What a huge volcano! Could it be that this volcano was once a powerful means to destroy the universe? Lin Ling's eyes flickered, having a guess in his heart. The volcano was like a black hole, specialized in swallowing the universe. As time passed, Lin Ling also gradually adapted to the darkness. His soul force could quietly spread out to 1,000 miles away. Gradually, he also discovered the danger at the bottom of the volcano. This place looked pitch black, but in reality, there were countless strange monsters of all shapes and sizes. These monsters devoured each other. Some lived by devouring the volcano's darkness. It was incomparably strange. Furthermore, the plants here were also very terrifying. They were situated on the volcano's wall. Anything that passed by would be entangled, and then melted as if they were poisonous. Lin Ling saw with his own eyes that a rat-like monster was swallowed by a plant without any resistance. Fortunately, Lin Ling's soul force was powerful. He continuously controlled the lizard and avoided all kinds of plants on the wall. Walala! At this time, a smiling face appeared in the sky ahead. It was a smiling face formed by a strange green color. The smiling face was very big and incomparably terrifying in the darkness. Lei Gong and the rest's faces changed. However, Lin Ling comforted them in a low voice, telling them that the smiling face was actually very far away. There was no need to worry. Furthermore, it wasn't a smiling face, but a huge butterfly. Furthermore, it looked poisonous. Of course, It was also Lin Ling's first time seeing a butterfly as big as a koan. Rumble. At this time, the smiling face suddenly changed into a ferocious face. Furthermore, there was a rumbling sound. There's a big battle. Quick. Lin Ling's soul force sensed that a monster had attacked the butterfly. It was an intense fight. What made Lin Ling afraid was that even he couldn't tell what the monster was. It looked like a spider, but it didn't look like one. To avoid being implicated, it was better to go down. Along the way, Lin Ling witnessed all kinds of monsters. All of them were extremely powerful. After spending a total of 10 hours, they finally reached the bottom of the volcano. What was surprising was that the bottom of the volcano was not dark. Instead, it was bright. Whether it was the ground or the rocks, they all emitted a red light. This place was very hot and the area was huge. It was 100 times bigger than the crater of the volcano. We're here. This way. Lin Ling performed his divine powers and secret techniques, then led the group forward. As for the lizard from before, he let it go. However, the lizard was also cunning. It knew that it would be difficult to leave the volcano alone, so it kept following Lin Ling and the rest. Lin Ling saw that it had worked hard even if it didn't have any merits, so he simply let it be. The group advanced along the bottom of the volcano. However, they didn't encounter any monsters. It was as if the bottom of the volcano was a forbidden area. No monsters dared to approach. Rumble. After a long time, there was a rumbling sound ahead. It seemed that there was an intense battle going on. Lin Ling and the rest's expressions changed slightly. They sneaked over. Then Treasure God Nanwufingyu exclaimed, "Lin Ling, look, it's her." Following Treasure God Nanwufingyu's finger, at the bottom of the volcano, a 12-winged blonde woman was fighting a red Tai Sui. Most importantly, that woman was the 12-winged young god.